Chapter 563. Kevin shook his head when he heard his nephew's slander towards Littlefinger. The Aran Valley is a powerful force, and it currently listens to the Iron Throne. Littlefinger is of low birth, and even his position as Valley Guardian was only secured with our support. He won't be stupid. Uncle, why don't you invite him to the King's Landing as the regent? Let's see if he dares to come. Tyrion smiled. Kevin's expression changed. He had indeed invited Littlefinger, but Littlefinger had rejected him without any hesitation. What does he gain from murdering Joffrey? What can he gain from the rebellion of the Four Princes? Chaos. Tyrion sighed. The Dragon Queen is still the one who sees things more clearly. We are all in the situation, and it's hard for us to understand. We should listen to Dany Rise's words the other way around. Don't you understand that? Kevin sneered. Are you sure? Tyrion was not impatient. Instead, he laughed strangely. She said that other than your lack of courage, your talent is not inferior to my father's. She also said that she has never seen an idiot like Cersei, who played a good hand so badly. According to your logic, you're an idiot, and Cersei is wise and powerful? Kevin did not expect the Dragon Queen to have such a high opinion of him. He was inexplicably happy, but also embarrassed. He blushed and changed the topic. You warned me to be careful of Varys, Cersei, and Stark, but how did Sansa Stark hurt me? Stark's family is not completely dead. The only confirmed dead person is Robb. 7 gods above. Robb was also resurrected by my sister. Tyrion lowered his voice and looked serious, but he suddenly thought of Robb's head. He could not help but groan and slap his forehead. He lamented. The Dragon Queen was right. Stark's family is all monsters. You also know about the trial by martial arts? Kevin asked curiously. Dragonstone Island also sent a representative to participate. Professor Marwyn was the one who notified Slave Bay. Tyrion said with a natural expression. That isn't Robb. There are many people in the world who look alike. Kevin said with an unnatural expression. I hope you can say the same thing to Lady Catelyn one day, Tyrion sneered. Catelyn Tully? Lady Stoneheart of the Rivellins is Catelyn. The red-robed monk of Mill revived her. That's impossible. How can a dead person come back to dash? Kevin stopped halfway through his sentence. The times have changed. Perhaps the long night is real, and the gods are showing their miracles. Tyrion sighed. Damn it, I get it now. Kevin's expression suddenly turned ugly. Jaime might have been captured by Lady Stoneheart. Cersei had purposely arranged for someone to spread the news of her engagement to Luan and Rivellins, hoping to lure Jaime out. If Lady Stoneheart is really Catelyn, then he must be trapped. He once swore to Lady Catelyn that he would release Sansa and Arya once he was free, but Jaime, he is an adult. He should be responsible for his oath. We are powerless to interfere. Tyrion was stunned for a moment, then said softly, I heard from the Dragon Queen that Stark was blessed by the old gods. His children all have the strongest transfiguration talent. What are you talking about? Transfiguration? Reality is not a legend. Kevin frowned. Uncle, if it wasn't for the mysterious power, why would I risk my life to warn you? Listen to what I say, don't doubt me. I hope to help you and Casterly Rock as long as I don't expose secrets that harm the Queen's interests. After all, I am also Lannister. Tyrion smiled bitterly.
Speak.
Kevin said in a low voice. Transfiguration can merge their souls into an animal's body. If the transfiguration is smart enough, it is easy to kill someone. For example, find a rat as an animal companion, smear poison on its claws, sneak into the palace in the middle of the night, and do it to you and Timon. The children of the House of Stark can do this easily, especially Arya Stark. She is not only a transfiguration talent, but also a faceless one. Ugh, Dany was indeed a bit of a blabbermouth, spilling all kinds of secrets. Tyrion was such a careful and shrewd person. He secretly heard and memorized many secrets of the Westeros. There were secrets, and there were also spoiler-like speculations. It was not Dany's fault for blabbering. In reality, she was thousands of miles away in Slave Bay, surrounded by many trusted people. She rarely hid secrets that had nothing to do with her. To put it bluntly, even if the whole world knew that Arya was a blood child, so what? Arya was not her daughter. Forget about Arya. Even the secrets of the three-eyed crow Blinden were often mentioned by Dany and Ymont in front of everyone. To put it bluntly, these secrets would only affect the people involved. It had nothing to do with Dany. In fact, the more people who knew about it, the better it was for her. Would Arya treat her as a friend? Would Blinden treat her as a family member? Would Uncle Finger swear loyalty to her? That was impossible. 7 gods above. Are you telling the truth? Kevin said in fear. The Queen does not treat me as an outsider, and there is no need for her to lie to me. Or, do you think that she is the kind of person who speaks without thinking? But now, you have betrayed her trust, Kevin said meaningfully. The Queen should be able to understand the actions of a vassal trying to protect his family. If I knew the secrets you revealed tonight, you would be dead, Kevin said calmly. Sigh, loyalty and filial piety have always been difficult to achieve. However, we are only halfway through today's matter. What comes next is the main event. So, don't be in a hurry to sentence me. Tyrion chuckled and waved his hand. He poured another cup of wine for himself and his uncle. Previously, I was the dwarf of the Lannister family, and I provided some good advice to my uncle to protect his family. Now, I am the Queen's Minister of Government Affairs, a second-grade official, a wildfire general, and a flying dragon knight. I hope that the Lannister family will surrender to the Queen unconditionally. In other words, give up the Iron Throne, hand over the tribesmen who harmed the Targaryens in the War of the Usurpers, and swear on the honor of their ancestors that Casterly Rock will forever be loyal to Queen Dany Rise and her children, and send hostages to serve as the Queen's attendants or maids. Yes, Messiah or Tommen can atone for their grandfather and father's sins. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? Kevin's eyes widened, as though he had seen a ghost. I am very clear-headed, more clear-headed than ever, Tyrion said seriously. You are crazy. Kevin shook his head. I told you to be wary of Varys, Cersei, and the House of Stark's assassins and shapeshifters. They can only harm you and indirectly endanger the entire Lannister family. The only thing I did not warn you about was the Dragon Queen.
Why?
Because you do not need to worry, and there is no use in worrying. If she wants to kill you, it will be easier than killing a dog. If she wants to destroy Casterly Rock and Lannister, it will not be harder than taking down New Guys. New Guys, the pearl of the Summer Sea, the courtyard where the Western world sailed to the Eastern Jade Sea. Such a great city, but it is only a small part of the Queen's grand strategy. Tyrion pinched the pad of his little finger and gestured in front of his uncle. Queers, the hub that connects the Eastern world to the Western world. Because the Queen was unhappy, more than half of the royal family and wealthy merchants died, and hundreds of merchant ships were lost at the docks. Compared to Queers and New Guys, Casterly Rock and King's Landing are country bumpkins. If you do not go out, you will not know how big the world is. If you do not follow the Dragon Queen, you will not know how strong a person can be. No matter how strong she is still only one person, Kevin said. Now, she has almost single-handedly overturned the world. Uncle, believe me, this is the best choice for Lannister. Tyrion looked straight into the Prince Regent's eyes and said each word solemnly. Kevin said angrily, I have just quelled the chaos of the 7 kingdoms, and Tommen's rule has just been stabilized, and you want me to give up the Iron Throne. Because of this, Lannister's act of giving up the Iron Throne is considered sincere. The Queen is not interested in the chaotic 7 kingdoms. Tyrion said, If you were not the Prince Regent, if Cersei was still in power, I would not have come tonight. Uncle, you have to understand that your duty is to protect the family, not to help a bastard steal something that is not inferior to him and that he does not have the ability to possess. Tommen is your nephew. Kevin growled. I love Tommen just like you love me. But Tommen's surname is Theonbyra. Even if everyone knows that he is Lannister, he can never represent Lannister. His royal robes will always have the crest of the crowned stag. His descendants are the same. They will take the surname of Theon and inherit Theon glory and ancestral teachings. Perhaps, after 2 or 3 generations, Tommen's Theon dynasty will no longer have anything to do with Casterly Rock City in the west. Just like Theon and Targaryen. Using 100% of his strength to protect Theon's bastard kingdom, Lannister will only get a portion of the benefits, but he will have to bear all the responsibility if he fails the extermination of his family. Tommen will not survive. Giving up Tommen and his throne, we will only lose that portion of the benefits, but we will gain Casterly Rock City's eternal existence. Tommen will not die. You are a smart man. Can't you understand such a simple principle? Kevin's expression changed several times. After a long silence, he hesitated and said, "Do we really not have any hope at all?" "Not at all," Tyrion said with certainty. "Your father prepared thousands of scorpion crossbows in advance," Kevin said softly. "Oh, father is mighty. Father is farsighted." The dwarf raised his hand and cheered, then shook his head and said, "Of course the scorpion crossbows are useful, but the Megalosaurus can also throw wildfire bullets in addition to spitting fire." Tyrion patted his chest and said proudly and helplessly, "I am a second-grade wildfire general under Dragon Queen." Didn't Toros also have 2,000 dragon-slaying crossbows? Weren't they burned to ashes by the Tyrion-oiled wildfire bullets I made? Believe me, I am an expert. An expert's words can't be wrong. She doesn't intend to abide by the oath of ending the long night as king? Kevin asked again. Tyrion smiled bitterly. If the long night is real, even if there are no deviant ghosts, can you survive 10 years of long winter? If the long night doesn't come, the oath will naturally become invalid. Kevin hesitated for a moment. Thinking that his nephew was also thinking about Lannister's future, he decided to tell him another trump card of his side. "You don't know, Yuluen has the dragon's horn. Rumor has it that he was defeated by the combined forces of the Dragon Queen and the 3 dragons. Actually, if he wasn't greedy, he really had a chance to take the green dragon and the white dragon. If we have the Megalosaurus, our chances of turning the tables are not small," he said softly. "I have seen things scarier than the dragon's horn in Toros." Recalling the terror of the dragon slayer, Tyrion could not help but shiver. He smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle, times have changed, and the mode of war has also changed. In the past, it was mortals fighting, but now." Chapter 564. Tyrion said bitterly, "You don't even have the right to participate in the current war without supernatural powers, demigods, or true gods supporting you. Our Lannister should just leave. Don't cause trouble. We can't afford it." Kevin also remembered the scene of Big Sparrow's resurrection and sighed, "If you didn't lie on purpose to help Dragon Queen trick me, then the City of Knowledge's true world is really necessary. Hey, don't be naive. The people still want the world of Eversummer. What do you want me to do?" Kevin was helpless, and his attitude began to change. "Send that troublesome sister of mine away as soon as possible. Don't let any animals, such as cats, dogs, rats, or birds, come near you and Tommen. Immediately write a letter to Dragonstone Island to ask for forgiveness and loyalty. My father is dead, my brother Jaime is also missing, and if I put in a few good words in front of the Queen, there is a high chance that she will forgive me. Moreover, the Queen is fair and magnanimous. Even letting Stannis and Stark go, she will definitely give Jaime a fair trial. After the Iron Throne is handed over, the Lannister army stationed at King's Landing and Riverside can all be transferred back to Casterly Rock. At the same time, our family's gold can be used to buy food. As long as Casterly Rock has soldiers and food, we won't be afraid even if Changya comes." Kevin's expression was conflicted, his fists unconsciously clenched, large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, and countless conflicting thoughts emerged in his mind. Rationally, he felt that the imp's words made sense. He was not his brother Tywin. He did not have the ambition to fight for the Iron Throne, nor did he have the ability to deal with the increasingly complicated situation. Not to mention the Dragon Queen, just the pressure from the Holy Sun, Big Sparrow, was enough to make him breathless. If the deviant ghosts and Changya were really Recently, there was news that many nobles had gone to Dragonstone Island to see the deviant ghosts. Even if Changya did not come to Lannister, what was the difference between the Dragon Queen and Changya? Both brought him and Lannister Everwinter. Take a step forward, and you'll fall off a cliff. Take a step back, and you'll be able to see the vast sea and sky. But his nephew wanted him to give up the Iron Throne. How could the Iron Throne be abandoned so easily? After a while, he wiped away the sweat on his head and stared straight at the dwarf, asking, "Are you really not here to help the Dragon Queen earn money from me?" Tyrion picked up the crossbow by his feet and shook it a few times. "If I kill you, Tommen's rule will immediately collapse." Kevin's eyes darkened as he forced a smile.
"What do you want?"
Tyrion said bitterly, "I just want to be loyal and filial. It's that simple, that simple. I have sworn allegiance to the Queen several times before, and I do not wish to break my oath. But I cannot deny the fact that I am a Lannister.
I do not wish for you to die.
I do not wish for Aunt Xena to die. I do not wish for so many innocent cousins to die under the dragon's flames. I once had a nightmare. In the dream, I charged into battle for the Dragon Queen and killed Jaime, you, Aunt Xena, and countless Lannister. I did not even need to wake up. I cried in the dream. As long as you do not run away, it is not difficult to recognize your own heart." Kevin's eyes flashed. "What if I refuse?" "You will not. This is the best choice," Tyrion said coldly. The cold wind whistled outside the window, and only the crackling of the fireplace could be heard in the room. The uncle and nephew looked at each other, and the air became heavy. Not far away, the Transfiguration user and White Knight felt as though a piece of lead was pressing down on their hearts. "What if I refuse?" Kevin repeated his previous words. Tyrion raised his crossbow and pointed it at his heart. He said coldly, "There are too many people I want to save, and you are only one of them. Are you serious?" Kevin raised his eyebrows. "If I kill the diehards, the rational and weak ones will only hate me. Anyway, I have already killed my father. I am not afraid of bearing more sins. At most, I will go to the 7th level of hell. I do not care. The Queen's hands are not stained with Lannister's blood, and she does not need to worry about Lannister taking revenge on her in the future. It is the best of both worlds. If it were you, would you do it?" Tyrion's voice did not have a trace of warmth. There was no other expression on his face besides indifference. "You have the courage to kill your father, the courage to point your crossbow at me, and the determination to clean up the clansmen who do not agree with you. Why don't you use this crossbow to kill the instigator?" Kevin's body relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "I don't dare to think about it," Tyrion said. Kevin nodded and said, "Don't dare to think about it. That's a good reason to convince me." A person who could kill his father could also betray his vows, but he did not even dare to think about it. How terrifying would that woman be? "I agree with your suggestion. I surrender to Dany Rise. She can take my life. If she is still angry, she can kill Jaime and Cersei. I only have one request. Do not harm the children. They did not participate in the War of the Usurpers. They are innocent." Kevin said with a faint smile, "You worry too much. The Queen is beautiful and kind. She has compassion for the refugees and slaves of Hijin. There is no reason for her to mistreat the people who are loyal to her." Tyrion also smiled. "I need a few days." Kevin stood up and prepared to leave. Tyrion also stood up and opened a narrow secret door that was about half a man's height. "I trust you," he said with a smile. Kevin took his cloak from the wall and glanced at the secret door. He suddenly said, "Tyrion, will you really kill me?" Tyrion smiled at his uncle and suddenly raised his crossbow. Under the shocked gazes of the other 3 people in the room, he shot an arrow through the White Knight's throat and the unconscious Pycelle's heart. Gods! The barbarian in disguise looked at the dwarf with a blank expression. Kevin was furious.
"Shh."
Tyrion threw away his crossbow and smiled. "You can shout after I leave. Is this how you prove your magnanimity?" Kevin said with a pale face. "No, I'm helping you clean up the trash." Tyrion shook his head and smiled. I don't deny Pycelle's loyalty to Lannister, but he is too old and his energy has declined. He is useless. But the queen knows that he was the one who let the lion into the city.
He deserves to die.
Last time, during the parade, among the crimes announced by the 7 doctors and scholars, many of them were related to Pycelle. He deserves to die. As for Burrow's brawn, kill him and make room for him. You can find a stronger white knight with more chivalry. I told you to be careful of Stark. You need a good bodyguard. Also, this guy has heard too many secrets. Do you dare to trust him? Kevin was stunned and said with a complicated expression, "You have changed."
I know. I am more like a little devil now.
Tyrion smiled. No, you're more like Tywin. Before, you only had his wisdom. Now, you have his ruthlessness and decisiveness. Kevin sighed. No wonder Xena kept saying that Tyrion was the one who was most like Tywin. She was right. There were 3 laws in A Song of Ice and Fire. First, prophecies would always come true. Second, oathbreakers, kinslayers, and those who violated the guests' rights would not have a good ending. Third, the things that the characters believed were often wrong or the opposite. Oh, I almost forgot. Tyrion slapped his forehead and said, "Uncle, please write a certificate in the name of the regent." What certificate? Kevin was confused. I plan to go to Dorne and take Messiah to Slaver's Bay as a hostage. But Prince Dorang swore to ensure her safety and not let her fall into any danger. Although half of his oath was broken by Princess Elaine, without your cooperation, he will not hand over Messiah.
Tyrion said.
That was the reason why Dorang was so determined to protect Messiah in Wandering Power. When the dwarf was the acting prime minister, there were conditions for him to send his niece to Dorne for marriage. Dorang had to make a sacred oath and give Messiah the right to be a guest. Under the protection of the double oath, unless Dorang died, no one could touch Messiah in Dorne. The sudden rise of the Dark Star was a complete accident. Since you know what Messiah went through, you still have the heart to take her as a hostage? Kevin said coldly. Hee. Her Majesty the Queen is also the chief bishop of the 7 gods. Tyrion laughed proudly. What do you mean? Kevin was puzzled. If the Great Sparrow can be resurrected, why can't Messiah grow ears? If you go and beg the Great Sparrow, he will definitely not agree. The Great Sparrow is not even willing to crown Timon. But the Dark Star is the Queen's White Knight. I also know your secret. Why don't you kill me? Walking in the secret passage leading to the seaside, Savage Haug gulped down golden wine while asking the dwarf beside him. Haug was a shapeshifter and also a powerful warrior. The imp only knew about the secret passage to the Tower of the Prime Minister. But when the Tower of the Prime Minister was burned by Cersei, the shapeshifter's animal companion helped him find the secret passage to the crow's nest next door. It was also the animal companion that monitored Kevin and the others. As a reward, Tyrion promised to treat him to the best wine in the world. Now, Haug had a string of wine bottles around his neck. They were all golden wine from the Green Pavilion Island that the dwarf found in the crow's nest. They were part of Grand Preceptor Pycelle's collection. If I kill you, who will prove my innocence to the Queen? Tyrion laughed. Just like the day when he tamed the Alpine clan in the Bright Moon Mountains, the dwarf had established a relationship with Savage Haug that was more than friendship after just 10 hours of interaction. The Alpine clan were also savages. They were the ancestors that fled to the Bright Moon Mountains. Their customs and personality were not much different from the savages beyond the Great Wall. Tyrion was very good at and liked to deal with such simple-minded people. You are too cunning. I don't know if you will betray the Queen. I can't prove your innocence. I will only tell everything you said to the Dragon Queen. That is exactly what I need you to do. Tyrion laughed. If the Queen wants to kill you, I will twist off your head without hesitation, cut off your manhood, and keep it. Savage Haug mumbled. What do you want my penis for? The dwarf's smile froze. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Shapeshifter Haug said without hesitation, a dwarf's penis is magical. I have long wanted one to make a protective talisman. Taimai and Shaga are still friendlier. The Muggle savages did not know witchcraft, so they would not covet his penis. If they traveled by sea, it would be at least 2,000 kilometers from the Queen's Corner to the King's Landing. If they rode a dragon, it would be less than 1,400 kilometers. When they met Elaine again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tyrion now had the ability to sleep while riding a dragon. Without stopping, he called the Princess of Dorne and flew 500 kilometers to the Flowing Water Garden in Dorne. Chapter 565. Sigh. I didn't expect the legendary number 1 of the young generation in the Western continent to be you, Tam sighed. The big smile on the Dragon Queen's face when she met an old friend froze. Number 1 of the young generation in the Western continent. She began to imitate Erlu, puffing up her cheeks and grinding her teeth. General Wildfire was back. After more than a week, he finally brought back a 12-year-old ugly lowly, 2 mages, and 4 shapeshifters. Tam was an old acquaintance of Dany's and could be considered half of her teacher. While the others were brought to the bedroom by the maids to wash up, Dragon Queen affectionately called the Shadow Binder to the study. The 2 of them closed the door and reminisced about old times.
Yes.
Tam did not notice the change in his little sister's mood at all. He said with a complicated tone, "Other than those demigods who have existed since ancient times, you are almost unrivaled among the young generation. Do you know the King Crab of Gettelho? I killed him," Dany said. "Without the dragon, would you be a match for the King Crab? My dragon is part of my strength. 8,000 Unsullied and 40,000 Mother of Dragons guards are also part of your strength. According to your calculation, doesn't that mean you are invincible beyond the realm of true gods?" To a transcendent mage, only their own strength was real. For example, one day in the future, your Megalosaurus will become a dragon god, but you will still be immortal. 100 years later, the Megalosaurus will still be the Megalosaurus, but you will only be a pile of dirt. Even though he knew that the person in front of him was the Dragon Queen and not his little sister, Layla, the Shadowbinder could not help but treat her like a new apprentice and teach her earnestly. "I'm not being arrogant." Dany sighed and said awkwardly, "It's just that the number 1 of the young generation has been tormented by Lisbon. Now, don't call me that in the future. That's what everyone in the transcendent world says." The Shadowbinder dealt a heavy blow to the Dragon Queen. Dany's beautiful face was a little twisted, and she said hatefully, "Say, if I destroy the evil gods in the city-states of the Western continent, such as the Black Goat of Kohor, will my title change?" "You?" The shadow-binding warrior was stunned. "So that's how it is." "What? Have you already wanted to kill the Black Mountain Goat?" the shadow-binding warrior asked. "What happened?" The shadow-binding knight said slowly, "Demigods can predict their own safety. The Black Goat has existed for thousands of years and lived through the Valeglia era. Its believers are spread all over Khal and the Northern Forest tribes. It is undoubtedly a powerful god. Some time ago, he suddenly appeared without the sacrifice of believers and summoned all the priests to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Slave Bay. Almost every Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea had received gifts from the core merchants, and there were also Black Goat priests who acted as lobbyists for the Khal. It's very likely that he predicted your malice toward him." "So mysterious?" "From now on, if you want to deal with transcendence, never say it out loud. Don't let a second person know about it. There are too many existences in this world who know about prophecies," Tam said seriously. Dany remembered Tam's words and asked with a smile, "Then, when you were in Volantis, did you predict my identity?" "After the fire burned the Black Tower, I had some doubts. However, I came from Yasha only to hatch dragons," the shadow-binding warrior said strangely. At this point, Tam also asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. "What's the secret of hatching dragons?" "Hatching dragons is a kind of talent. It has nothing to do with Lalo or the sacrifice of evil gods. It's just like how I can learn the Grand Wizard meditation technique. Other people can't learn it even if they get their hands on it." The shadow-binding warrior was stunned. After a while, he sighed and said, "Then you are very vicious when you spread the news that sacrificing your loved ones can hatch dragons. In the past 6 months, I have sacrificed at least 300 people to Lalo. Although the shadow-binding warriors don't mind blood, killing without reason. Sigh. Danny raised her hand and looked around with her big round eyes. She shouted, I won't take the blame for this. I did say that sacrificing my loved ones to hatch dragons. However, I had just arrived in Astapor and was short of money. I needed to fool the good Lord and raise the price of the dragon eggs in exchange for the Unsullied. From the beginning to the end, I didn't spread this news to the public. It was you who spread it. During this period, I even made a few public statements. Your denial will only make us more convinced. Tam interrupted her. Danny curled her lips and said, That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. All right, I don't want to talk about that anymore. Tim opened the backpack by his feet and took out an ebony box inlaid with red and blue gems. It was as big as a rice cooker and looked very exquisite. 7 gods above. Danny's pupils contracted as she said in disbelief, You even stole the dragon eggs of Volantis. You sensed it? Tam was also shocked. He looked at the dragon queen and opened the lid. As expected, there was a black and red dragon egg placed on the green silk of the barbarian land. You have already established the 7 Gods Dragon Church in the barbarian land under Bu Cheng's name. He has no choice but to leave. If he suddenly leaves, I won't be able to give the Volantis a reasonable explanation and will definitely be implicated. Also, everyone knows that I was the one who brought Layla to Consul Mirajo's house last time. No matter what, my reputation in the Western continent is completely ruined. I don't mind being accused of stealing dragon eggs. The shadow-binding knight said with a complicated tone. Hearing that she was not calm, Danny hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry, your reputation won't be ruined. In the future history books, you will be a brave, kind, honest, and trustworthy legendary wizard with powerful magic power. How do you know? Tam asked curiously. Because I am the one who wrote the history books. Such shameless words were said by the Dragon Queen in such a righteous manner. The shadow-binding knight's expression could not be seen with the red lacquered wooden mask, but her hands on her knees were clearly trembling, showing the intense emotions in her heart. When will this egg hatch? She dryly changed the topic. It's useless. Danny glanced at the dragon egg and said regretfully, although Lalo was greedy, he was honest enough. He accepted the sacrifice and would definitely give a response. This egg belonged to Targaryen. It was not completely petrified and still had a trace of vitality. Now it is filled with incomplete undead from the world of death. When Tam carried the backpack into the study, Danny immediately sensed the evil aura of dead souls inside. However, Tam was a shadow-binding knight who often sacrificed evil gods. The Dragon Queen thought that the evil aura came from the magic materials or magic tools carried by the wizard. Is the dragon egg really useless? Tam asked with a trembling voice. Maybe it can hatch a monster, but I don't recommend you keep it, Danny said. Keep what? I was going to give it to you. Tam sighed. Then destroy it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the two of them were talking, suddenly, a red light flashed across the dragon crystal mirror opposite them. What kind of magic tool is that? Tam asked in surprise. What did you see? Danny asked curiously. The magic waves are similar to a glass candle, but the aura is vast and vast. This is Valeglia's magic network. As she said that, Danny activated the magic mirror. With a whoosh, there was no image or sound. Only a ray of blue light shot towards her forehead. This was the normal way to use the magic network. The previous livestream was equivalent to watching a 4K movie on a mobile phone in the 2G era. After a while, the Dragon Queen opened her eyes and said with a strange expression, He's really looking for trouble. Under the lead of the centaur maid Kiki, Tam carried the backpack and left the Queen's study. He went to the VIP bedroom on the top second floor. Then, Tyrion brought his niece to meet the Queen. Your Majesty, this is Marcella, my niece. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. Without needing her uncle to teach her, the big lowly bowed to the Dragon Queen with great familiarity. Come and sit down. Danny looked at the little girl, while pointing at the soft couch opposite her. Myrcella was 12 years old this year, 5 meters tall. She was much taller than her uncle. Her face was small and delicate. She had milk-white skin and a head of fluffy golden hair. Delicate, beautiful, and polite. Especially her pair of sky-blue eyes. They were big and spirited. There was only curiosity and a hint of confusion. There was no fear or cowardice. She was a very courageous little girl. The only thing was that Myrcella was missing half of her left ear. There was also a hideous centipede-like scar on her fair and tender cheek. It was almost comparable to the scar on her Uncle Tyrion's face. Being stared at by the Dragon Queen for a while, the little girl noticed it and shrunk her neck in self-abasement. Dany retracted her gaze and turned to the dwarf. She asked curiously, "What did you do in the Westeros for Prince Dowling to be willing to let you go?" "Before I went to Dorne, Prince Dowling was prepared to send Myrcella back to the King's Landing." Also, Tyrion looked at his niece. His cheek muscles twitched. He found it hard to speak. "Let's put it this way. My sister was very dissatisfied with the marriage between Myrcella and the little Prince of Dorne. When she was still the Queen Regent, she arranged for Sir Balon Sven to go to Dorne to bring Myrcella back to the King's Landing. That's fine, but my sister is crazy." Time and time again, Tyrion was about to say something bad about Cersei. However, he stopped when he saw his niece beside him. "Sigh. My sister invited the Dornishmen to escort Myrcella to the King's Landing. However, she secretly arranged for people to disguise themselves as bandits. She planned to use my name to attack Myrcella's group in the Imperial Forest and kill Prince Tristan, who was accompanying her. Quentyn and Arrayn's younger brother, Myrcella's fiancé." The Imperial Forest was a forest outside the King's Landing that belonged to the king. Tyrion had taken in a few subordinates from the clans in the Mingue Mountains. One of them was a barbarian called Shaga. After his employer lost power, the imp was stripped of his position as the acting prime minister. He led his Stone Crow tribe to settle down in the Imperial Forest. Because of that, Cersei came up with this idea. The Dornishmen are not simple. They knew about my sister's plan and planned to beat her at her own game. The dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If I did not take Myrcella away, she would have lost her life in the aftermath of the power struggle, just like her face." Prince Michio is a man of principle. He did not want to break his oath and did not want to hurt Myrcella. However, the incident with the Dark Star made him understand that things would not always go as he wished. After seeing my uncle's letter, he immediately agreed to let her go. Myrcella's eyes darkened. A trace of sadness and sorrow appeared on her scarred face. "Then why did you bring her to me?" Dany asked curiously. "Your Majesty, I have done something." Tyrion pulled himself together and said proudly, "I convinced my uncle to give up the Iron Throne and lead Casterly Rock to surrender to you. Soon, you will receive his letter of loyalty." Dany shook her head and sighed. "I can't receive a letter from a dead person." Chapter 566. Lead the Lannister clan to surrender to Targaryen. It might sound crazy, but Kevin was not crazy. Instead, he was very rational. After Tyrion left and returned to his bedroom in Meg Tower, he did not go back to sleep. Instead, he carefully recalled his nephew's words and thought about it. Then he realized something terrifying. In the process of overthrowing the Iron Throne of Aerys, the crowned stag of the Stormlands, the crescent falcon of the Aran Valley, the dire wolf of the Northern Territory, and the leaping trout of the river, they had to deal with the Targaryen without a dragon, the Highgarden Rose, and half of Dorne. Robert barely held onto the righteous name and combined the strength of the four countries. Even with the Lion of the Western Territory holding Targaryen back, the two sides were barely split. Robert was 6, and Rhaegar was 4. Now, the Stormlands, River, and the Northern Territory had become a burden to the Iron Throne. Littlefinger of the Aran Valley had evil intentions. The Highgarden Rose was not on the same side, and Dorne. Even if the little demon did not reveal any information about the alliance between Dorne and the Dragon Queen, Kevin was not stupid. Could he not guess? Without a doubt, the Iron Throne of Lannister was fighting alone and was restrained by his teammates. It was far from being as strong as Ares' era. Without a doubt, the Dragon Queen with the Megalosaurus, pterosaurs, and an army of tens of thousands was not weaker than Robert's four-nation alliance. Dragon Queen Robert and Kevin. There was really no chance of winning. As the sky gradually brightened, the sound of the crowd and the clashing of armors and weapons could be heard in the silent Red Keep. The Lion family's old dog sighed and decided to do the small things by himself like in the past. He would listen to his brother for the big things. The Tyrion from last night was the old lion Tywin. With a decision in his heart, he began to make arrangements. First, he secretly arranged for his trusted subordinates to dig holes in the secret tunnels under the Red Keep, bury poisonous stingers, and set traps for ferocious beasts. He even hid wildfire flasks in a few of the pits. Then, he mobilized the Lannister army outside the city into the Red Keep to deal with a possible coup. After a busy day, he returned to his bedroom at night and bent over the table to write a letter of surrender and loyalty. At midnight, the regent finally completed a sincere declaration of surrender that was neither servile nor overbearing. Just as he was folding the letter and stamping it with the regent's letter wax, his niece's voice sounded outside the door. "Are you crazy? Are you stupid? Don't you recognize me? Remember, you are the Lions of Casterly Rock, not the retainers of Sir Kevin. And I, Cersei Lannister, am the heir to Duke Tywin. I am the one you should be loyal to." As usual, Cersei was stopped at the door by the guards before she received permission from the Prince Regent. Unlike in the past, she did not wait for the guards to pass on the message. Instead, she loudly scolded the guards of the Lion family and even proclaimed her own rights, just like in the period of the Regent Empress Dowager. However, Kevin could understand. The little devil had appeared in the Red Castle again, so it was normal for his niece to go crazy. With a sigh, he announced at the door, "Let the Empress Dowager in." Cersei rushed to the desk like a tornado and roared at her uncle, "Did the little devil come to find you?" Kevin raised his eyebrows. Cersei was not alone. Her husband, Uluin, followed in with a smile on his face. "He sneaked into the crow's nest, forced Pycelle to lure me over, and finally shot the Grand Master and Sir Bronn." Holy Mother! Cersei hugged her head and walked around the desk aimlessly, like a small train that had lost control. I knew it. That monster has always been under our feet. I knew it. I told you to burn the secret passage with wildfire. You didn't listen, I told you." Sir Kevin interrupted his niece, who had fallen into a state of madness, and said, "He left King's Landing a long time ago, and now he is the right-hand man of the Dragon Queen." Ayo! Cersei raised her head and howled. Her beautiful blue eyes were bloodshot and bulging out of her eye sockets. "Dany, rise. I should have known. Dorne and Highgarden's power is limited. They can't overthrow my rule. He can only find stronger, more vicious foreign aid. The mystic dragon witch and the mutated monster, colluding with each other, they are a match made in heaven. You are locked up by the Big Sparrow. It has nothing to do with Dany Rise, have you forgotten?" Kevin said helplessly. "Yes, and the Big Sparrow." Cersei suddenly shouted as if she had been enlightened. "The Big Sparrow and the Mystic Dragon, which are also in cahoots. Those three evil people conspired together to kill me. I have no shame in losing." Kevin was completely speechless. He could only stare at Uluin and say, "Wake up your wife." Uluin shrugged and smiled helplessly. After a while, Cersei suddenly looked up and stared at her uncle with a pair of green eyes. "Why didn't the little devil kill you?" "I am his uncle. Why would he kill me for no reason?" Kevin frowned. "Do demons need a reason to do evil?" "Joffrey, my father. Which one of them is not his family? Or are you in cahoots?" Cersei looked at her uncle suspiciously. Kevin almost exploded with anger. He wanted to scold his niece, but on second thought, he did seem to have reached a tacit understanding with Tyrion to protect the Lannister family.
Sigh.
Kevin sighed and said tiredly, "Cersei, you have too much prejudice against Tyrion." Cersei heard this and was really angry. She said with a twisted face, "I guessed it. You are in cahoots. I was wrong about you. You killed my father, dethrone me from the position of the Queen Regent just to sit on the Iron Throne. Now, you contacted the dwarves. Are you planning to get rid of Timon and me? Veins popped out on Kevin's hand that was pressed against the edge of the table. He really wanted to pick up the ink bottle and throw it at his niece's twisted face. Shut up, idiot. The old dog roared like a lion. Cersei was so scared that her face turned pale. She shrunk her neck and looked at her uncle with 3 parts fear and 7 parts hatred. Remember your identity, Mrs. Greyjoy. Kevin looked at his niece coldly and said word by word, "It is late now. Tomorrow morning. I will give you half a day to pack. Afternoon tomorrow. If I see you in the Red Keep, in the King's Landing, I will put you in a cage and send you to the Iron Islands in a carriage. I swear, I will do what I say. You have to at least let me know what you are planning. If you dare to hurt Timon, I'd rather die here." Cersei cried in despair and anger as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her like this, the anger in Kevin's heart quickly dissipated like a flood that broke through a dam. Tyrion thinks that the current Lannister is unable to maintain the rule of the Iron Throne, so it is better to surrender to Dany and rise. Cersei and Luwin were family, so Kevin did not hide his plan from Tyrion. After all, when his letter of surrender was sent to Dragonstone Island, the world would soon know about it.
What?
Cersei stopped crying. Her face was full of tears, but she was stunned. Not only her, even Luwin was dumbfounded. When Lannister returns to Casterly Rock, I will publicly acknowledge your relationship with Jaime, then let Tommen change his surname to Lannister and inherit the position of Duke of Casterly Rock. You will continue to be the Duchess of the Iron Islands. Kevin continued. Luwin frowned. Then what is the point of the Iron Islands submitting to the Iron Throne? You can surrender with Lannister, and I will fight for a better deal for you. You can also continue to occupy Carlin Bay, the Shield Islands, and continue to plot against the Dragon Queen, Kevin said. The Iron Throne had already been given away, so who cared about the chaos in the Westeros? Moreover, Luwin was only Lannister's son-in-law. I don't even care about my own life, so why would I care about your life? At this moment, Kevin's thoughts were much simpler and more relaxed. He even felt a little like he had lost his desire. You are the Mad King III. Cersei pointed at her uncle. Haha, the Mad King will voluntarily give up the Iron Throne? Kevin sneered. If my father is still alive, he will definitely kill you, Cersei said. In fact, it was Tywin who told me to do this. Kevin sighed. You are crazy, Cersei said in horror. Could it be that father has been resurrected like the Great Sparrow? Where is Myrcella? Suddenly, Cersei's expression changed as she sensed something strange. According to the plan, Myrcella would soon return to the King's Landing, but Kevin did not make any arrangements for her. After a moment of silence, Kevin said softly, You have seen how the Great Sparrow was resurrected with your own eyes. Dany Rise is also an archbishop and knows holy healing, 7 hells. You imp. You want to send my daughter to Slaver's Bay to be ravaged by the Mother of Dragons? Cersei cried out in despair. I don't agree. I would rather let her live as an ugly girl than let her die under the dragon flames. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. She has already been taken away by Tyrion, Kevin said calmly. So fast? Was he sent here by the Dark Dragon? Luwin was shocked. Kevin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was a pterosaur. Think about it. Even Tyrion was given a pterosaur. How powerful would Dany Rise be? Roar, suddenly, Cersei's eyes turned red. Her face twisted as she howled. She picked up a paper knife and pounced at Kevin. Old dog, give me back my daughter's life. Kevin sighed. He opened his right hand and grabbed Cersei's wrist like an eagle catching a chick. He pressed his left hand on her forehead and pushed her hard, causing her to fall heavily on her butt. Sob, 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 you kill my daughter. I will not let you go even if I become a deviant. Old dog, old dog. Cersei spread her legs and sat on the mirror blanket. She wiped her tears sadly and cursed viciously. Don't cry, my dear. Your chance has come. Back in the Queen Dowager's chambers, Yulun hugged the sobbing Cersei with a strange smile.
What chance? My daughter is dying.
Sob, sob. Cersei's eyes were filled with tears. It was as if she had returned to the day when Joffrey died. In Cersei's eyes, there was no queen more gentle and magnanimous than her. Even so, Sansa lived in fear every day. She suffered verbal insults and physical beatings. Joffrey often let the White Knight beat Sansa. The Dragon Queen was far more vicious and cruel than her. She did not know how to torture her poor Myrcella. Do you want revenge? Yulun asked darkly. Can you kill Dany Rise? Cersei asked with red eyes. No, but the most important thing now is not her, but your uncle. Are you willing to surrender and leave your fate in the hands of the Mother of Dragons? Yulun asked with a smile. Uncle. Cersei's face turned fierce. You should have killed him for me. There are guards outside. Yulun sighed. Then what should we do now? Cersei asked blankly. Do you know how Stannis killed Renly? Chapter 567. The blue eye on Yulun's right eye glowed faintly. He stuck out his dark red tongue and licked his dark blue lips. Then, he lovingly licked the tears off Cersei's soft cheeks. He leaned close to her ear and said hoarsely, Do you know how Renly died? Cersei trembled and said in disbelief, You know blood witchcraft too? My magical lips, can't you feel it? Yulun pouted. It feels comfortable but ugly. Cersei spoke her truest feelings. Then, she became excited again and asked a series of questions. Where did you learn witchcraft? Is it the meditation of the great wizard of Valeglia? I heard from Cobborn that Dany Rise seems to have inherited the legacy of the great wizard. You have been to the ruins of Valeglia, so you should know it too, right? Can you teach me? Yulun smiled strangely and got up from the couch facing the balcony. He went into the inner room and pulled out a dark red wooden suitcase from under the bed. He opened the bronze lock with a key and lifted the lid. Immediately, a strong musky smell filled the room.
Ah!
Cersei leaned over to take a look. Her eyes widened in horror, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. Queen Dowager, do you need me to come in? A guard outside the door asked loudly. They did not immediately rush in to save the Queen Dowager because the White Knight, Robert Strong, was always by her side. It's fine, I'm fine. Cersei quickly calmed her breathing and said calmly to the guard. The guard nodded and retreated. Cersei leaned over to Yulun and pointed at the human swine in the wooden suitcase. She cursed softly, 7 gods above, are you crazy? You hid a dead person under our bed. There was a thick white blanket in the wooden suitcase, and a skinny bald man who had lost both his arms and legs was lying on it. He's not dead. Weren't you curious about who I learned magic from? He was my mentor in magic and occultism. Yulun smiled. As he spoke, the bald wizard opened his eyes with a pair of dead and despairing eyes.
Ah!
Cersei gasped as she looked into his eyes. She took 2 steps back in fear. His thin and pale cheeks puffed up a few times, as if he was inflating a shriveled tire. After a long while, the male adept finally gathered enough strength to open his blue lips that were identical to Yulun's. He hissed, Whatever you want as long as I know it, I can tell you. If I tell you everything, I'll be useless. Please kill me. He's really alive. 7 gods above. This thing has been hiding under my bed for a month or 2. Cersei looked at Yulun without fear, only disgust. Perhaps he had heard all her hysterical screams these past few nights. Someone as elegant as Jaime, as handsome as Jaime, and as gentlemanly as Jaime would never do something so perverted. Jaime, where did you go, you bastard? I purposely spread the news of the Empress Dowager's marriage to the 7 kingdoms, especially the Trident River, more than a month in advance. Didn't you hear? Or did you not take it seriously even though you knew? Or did you really elope with that roseless Ironguard? Cersei was stunned. Her thoughts flew from the bedroom in front of her to the Trident River thousands of miles away, from the dead male adept, Renji, to her missing lover's brother. Yulun thought she was scared out of her wits. He hugged her gently and whispered in her ear, Do you want to learn magic? Let him teach you. Circe came back to her senses and looked at the man in the box.
Who are you?
I am the great adept of queers, Hyablay, the blue-lipped male adept replied. The great adept is the leader of the male adepts. Their position among the male adepts is equivalent to the chief bishop or high priest of the church, Yulun explained. The fear in Circe's eyes was immediately replaced by excitement. In other words, he knows all the secret spells of the male adepts. Yulun's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "My lady, we really have a telepathic connection. When I learned of his identity that day, I also wanted to steal all the secret spells of the male adepts." What telepathic connection? Who wouldn't put money in their pocket if they found it by the roadside? Sussy rolled her eyes at her husband and asked, "How did you meet him?" Kaya was the first dragon seeker. He found Daenerys in the Red Wastelands, but because he plotted against her dragon, the Sorcerer Templar was burned down by the Mystic Dragon. It was similar to the Great Templar of the Seven Gods. So he wanted revenge. To take revenge, he chased Dany Rise out to sea, but in the end, Yulun could not help but sigh at this point. When Dany Rise left Queers, she said she was going to Pentos to find Illyrio. In the end, she changed her path halfway and went to the ruins of Valeglia, where she met me. Sussy thought of Yulun's stolen treasures and could not help but mock. What an ill-fated relationship. It should have been a great opportunity, but I was too greedy, Yulun said regretfully. When I took the risk to steal the dragon's horn and dragon egg from the Great Pyramid, I met the male adepts who returned from Volantis. They learned about Dany Rise from the Volantis people. It was also my luck. First, I got 5 fast ships and thousands of offerings from the Zingi Steel Legion. Then I met the unprotected 3-masted ship of the male adepts. If not for his setback with Dany Rise, Yulun's journey in the east would have been the standard adventure template for a certain male protagonist. Sigh. Master Haya is so pitiful. After knowing that the male adepts were Dragon Queen's sworn enemies, Sussy suddenly had an 80% favorable impression of him. In fact, although the male adepts were pitiful, he was not innocent. That day, in the Red Wasteland, in the White Cloud City, the 3 dragon seekers swore a sacred oath to the Dragon Queen. During Queer's journey, they would do their best to ensure the safety of her and her subordinates, and would never do anything to harm her. Other than being mysterious and pretentious, she had always provided Dany with correct and effective advice on magic. For example, she reminded her to bring a dragon along when she went to the Immortal Hall. Even Zero, the stingy guy who desperately wanted the Megalosaurus, never thought of robbing or killing Dany to take the baby dragon for himself. He always kept to his oath and ensured that her rights as a guest would not be violated. Because of that, when Zero went to Astapor to negotiate for the ransom of the prisoners, Dany treated him with good wine and food and did not have any intention of harming him. Of the 3 dragon seekers, only the male adepts, Haya, betrayed their oath. He first tricked Dany into going to the Immortal Hall for the Immortal to take over her body, and after that failed, he sent the regretful guest to assassinate her. In the end, he shed all pretense of cordiality and personally led his men to hunt her down in this world. Those who betrayed their oaths were bound to suffer retribution. Haya's retribution was Yulun. Haya led the 3 strongest male adepts under his command to set off from Queers. However, the 4 male adepts only knew how to use curses to harm people. They were completely useless against pirates. When they were first captured, the male adepts even used words to threaten Yulun to protect their identities. But who was Crow's Eye? How dare he threaten him? When Yulun killed the male adepts who spoke rudely to him and smiled as he fed his flesh to the other 3, Haya broke down. He ate his companions first, then his own limbs. Other than a quick death, the male adepts did not ask for anything else. He would answer almost anything Yulun asked him. He did not care about the male adept secrets and the Immortal Hall's secrets at all. I heard that the witch by Stannis' side is a red-robed monk. Will the male adepts use the blood witchcraft of the Red God priests? Sussy asked doubtfully.
Don't worry.
The male adepts' curses are no weaker than those of the Shadowbinders. Yulun smiled. He was not bragging. The male adepts were best at using curses to punish those who had offended them. They had their own strengths. What should I do? Cersei asked nervously. You just need to provide me with some blood.
Leave the rest to me, Yulun said. Blood?
What do you want my blood for? The blood of hatred from a loved one, the blood of royalty, is the best medium for curses. Just like how Stannis killed Renly, the red-robed woman must have used his blood as well. Loved one. Cersei kept muttering this word. In an instant, it was as if a dam of memories had been opened in her mind. Countless images flooded her mind. 4 years old? 5 years old? Uncle Kevin had placed her on his neck like a little knight's warhorse. He had carried her on a gallop. At that time, he still had a head of golden hair that fell to his shoulders. It was warm and soft. When she was 7 years old, the daughter of a branch family in Lannister Harbor was her maid. That little bitch dared to seduce Jaime at such a young age. Cersei cut off her golden hair and cut her face. Her father wanted to beat her, but Uncle Kevin stopped him and protected her. When she was 9 years old, Uncle Kevin took her and Jaime to hunt. That was the first time she used a crossbow to hunt. 13 years old. What's wrong? The man's questioning voice rang in her ears. She also felt a tap on her shoulder. Cersei left the river of memories and came back to her senses. She hesitated and asked, Must we kill him? Can't we just knock him out? Yulun's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Knock him out? My lady, you're so cute. Won't he wake up if he faints? If he faints for 8 or 10 years, my rule will be stable. When I was young, old man told me a story. A princess was cursed by a forest witch and slept for more than 10 years before she was awakened by a prince, Cersei said with a serious expression. Stories are all lies. Yulun's mouth twitched. Cersei shook her head and said, No, I found that old Nan's story has come true in recent years. Mystic dragon, witch, wizard, deviant. Fine, Yulun said irritably. But your uncle is not a pure princess. He can't sleep. Cersei seemed to have thought of a wonderful idea. Her eyes glowed. She clasped her hands and said, There's another story. A prince was cursed by a witch and turned into a frog. How about you turn my uncle into a lion? Either you kill him, or we return to the Iron Islands and bid farewell to the Iron Throne. Then, we can pray to the Mother of Dragons that the evil Mother of Dragons will forget your father's death and treat Myrcella and Tommen kindly. Yulun's eyes were dark and his voice was low and hoarse. The Iron Throne, Myrcella, my daughter. In an instant, Cersei's eyes turned red and tears gushed out like a fountain. Your uncle is dead. He can no longer be loyal to me. Dany said, What did you say? Tyrion's vision blurred. It was as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. He was confused. 2 days ago, at midnight, Prince Regent Kevin Lannister was assassinated by his nephew, who sneaked into the Red Keep. His heart was pierced, and he died on the spot, Dany said faintly. Is Jaime crazy? Tyrion shouted in disbelief. Dragon Queen looked at him strangely for a while before saying, I don't know if your brother is crazy or not, but you must be crazy. First, you killed your nephew. Then, you killed your father. Now, you even killed your uncle. There is no one in the world more vicious than you. 2 days ago, Uncle Tyrion did not kill second grandpa at Flowing Water Garden. Myrcella's eyes were red, but her gaze was clear and firm. Chapter 568. Messai, you must be tired after flying for 2 days and 2 nights. Go take a nap. There's a banquet tonight. Tyrion regained his senses and forced a smile. Messai's face turned pale. She could vaguely guess that her mother had something to do with her second grandpa's death. But she held back her tears and bowed to the Dragon Queen before leaving with the Centaur maid. Sigh, even Messai guessed it. The dwarf no longer hid anything and revealed his tired and sorrowful face. He smiled bitterly and said, Did my sister do it? I don't know. Dragonstone Island only sent news of Kevin's death and the chaos at King's Landing. I don't even know what you did to cause his death. Dany shook her head and said, "If they didn't spread the news that I was the murderer, I would suspect Varys, Stark, or someone else. But I'm too familiar with this feeling. It's exactly the same as when the Kingsguard ambushed Prince Dorne and framed me. It must be that bitch Cersei." Tyrion's ugly face was extremely twisted. His heterochromatic eyes flashed with bone-deep hatred and indescribable sorrow. "You haven't told me what you did." Dany glanced at him and said calmly, "Sigh, I wanted to take the Iron Throne for you and protect Lannister as much as I could." Tyrion used the opportunity of rubbing his face to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He slowly told the Dragon Queen his thoughts and the process of his journey to the Westeros, without leaving out a single word except for his guess about Aegon's identity. "I thought that even if you don't hate Casterly Rock City and Lannister, you shouldn't love them so deeply," Dany said strangely. "Isn't this human nature?" Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I grew up in Casterly Rock City. My uncle and aunt's family treated me well. Except for my father, who was too harsh, Casterly Rock City meant nothing to me." He looked at the Dragon Queen in front of him and changed his analogy. "It's no different from Winterfell and Stark." "That makes sense. Casterly Rock is your home, and Lannister is your family." Dany nodded and asked, "But how can you be sure that I will accept Lannister's surrender?" "Your Majesty, you are the Queen. Perhaps you don't understand what it means to be a subject." "What logic?" Tyrion sighed. "The most important skill for a good subject is to understand the intentions of his superiors. He must be able to study the way the monarch acts and thinks. Then, do you know that trying to figure out the will of your superior is also a crime?" Dany sneered. Tyrion said, "Not only does he want his subjects to do things according to their wishes, but he also doesn't allow his subjects to study themselves. That kind of stupid king can only live in the dreams that his ministers weave for him. Obviously, your Majesty is wise and mighty. In front of you, all lies and schemes are meaningless. It seems that you are still too ignorant. You don't know that there is a Yang Xiao in the east, Scholar Yang. That Scholar Yang is the same as you. He likes to play tricks in front of the king, but he thinks that he can control himself. He thinks that if he doesn't make a big mistake, the king can't do anything to him. Guess what?" His head fell off. Dany's eyes were clear as she looked at the dwarf and sneered. "I am different from Scholar Yang. He may want to show off in front of people and show off his cleverness. I work hard in the hope that I can save a few hundred people in my family." Tyrion lamented. Dany thought carefully and realized that the dwarf was telling the truth this time. He was different from Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao was just itching for a beating. The dwarf also played tricks to scheme against the king, but his starting point was not to show off, but to cut trees for the sake of his family. No matter what foreigners did, as long as it was for the sake of cutting trees, they could be forgiven and whitewashed. It was like this in movies. Tyrion was also a foreigner, other than herself. Everyone in this world was a foreigner. What he did seemed to conform to the mainstream values of society. The man who broke off the engagement with the Third King did two things in front of people and behind the scenes. He chopped off the head of the vassal Ca Stark, broke his own oath, and forgave Catelyn, who had cheated the entire Northern Territory for her own personal gain. He could be forgiven for the sake of cutting trees, but Wildfry and Bolton could not be forgiven for the sake of power. In fact, apart from their own goals, Robb and Catelyn's actions were no different from Wildfry and Bolton's. Thinking of this, Dany reluctantly forgave Tyrion for acting on his own. She never expected absolute loyalty from him. If she did not expect it, she would not be disappointed. Of course, not mentioning some things now did not mean that she would forget. She would remember it in her little notebook and dig a few more holes for him in the future. It's a pity that your plan did not exchange for loyalty and filial piety. Instead, you ended up in an awkward situation. You tricked your uncle and yourself, Dany mocked. Tyrion, who was good at reading people's expressions and guessing their intentions, immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He guessed right again. The Dragon Queen was indeed a reasonable person. She had the magnanimity to put herself in other people's shoes and think from their point of view. Then he felt sad. The most difficult Dragon Queen in the world had been persuaded by him. The second most difficult obstacle, Uncle Kevin, had also been conquered. But just when he was about to reach the end of victory, he fell because of Circe, that stumbling block. No, she was not a stone. She was just a pile of sticky, stinky dog poop. Stumbling poop. In his life, Tyrion had fought the Wolf Mother, the time when Catelyn kidnapped Tyrion, overturned Stannis, stabilized the King's Landing for the Iron Throne, and ended the rebellion of the Four Kings. He could be a general, fighting on the battlefield. He could be a minister, strategizing and strategizing. Even under the Dragon Queen's command, he was unparalleled in wisdom and bravery. He fought until the upper echelons of the Alliance clenched their teeth and could only send assassins to eliminate future troubles. And Cersei? Along the way, other than defeating the honest Ned Stark, what other achievements did she have? Toyed with by Littlefinger, frightened by Stannis to the point of drinking poison to commit suicide, deceived by ministers, toyed with her body by mercenaries, locked up and trained by the Great Sparrow, seized power by Pycelle, deceived by, yet, such a good-for-nothing who lost every battle was able to gain the upper hand every time she met a genius imp like him who won every battle. Could it be that there was always someone who had a weakness, and he was naturally countered by her? Or did she have a talent called being a tyrant in one's nest? The dwarf subconsciously looked around, trying to find a crossbow. He had the thought of killing his kinsman again. "What's the situation in the King's Landing?" he asked. "Tommen is still young. It is imperative to choose a new regent. Your sister wants to enter the palace again, and the hand of the king, Mace Tyrell, is willing to share the burden of his son-in-law. Queen Marjorie feels that since her mother-in-law is already married and has become a Greyjoy, she has no right to interfere in the family matters of Theon Bella. As the only mistress of the Red Castle, she has already come of age. She has the right and ability to manage the country for her current husband and future children. Your Majesty, it's time for you to set things right," Tyrion said excitedly. "You want me to break my oath?" Dany said calmly. "No, you don't have to do anything. You only need to send Prince Aegon and me, 2 pterosaurs and the Golden Regiment. That's enough." Tyrion's eyes lit up as he looked at the Dragon Queen expectantly. Everyone knows that Wade Fry violated the rights of the guests, but he was not the one who killed them. Can you say that he is innocent? Aegon is my nephew. What's the difference between what he did and what I did? Dany said coldly.
Sigh.
What a pity. The King's Landing of hundreds of thousands of citizens is going to be destroyed. Tyrion sighed. Don't try to instigate me here. The King's Landing is at most a court battle now. If Aegon really fights for the Iron Throne, it will be a disaster. Or, do you only see your own family and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms and ignore the real citizens? Dany said with a hint of anger on her face. Tyrion wanted to argue, but he swallowed his words when he saw those purple eyes, as cold as a lake of ice. He turned his head and begged, "Then can you heal the scar on Myrcella's face?" Dany only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let her enter the great cathedral and become the White Saintess. If she is not a devout follower of the seven gods, the Holy Mother will not bless her. The White Saintess was completely different from the Red Saintess. The training process of the White Saintess was similar to entering a boarding school. Other than the church's classics, she also learned needlework, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, writing, archery, sword self-defense, history, literature, and other knowledge. This was not something that Dany had created. It was an elite aristocratic education unique to this world. The good lords, wise lords, and great lords of Slave Bay were fallen, but they were also the most knowledgeable group of people. That night, Dany held a welcoming party for Tam and Bo Chung. Other than those close to her, who lived in the Great Pyramid, most of the people who came were the Royal Mage Corps' wildfire mages. Other than the first batch of 50 fire mages, another 30 to 40 people came one after another. Even after the wildfire bombs bombarded Tolos, the Allied army understood the importance of wild mages. However, they could not stop them from joining Slave Bay. Tam and Bo Chung were extraordinaires when they were in Volantis. Naturally, they were like fish in water now. Soon, They established their positions in Danny's mage core. However, after Bo Chung mastered the magic net frequency, he returned to Barren Land. He would officially take up the position of Chief Bishop of Barren Land's Seven Gods Dragon Sect. Well, it was awkward. Chief Bishop Bo was not even as good as Saint Danny. Saint Danny did not have much devotion to the seven gods, but she was familiar with the Seven Stars Bible and had a unique understanding of the Church's scriptures. However, Bo Chung still thought that the seven gods were seven pieces of wood. They had no devotion, no faith, and did not understand the scriptures. Kuei, she was unwilling to be Dragon Queen's little sister. Since the Battle of Meereen was about to begin, Danny could only let Tam be the leader of the Mage Corps. The black girl Larissa finally had a proper mysticism teacher. Danny was too busy. She did not have enough time to practice. Other than teaching Black Sister Larissa meditation techniques and fire witchcraft, she taught herself the general knowledge of mysticism. She consulted the fire mages of the Mage Corps. In the week that Tyrion returned, there was news from Dragonstone Island every day. Firstly, Tyrion sneaked into the Red Castle and killed White Knight Bronn, Grand Tutor Pycelle, and Prince Regent Kevin. He became a demon that was comparable to deviant ghosts among the people. Now, in the King's Landing Tavern, the number of poems and dramas written by bards for the little demon was almost comparable to that of the Dragon Queen. However, the Dragon Queen was famous for her beauty, while the dwarf was infamous for his infamy. It really was because his actions were unprecedented, too horrifying. Secondly, Cersei got what she wanted. After Kevin's death, she obtained the loyalty of the Lion Army in King's Landing. She once again had the trump card to sit on the Iron Throne. Then, the Highgarden army withdrew from the encirclement of Storm's End Fortress and began to return to King's Landing. Yes, when Tywin was alive, Mestillier led his army to besiege Storm's End Fortress. Marjorie was captured by the Great Sparrow, and the inflatable fish withdrew the army back to King's Landing. When Kevin became the regent and became the king's hand, he arranged for the Highgarden army to besiege Storm's End Fortress for the third time. During the War of the Usurpers, the inflatable fish sided with the dragon family and besieged Erlu's Storm's End Fortress once. In the end, Yuluen seemed to have kept his promise. He ordered Tywin to withdraw from Carlin Bay and completely give the Northern Territory to the King of the Northern Territory, Lothbolton. At the same time, he crossed the Mander River and prepared to complete the final negotiations with the Highgarden to return the Shield Islands. Then, Danny received an urgent message from the Dark Star. Jon was dead. Chapter 569. Danny could find Jarrow through the soul mark she left on his arm. But unlike Danny, Jarrow could not send of caller ID to the Dragon Queen through the soul fragment in his arm, just like what Danny did to Kashi. In other words, Jarrow Dane, the reserve White Knight, did not have the ability to contact the Dragon Queen. But this time, he was the one who contacted Danny. The red-robed woman, Melisandre, interfered. That woman actually managed to connect to Dragonstone Island's magic network even though she hadn't obtained the communication frequency. She did not even use a glass candle. Don't be surprised. Your magic network almost caused a new magic tide in the sea of magic. It's hard for me not to know. In the large dragon crystal magic mirror, the red-robed woman was surrounded by a circle of flames. Jarrow Dane stood behind her. The flames swayed, and the image rippled like water. The red-robed woman was talking to the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away by the furnace of the King's Tower. I know that the magic network has a weak effect on the magic tide, but connecting to the crystal ball of Dragonstone Island requires a special spell. It's useless even if you know how to construct the magic network. I set the magic frequency of the communication channel. Danny frowned. The red-robed woman's white cheeks reflected the red light in front of the bonfire. Her plump red lips curled into a smug smile. Your door is locked. I can't get in, but that doesn't mean I can't knock on the door. I'm not a thief, so I don't need to sneak in. The moon singer you left behind on Dragonstone Island heard my call and opened the door. Danny was speechless. If a rogue wizard had a strong magic power, He could find the connection of the magic network, just like how a hacker on the internet could find the American military server. The problem was, which hacker would dare to use his real name to harass it? The great wizards in Valeglia's era were far more terrifying than the American army. Their counterattacks were more direct and brutal. If the person controlling the magic crystal of Dragonstone Island was not Marvin, but Danny, as long as she was willing, she could burn Melisandre's beautiful face into a skeleton with just a thought. Through the magical connection, she could transmit a fire spell. Well, the internet could only transmit information, but the magic network here could transmit real magic power. Magic power could be converted into information and could also be converted into fire spells. However, Marvin could not be blamed for neglecting his duty. He only opened the door after confirming that Melisandre had a white knight by her side. How did Jon die? Dany withdrew her distracting thoughts and asked with interest. Melisandre looked at her deeply and said, "He broke his oath and was beheaded by the Night Watchers." Wow, this is even more tragic than the stabbing death in the original plot. Even his head had fallen off. TSK, however, why did it sound so funny? Ha 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 ha. Dany's heart was filled with an inexplicable sense of joy. She laughed unkindly and said, "He, it's useless to look for me for this kind of thing. Just rest in peace." Oh, you can't bury them. The deviant ghosts are just beyond the Great Wall. The corpses must be burned on the spot. Did you burn them? You didn't even ask what oath he broke. Melisandre asked. Yes, how did he break his oath? Dany immediately asked. Sigh, even in the north, there are schemes and deceits brought about by power. The red-robed woman sighed, and then recounted in detail what happened in the north after Dany left. After searching for the control hub of the Great Wall, or the Black Gate, in vain, Stannis immediately sent ravens to the vassals of the north. In his capacity as king, he called upon the heroes of the north to join him in the name of justice for Stark. It was very awkward. Other than a spy, no one responded. Well, Roose Bolton sent Alfcaw from Carhold City to Stark as a spy. He went to the Erlu camp at the Great Wall to trick the Erlu into attacking the Bolton family's Dreadfort. The Dreadfort's walls were high, and the city was deep. The Bolton family had existed for tens of thousands of years and was deeply rooted in the area. They were supported by all the people. Erlu would not suffer even if more than 1,000 cavalry soldiers fell into the Dreadfort. However, Winterfell was the opposite. The people and knights were all loyal to Stark and hated him to the core. Well, Old Stark-Caw was the uncle of Earl Stark-Caw who was killed by Robb. Although Little Caw had 2 sons killed by Jaime in Babel Forest, he still had a daughter in his hometown. His last son was captured by Lannister. Roose Bolton eliminated dissidents and arranged for the nobles of the north to venture deep into the king's territory. Little Caw was captured and probably would not survive. After all, his father killed 2 Lannister captives. However, Robb was quick and ruthless. He immediately chopped off Little Caw's head. Little Caw died tragically, but Little Caw's life was saved. Tywin was satisfied with Robb's explanation and did not continue to break the rule of not killing nobles' captives. The problem was, Old Caw had selfish motives. After the death of his nephew, he wanted his son to inherit Carhold City. His undercover Erlu not only wanted to please the new king of the north, but also wanted to kill Little Caw, who was still a captive at the King's Landing. Old Caw had sided with Erlu. How could Cersei let his grandnephew go? Old Caw also wanted his son to marry Little Caw's daughter. Uncle marrying his niece. Little Caw was unwilling and fled to the Great Wall to find Jon. Well, there was a problem of timing. Old Caw first went to the Great Wall to find Erlu and persuaded Erlu to attack the Terror Castle. Jon stopped him in time, allowing Erlu to escape. After that, Jon gave the House of Stark's second-to-last trump card to Erlu, the High Mountain Clan. The High Mountain Clan could be seen as the barbarians of the north, a tribe of barbarians loyal to Stark. Erlu received 3,000 strong men from the High Mountain Clan who could adapt to the bitter cold of the north, barely enough to participate in the struggle for supremacy again. Then, Erlu led the newly formed army to liberate Deepwood Castle. The High Mountain Clan and Deepwood Castle were both northwest of Winterfell. Erlu planned to attack Winterfell from this direction, and Deepwood Castle was considered passing by. In Deepwood Castle, he captured Asha Greyjoy and gained the loyalty of Dumbass Mormont. The Big Bear's Bear Island was next to Deepwood Castle, and the Big Bear's first wife came from Deepwood Castle. At this time, Little Ka escaped to the Great Wall's Dark Castle. Little Ka knew that Old Ka was a spy and told Chon was anxious. Erlu was in the middle of the march and could not send a messenger crow to inform him. Then he sent his animal companion, Old Raven Bear. Jon participated in the Berlu Rebellion War as a raven for the first time. Soon there was a second time, a third time. He even sent the direwolf thousands of miles away to the wolf forest near Erlu's barracks. Such a high degree of participation not only gave him a deeper understanding of the situation on the battlefield, but also changed Jon's mentality. In other words, he was the same as Tyrion, a lumberjack. The previous Night Watchman Jon was just a self-protection armor. Stark, who had running wolf's blood, was the true face under the armor. He saw the hope of revenge. With the help of the direwolf Witty, Erlu had a high chance of taking Winterfell and killing Little Skinner, Rhaenys Bolton, to avenge his clan. He saw the door of revenge slowly closing. The marriage between Cersei and Yu Lewin was successful, the Carlin Bay checkpoint was opened, and Rhaenys Bolton would lead thousands of veterans and Freyr soldiers back to Winterfell. What worried him more was the attitude of the nobles in the north. The nobles in the north were loyal to Stark, but Stark's clan had been exterminated in name. The nobles in the north hated Bolton for betraying Stark and the Northern Knights, but Bolton was still a prominent family in the north. The history of the Terror Castle was not inferior to that of Stark's Winterfell. Stannis, on the other hand, was an outsider, a failed king, a man with a bad temper and a negative charisma. He could not convince the nobles in the north. At this moment, the nobles in the north were faced with two choices. With a knife on their necks, they could bite the bullet and accept the fact that Bolton was the new king of the north. The advantage was that they could keep their wealth and power. Or they could take the initiative to feed feces to Stannis and force Rhaenys Bolton and the Iron Throne behind him, at least the Freyr family. The advantage was that they could avenge their old master, Stark. To the nobles in the north, regardless of whether they surrendered to Bolton or Erlu, it was as uncomfortable as eating feces. Just think about how the Northland barbarians treated the Savior, Dany, and Rhys in Game of Thrones. It was clear how xenophobic they were and how accustomed they were to Stark's rule. Since it was all about eating feces, eating Bolton's feces could at least preserve their families. As a result, there were nobles from the northern reaches who were trying to get close to Bolton. For example, Dustin of Lonely Tomb, Rhysweir of Creeklands, Mandalay of White Harbor, actually a spy, Amber of Hoothfire, Jon's family forced. After all, Bolton was from the north and was their relative. For example, Bolton's second wife was from the Dustin family. However, if a Stark stood out and declared his support for Stannis, everything would change. Any Stark, even if he was an illegitimate son, would be a pillar of support for the nobles in the north. Jon entered Raven's body and flew to a place that was neither human nor Winterfell. With Raven's eye, he witnessed how Skinny Skinner tortured the Winterfell villagers and shouted orders from his father's throne as the king of the north. Raven flew into the underground tomb and stood on Stark's empty coffin as she looked at her father's statue. "Father, father," Raven was on the verge of tears. Then, the straw that broke the camel's back came. Jon received a letter from his father's close friend Greywater Watch's leader, Holland lied. Countess Mage Mormont of Bear Island is not dead. She brought along King Robb's declaration of being the king of the North's successor. She was searching for Greywater Watch in the Neck Marsh when my men encounter her. The appointed successor of the king of the North is you, Jon Stark. P.S. Reading the contents of the letter, countless memories of Robb, Winterfell, and his father flashed in Jon's mind. He thought of Robb, who had sparred with him at the drill ground. He was laughing and panting. Snowflakes fell and melted into a steaming wet stain on his hair. Scholar Yimon had said, Kill the boy in your heart to bear the responsibility of a man. Robb had done it. What about him? Was his responsibility the Great Wall or Winterfell? Then, he thought of Bran, who climbed the walls of the tower as nimbly as monkey. He thought of Rickon, who was laughing until he was out of breath. He thought of Sansa, who was caressing a lady's fur while humming softly. He thought of Arya, whose hair was messy like a chicken's nest, running around like a crazy boy, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. In the command tower of Dark Castle, tears streamed down his face as he choked with sobs. The Great Wall did not lack a Jon Snow, but Stark only had one Jon. Stark. Chapter 570. Targaryen had mad blood, while Stark had running wolf blood. At that moment, it was unknown whether it was the mad blood acting up, the running wolf blood awakening, or the mad dragon and running wolf blood boiling at the same time. Jon decided to help R'hllor take down Bolton and Lannister on the Iron Throne. The Night Watchers will not participate in the conflict of the Seven Kingdoms. I will not ask my brothers to break their oath. I will go to Winterfell alone. When the Night Watchers gathered in the dining hall for dinner, he announced his decision to everyone. Jon did not hide his whereabouts and left Dark Castle quietly. He could not hide it. He had to appear in front of others sooner or later. Furthermore, a single person's strength was of little help in the war. There was no point in leaving alone. Hence, he only said the nice words first. He paused and said, "Of course, if any of my brothers are willing to follow me to the south, I will be very grateful." The barbarian commanders, led by Tormund, were all excited. They slapped the table and cheered loudly. "Crow, let us be your men. We will form your barbarian army and destroy Roose Bolton's ass." Actually, Tormund and the others were no longer barbarians. According to the three-way lease agreement that Dragon Queen came up with, the Night Watchers rented the barbarians to guard the Great Wall, and the barbarians rented the castle to live in. From the moment they signed the contract and stepped into the Great Wall, there were no more barbarians. They were all temporary Night Watchers. Maxie, Blacksmith Tanner, the red-nosed old doctor, and the other Night Watchers' expressions changed. They all understood the Commander-in-Chief's thoughts and were afraid of his decision. The Night Watchers did not marry, did not have land, did not have children, did not wear crowns, and did not fight for glory. Jon Snow had broken his holy oath. In this world, no one who broke an oath would have a good ending. This was the law. It was useless even if you were the main character. That night, Jon's head was cut off. The main character, dead. Who murdered Jon? Dany asked while holding back her laughter. Head of Staff Bowen Maxey led more than 50 Night Watchers into the command tower. The other Night Watchers were also watching outside the tower, the red-robed woman said. How tragic. Dany's mouth twitched. The child of prophecy, the first male lead of swimming power, actually ended up like this. It was Dany's fault for digging such a big hole for him. A long time ago, when she went to the Great Wall, she had always emphasized responsibility, oath, and honor. The oath of the Night Watchman, her own oath. The most important reason why the Dragon Queen was willing to selflessly help the Great Wall was that the Night Watchers were loyal to their duties and would not participate in the power struggle of the Seven Kingdoms. They would dedicate the rest of their lives to the Seven Kingdoms. The Night Watchers were the sharp swords in the darkness, the guards of the Great Wall. They resisted the cold flames, the light of dawn, the horn that awakened the sleepers, and the shield that protected the kingdom. This was the oath of the Night Watchers, the mission of the Night Watchers, and also the honor of the Night Watchers. It was the medal that the Night Watchers received the hospitality and help from any noble family in the Seven Kingdoms. Since the Night Watchers did not participate in any faction struggles, after the Dragon Queen promoted the vow of, "The one who ends the long night shall be the king," the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms more or less sent supplies and knights to the Great Wall. Even Casterly Rock City kept their promise. After Tywin lifted the blockade of Lannister Harbor, they arranged for ships to send large amounts of food, furs, and prisoners to the Shadow Tower. If the Night Watchers allowed Jon to recruit the barbarians and Night Watchers to the south to participate in the battle for Winterfell, and even to participate in the crusade against Lannister's Iron Throne, the Night Watchers would lose their honor. They would no longer be pure, and they would no longer receive any help from the nobles. Jon Snow was not an ordinary Night Watcher. He was the leader of the Great Wall, the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. Jaelo Dane represented the Dragon Queen in sending tens of thousands of tons of supplies to the Great Wall. The food, drinks, and clothing of the Night Watchers and barbarians all came from the Dragon Queen. Now, if Jon wanted to lead his men to the south, he could only use the Dragon Queen's supplies as supplies. This was because the thousands of kilometers of journey from the Great Wall to Winterfell was a world of ice and snow. It was almost deserted. Other than the food on the Great Wall, Jon and his barbarians had nowhere to find food. But if the Dragon Queen knew about this, would she be happy? Dany could say with certainty, "I'm very, very angry." The barbarians were deeply grateful to her for using food to help the barbarians. When they heard that the Slaves' Bay needed shapeshifters, they did not even need to mobilize. A large group of people, young and old, men and women, came to look for her. Even if she used food to help the people of the North, the people who ate the Dragon Queen's food would more or less remember her good deeds. Even if the people of the North were ingrates and did not remember her good deeds, she had done a good deed. But if she provided food and military equipment to Stark so that he could fight for the throne of the King of the North, other than disgust and killing, what could it bring her? For the past half a year, other than the Dragon Queen, most of the people who provided aid to the Great Wall were the nobles outside the North. The North had been at war for the past few years, and the wheat was rotting in the fields. Until now, even the Lord's family did not have much food left. They sent supplies thousands of miles to the Great Wall, only to find out that the Night Watchmen had gone to participate in the war between the Seven Kingdoms. How could they not be angry? Don't forget, there were still deviant ghosts gathering beyond the Great Wall. At such a critical time, the discipline and honor of the Night Watchmen could not be lost. Therefore, Jon, who had betrayed the oath, had to die. There was no injustice. The Night Watchmen who murdered him, such as Bowen and Marcy, did not betray the oath either. Murdering the brothers of the Night Watchmen was also a betrayal of the oath. They were not sinners, but great heroes who cleaned up the vermin of the organization. On this point, in order to protect the image of the protagonist, the TV series Game of Thrones reversed the cause and effect to a certain extent. After being assassinated by the Sworn brothers, Jon was disheartened after being resurrected. He gave up his identity as a Night Watchman and officially became Jon Stark to participate in the Battle of Winterfell. Since Jon Snow is dead, then burn his body and choose a new commander-in-chief of the Night Watchmen. "Why do you want me?" Dany asked, puzzled. Jon is not completely dead. His soul did not return to the kingdom of the dead. Instead, it resides in the body of the direwolf, Melisandre said. Dany was shocked at first. Then her expression became strange. Wasn't it? Jon was a shapeshifter, and shapeshifters would not die so easily. Even the weakest shapeshifters could start a second life in the body of an animal companion. Jon's talent was top-notch among shapeshifters, and he could definitely maintain his human consciousness at this moment. Could it be that without her, the destined female lead, the male lead would become a real single-dog wolf? Oh, no. Ygritte the Fiery Kiss was not dead. Jon was not a single dog, and he did not need her, the destined female lead. "You plan to resurrect him?" Dany asked. The red-robed woman frowned and said, "Jon Snow died 3 days ago. That night, I stitched his body up, but when I tried to pray to Lalo to give him the kiss of life, Jon rejected me." I'm a little confused. How many Jon are there? Since he hasn't been resurrected, how could he reject you? Dany asked strangely. Didn't I tell you before? Other than the direwolf, he also has a raven companion. That raven belonged to the previous commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers and can speak human language, Melisandre said. But you also said that he started a second life in the body of the direwolf. Why is he in the raven's body? The red-robed woman said, Jon Snow is very talented, and the Great Wall is the gateway to the world. Dark Castle is filled with active magic factors. Even if he doesn't know how to cultivate, he can quickly increase his magic power and magic talent. Not to mention, he has been practicing the shadow binding meditation technique you taught him. Right now, his soul is almost indestructible, and he can freely move between the raven and the direwolf. He can't be compared to a normal shapeshifter at all. Shit, almost indestructible soul. Isn't it the Green Prophet? Suppressing the shock in her heart, Danny asked, "What does he want me to do?" Since John refused to let the red-robed woman resurrect him and came looking for her, it meant that the person who broke the oath, Ghost, must have something to ask of her. "I don't know." Melisandre's face showed a hint of confusion. She shook her head and said, "I'm just helping him to send a message. He hopes that you can come to the Great Wall again. He wants to see you. I'm busy fighting a world war here. How can I have time to see a dead person? Oh, 7 gods, it's scary just hearing it." Danny rubbed the non-existent goosebumps on her arms and said with an exaggerated expression, "Then forget it." Originally, he thought that Melisandre would nervously persuade him a few words, but who would have thought that after hearing the rejection, the woman actually heaved a sigh of relief and closed the communication with a smile. Danny was a little confused. Although Melisandre came looking for her on behalf of Jon Snow, she didn't want to complicate things. Or rather, it was exactly what she wanted. If she didn't go to the Great Wall, she wanted to use Lalo's method to resurrect Jon. But Jon was unwilling. What's going on? Soon, an old friend solved the mystery in her heart. 3 minutes after she ended the long-distance communication with Melisandre, another person accidentally entered the mirror. There was no image, only sound. "Danny, no matter how busy you are in Slave Bay, please come to me as soon as possible." It was a familiar voice, but an unfamiliar tone. Also, he called her Danny so intimately, she had goosebumps all over her body. This time, it was real. "Three-eyed crow?" Danny asked in surprise. The voice did sound like Blindon's river language, but the tone was tens of thousands of times more human than before. It was as if he had been a robot before, but now he had become an old poet who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The change was so great that even though Danny knew that there was only one person in the Westeros who could communicate with her without Marvin's help, she still felt uncertain. "It's me. In the Westeros, nothing can escape the eyes and ears of the Green Prophet. Your communication frequency is not a secret to me," Blindon said with a gentle smile. "Hee, if I was on Dragonstone Island, you would still dare to say that. I'd be impressed." Danny laughed coldly. In the end, Professor Marvin was a moon chant. He did not even know Valeglia's meditation technique. He could barely be considered a guardian of the magic network. He could not even be considered a manager, let alone control it. It was like a certain server warehouse. There was no manager, only a cleaner who swept the floor. Was it something to be proud of when a hacker broke through the cleaner's defense network? Blindon did not retort. Instead, he sighed with a complicated tone and said, "You are very good. You are the pride of the Targaryen family. Every ancestor and every descendant would be proud of you. I am the same. What do you want?" Danny's face contorted. She was on high alert. "Sigh, Danny, I am the Three-Eyed Crow. I am Blindon Rivertext, but I am no longer the Three-Eyed Crow." Blindon's words sounded very contradictory, but Danny instantly understood. Bran had completed his inheritance and become the second Three-Eyed Crow, the nth Green Prophet. Blindon was just Blindon Rivertext, who had the abilities of the Green Prophet. He was the illegitimate child of the Targaryen family. The reason why he was still called the Three-Eyed Crow was because that was the nickname of a noble illegitimate child. Chapter 571. Speak clearly. "I don't understand." Danny understood, but she still pretended to be confused. Who knew if that guy was lying to her? "I apologize to you for everything I've done to you." He apologized sincerely before slowly explaining, "What's the strongest and most indestructible thing in this world? Even steel will rot if time is extended to 1,000,000 years. Reality has proven that only spiritual willpower can last forever. But only the purest, most resolute, and most recognized spirit can be passed down from generation to generation. The green prophet is a spiritual inheritance. The previous green prophet passed down his spirit, soul, memories, willpower, and talents to the next generation. Millions of years, generation after generation. During this process, a person's memories and emotions gradually decreased until they were completely wiped out. Only the purest, most core willpower was passed down. The core willpower of each generation of green prophet was like a crown that represented authority, power, and the king's responsibility. If one wants to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The crown had existed for 1,000,000 years. A person's willpower and emotions were so insignificant before it. So much so that every green prophet who was crowned with the crown would be sanctified. Just like a god, just like the world of Westeros itself. Sanctity had its duty, and the world was selfless. The green prophet's responsibility did not lie with a person, a family, a tribe, or a country. It lay with the entire world and all the living beings in this world. To protect all living beings and the world. The green prophet who received the inheritance of his ancestors was too terrifying. His power was close to that of a god. Only by abandoning his personal desires and emotions could he ensure that this power would not be abused. When I wear the crown, I'm no longer Blinden Riverwin. When I hand over the crown, I'll regain my original identity and emotions. Memories never disappear. What disappears are Blinden Riverwin's emotions and willpower. Dany was silent for a moment. She thought carefully about the information in Blinden's words. It seemed like the green prophet's inheritance was not a simple possession. If it was a complete possession, Blinden would not have regained his willpower after handing over the crown. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was lying to earn her money. However, Blinden's logic did not have any obvious loopholes. If the inheritance of the green prophet was a crown, then this crown was created by the combined efforts of countless green prophets. Everyone had different emotions and preferences. Once they merged into a collective will, the individual will would inevitably be annihilated. For example, some green prophet liked sweet tofu pudding, while others liked salty tofu pudding. After the two of them fused, they could only kill their love for tofu pudding. Otherwise, the conflict between the consciousness of the salty party and the sweet party would cause the collective will to collapse. After countless generations of inheritance, all personal hobbies and emotions had been obliterated. The only thing left was the fake but lofty spiritual will of protecting the world, which was acknowledged by all the green prophet. It was preserved and continuously strengthened. Are you retired now? Regaining his humanity? Looking for me to catch up? Dany asked curiously. At the last moment, I want to find Ymont to catch up with him. As for you? You're still very wary of me, aren't you? You're too cautious and not sincere enough. You're a good seedling to be a queen, but I can't open my heart to you. Blinden said with a smile, as if he had seen through everything. Dany was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Only a fool would let his guard down in front of you. You're not wrong. Blinden sighed and directly stated his purpose. Dany, I hope you can come to the frontier. Other than asking for a favor, I also plan to give you a gift. Go on, try to make me believe your words, or give me enough temptation to make me lose my mind. Dany sneered. Blinden was not angry. He said calmly, your talent has not been developed to the limit. If you give up this opportunity, you will take hundreds or even thousands of years of detours. Talent or whatever, it's too illusory. Besides, I'm very satisfied with my current training speed. Dany was unmoved. If it were another time, 1,000 years of delay would be a waste. But this time is different. If you delay, you will miss the opportunity to become the protagonist of the next era. Speaking of which, this is also my own selfishness. After all, I am a Targaryen. I will be proud and happy to see your empire prosper. Blinden said. Dany sneered. You were the one who led the destruction of the Targaryens. Led? No, I just watched it decay, degenerate, and be destroyed. Dany, The Green Prophet's timeline and way of existence are different from ordinary people. If I have a personal interest, my seniors can have a personal interest too. I am a Targaryen prince. My seniors are also the sons of the previous king. I can see the past, present, and future, so can they. If I help the Targaryens will not even have 300 years of national fortune and will not have the chance to rise again. The world is selfless. That is the best choice. Blynden said despondently. Dany frowned and thought for a while. She said, "You said that you have something to ask of me. What do you want me to do?"
Actually, she did not need to ask.
She already guessed that the request was related to Jon. After all, the timing was too much of a coincidence. This is within the world. It is not convenient to say, Blynden said meaningfully. Within the world? Dany sneered and said, "You can't explain what benefits you are going to give me. It is also not convenient for you to say what you want me to do. Tell me, should I believe you or not?" Blynden was silent for a while. He said, "The three-eyed crow can control thousands of crows. You can only have a dragon spirit with one dragon at a time. Now, my gift to you can change this. It will allow you to have a dragon spirit with 5 dragons at the same time." This was a great benefit for Dany. But even the barbarians beyond the Great Wall knew that there would not be benefits for no reason in the world. They felt that the Dragon Queen's 3-party agreement was too beneficial for the barbarians, so they did not dare to sign it. But if it was for the Child of Prophecy, this price did not seem too high. The problem was, could she revive Cha Nua? She could not. Cha Nua was different from the Big Sparrow. The Big Sparrow was a devout believer, and there was a divine mark in his spiritual sea between his eyebrows. After his soul entered the space of faith, it had always been under the control of the Holy Mother. Moreover, he did not have the slightest intention to resist. He allowed the Holy Mother to do whatever she wanted. Cha Nua's soul was independent and independent. She could not control it. She could not even bestow a spirit to it. "Let me think about it," Dany said hesitantly. "There is no time. My life is about to come to an end. The next person you will communicate with will be the real three-eyed crow." "It will be the same three-eyed crow as before," Blynden said helplessly. Dany said, "Who is your successor?" "He is not my successor. He is the successor of the crown. He is the second son of the House of Stark, Brandon Stark." Brandon did not hesitate, nor did he lie. "Where can I find you?" Dany asked again. The next moment, a map of the Westeros appeared on the mirror. In the north of the Great Wall, in the north of the Ghost Shadow Forest, there was a flickering red. Then, the red suddenly enlarged, showing a snowy scene in the north. On a snow-covered land, there was a hill crowded with weirwood tree trunks. "I don't have much time left. If you can't come in 3 days, you don't have to come. Let everything happen according to the predetermined destiny," Blynden said in a low voice. "Old Master Ymont is next door. Do you want to ask him to come over and talk to you?" Dany had a thought and suggested, "Ymont, okay." Half an hour later, the magic communication ended. Dany looked at the old man who was sitting on the chair with a disappointed expression and asked, "How is it?" "What?" Ymont was stunned. He did not understand what was going on. Dany rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Old Master, do you really think that this is an ordinary chat?" "What else?" Ymont was puzzled. "Through this communication, can you confirm his identity?" "An emotionless three-eyed crow, or Targaryen's illegitimate son," Dany said seriously. "Weren't you listening at the side?" "This is the first time I communicated with Blynden. I couldn't tell. You have been with him for decades. You should be familiar with him, right? Compared to now, what's the difference?" Dany asked. "Oh, it should be Blynden River text." Old Ymont thought for a while and said, "Are you sure? If he is really Blynden's will, then I will go beyond the Great Wall." Dany said, "This." When it came to the safety of the Dragon Queen, the old man immediately hesitated. "Let me think about it. Maybe he is pretending. I can't tell. It's better if you don't go. I don't think that Blynden has any treasures to give you. Oh, maybe he has the Dark Sisters. But that sword is useless to you. It doesn't even have any symbolic meaning, he quickly added. Targaryen had 2 Vagon swords, one male and one female. The Black Fire and the Dark Sisters were respectively used by Conqueror Aegon and his sister Visenya. The mediocre King Aegon bestowed them to 2 noble illegitimate sons. Daimon Vaishui received the Black Fire and changed his surname to Blackfire. Blynden Rivertext received the Dark Sisters and disappeared beyond the Great Wall. It's not a sword. He said that the treasure can improve my bloodline talent, Dany said. I think that your talent is already very strong, old Ymont said. I think so too. But if it can be stronger, Ymont understood Dany's thoughts. He pondered with a serious expression. Dany did not say anything. She just looked at him. The study fell into silence. Only the sound of seabirds could be heard from outside the window. After a while, the old man said seriously, I'm 70% sure that Blynden is Blynden. Oh. I asked him about the identities of Jon, Tyrion, and Aegon. I asked him about the secret of the War of the Usurpers. He refused to answer all of them. He said that he is no longer the Green Prophet. He can't destroy the Green Prophet's information advantage and some of his plans. If he is lying to you, it means that he is still the Green Prophet. He won't care about such small details because everything is going according to his plan. As soon as she finished, Ymont shook his head and said, there is another possibility. He saw through my thoughts and purposely led me in this direction. Dany laughed awkwardly and said, I'm confused. Let's make it simple. Let's get an expert to divine it. The important matters of the country were in worship. Every time an ancient king made an important decision, he would ask the gods to divine it first. Dany had the same feeling now. She was looking for Kuei Shi. I didn't foresee any danger. But prophecies can only be used as a reference and not as a guide. If you really want to go, why don't you think about how to be prepared? Dany nodded in agreement and asked, do you think that it's worth it for me to take the risk for that mysterious treasure? I can't make the decision for you. People are different. Some will sell themselves for a silver coin, while others will give 50 million gold royals to charity without blinking. I blinked. Dany smiled and blinked a few times. Chapter 572. The lead gray sea was shrouded in a thick layer of ice fog. Rumble, the north wind was blowing violently, and the sea surface was like the cold sheets of the Grim Reaper in hell. The gray and lifeless waves splashed up water that was dozens of meters high. In their field of vision, the sky and water were gray. The Megalosaurus was like a sharp arrow shot into the storm, traveling alone on the surface of the sea. Crack! Boom! The coal-black clouds above their heads suddenly lit up with lightning that was as white as the fingers of a dead man. The sound of thunder rang in their ears, almost making their hair stand on end. Crackle! The fist-sized hailstones were like the gods in the sky that flipped over a chessboard. The hailstones hit Blackie's wings, and the armor of Dany and the 4 knights made clanking sounds as if they were forged iron. The sky was low, and the sea was high. They were flying between the sea and the sky, but the space in front of them was narrow and claustrophobic, like a big cat that had jumped into an oven. It was suffocating and oppressive. This was the Trembling Sea, one of the 4 great seas. The Jade Sea in the east had an end. The Summer Sea in the south, the Sunset Sea in the west, and the Trembling Sea in the north were all boundless. At least, no one had ever walked to the end of the sea. The northernmost city in the Ursos continent was probably Braavos. Flying 2,000 kilometers north from Braavos was the Great Wall. Flying 2,000 kilometers north from the Great Wall was close to the tomb of the Green Prophet. That day, after ending the communication with Kuei Shi, Ymont was wiping tears for Jon's tragic death. However, Dany found Tam and asked her a question. How much are you willing to pay for the improvement of your magic power? Tam asked back, didn't you read my notebook? Thinking of the Tam's notebook that was 10 times scarier than a ghost story, Dany was silent. Then she immediately decided to take a risk. The worst result was that she would be like the red dragon in the sheep egg. She would be lodged in the body of Blackie and Little White in the form of a soul, forever in the form of a dragon spirit. However, she did not think that it would be a happy ending. According to Kuei-shi's advice, it would be better to strengthen one's own defenses rather than asking for divine advice. Danny started to calculate her own assets. There was no hope for 5,000 Vajra brawlers, but in Astapor alone, she had Big Bear, the Fat Eunuch, and Garth, the 3 White Knights, and Ricardo, the Blood Alliance Guard. Then, she called the 4 of them, plus a Megalosaurus guard, Quero, who was used to wearing Westeros knight attire and had a set of steel armor. The 5 most loyal guards each wielded a tile steel sword. Ricardo had a dragonbone bow strapped to his back, and he was even equipped with 20 demon-piercing arrows with tile steel arrowheads. Big Bear and Garth also had tile steel armor, but the Fat Eunuch and Ricardo thought that the armor was too cumbersome, so they only had a set of tile steel chain vest, only about 5 kilograms. Even his underlings had their own Vajra steel armor. Naturally, Dragon Queen's Night King equipment set had been forged long ago. Danny had to admit that the image of the blue saber was a classic. In the beginning, she also had the idea of cosplaying as the Ahog King. But after her rationality returned, she used the experience of a veteran of the battlefield to carefully draw out the design of the saber, only to discover that other than looking good, there was nothing good about it. The saber's equipment set. Inside was a gorgeous blue ceremonial robe with golden edges. On the outside was a pair of elbow-length iron gloves, a sleeveless plate armor, 2 pieces of skirt armor, and iron boots. That was it. If anyone dared to wear such an armor to battle with her on the battlefield, she swore that she would be able to cut off the opponent's arms in less than 3 rounds. Moreover, the ankle-length skirt affected her movements too much. She might even trip over herself on a battlefield littered with corpses. Just as Danny was about to completely give up on becoming the Night King, she suddenly thought of something. Why did she get a set of Night King's blue and white armor to wear? It was beautiful and cool enough. Danny had a sudden realization. She didn't get this set of armor to prepare for the battlefield at all. This meant that the saber's knight armor completely met her requirements. As for going to the battlefield or encountering a battle, it was very simple. She just had to take off her skirt. The blue saber's armor didn't have many flaws on the upper half of her body. She just had to wear the shoulder and arm armor. In order not to affect the appearance, she could sew a layer of silk cloth of the same style as the ceremonial robe on the shoulder and arm armor. The complicated and gorgeous skirt armor was changed from a one-piece to a separate assembly type. Usually, her clothes fluttered in the wind. During battle, the skirt would come off with a button, and she would immediately transform into a valiant and heroic armored female knight. However, Danny didn't completely imitate Saber. Their situations were different. First of all, Danny's newly forged King's Sword was on her back, not in her hand. Secondly, in terms of details, Saber's armor was more gothic, while Danny's details were more practical on the battlefield. The joints of the different parts of the armor didn't have any decorative patterns, metal, or silk mesh. They were all smooth steel plates that wouldn't easily allow the blade to get stuck in the gaps. Even so, her armor was much more exquisite and gorgeous than the men's armor from before. It wasn't entirely because Saber's armor looked good. As long as it could show off a woman's soft and beautiful figure, the style didn't matter. Just like in the anime from the previous world, there were so many female knights, but Saber wasn't the only one who looked good. It could be said that none of the female knights in the anime were ugly. The reason was simple. The armor was differentiated between men and women to show off one's figure. If Chong Yi were to wear a green military coat, anyone who didn't have X-ray vision wouldn't think that she was attractive from the back. Previously, Danny's gray armor didn't differentiate between men and women. In fact, it was prepared for men. As for whether he would attract the enemy's attention on the battlefield if he changed into a new set of armor, he didn't care. About that, the reason why she became a target had nothing to do with the color of the armor. The main reason was that there was a red spot in 1,000 green spots. It wasn't the fault of a white horse to obstruct its master. It was only because its master didn't have the ability to equip all the knights with the same type of white horse. Everyone was riding a white horse, so it wouldn't hurt to look at it. At that time, It would be the people riding ordinary yellow horses who would be more likely to be shot. Dragon Queen decided that since she had changed into a silver armor and a blue ceremonial robe, her underlings would immediately change into white armor and blue cloak. She was the queen. She had the final say. Dani didn't go to the Great Wall. Instead, she flew north above the trembling sea. She flew to the same latitude as the tomb of the Green Prophet, if this world was really a planet. Then, she followed the latitude line and entered the frozen land of eternal winter in the west. Although the trembling sea was a harsh environment, with turbid waves below and endless ice and snow in the sky, the frozen land outside the Great Wall wasn't any safer than the sea. It was only colder and more dangerous. At the very least, there were no deviant ghosts in the trembling sea. After flying west for another 3 hours, they arrived at a hill that looked like a burial mound. It was more than 500 meters tall and had a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers. Halfway up the hill was the dividing line. Below was a dense mass of pine trees, iron trees, and sentinel trees. Above was a weirwood with white-boned trunks and bloody leaves. Other than the weirwood, all the trees were bent by the thick snow. Most of them couldn't even be seen as trees. They were wrapped in the frozen snow from their roots to their crowns. They grew messily on the mountain, like a group of giants huddled together in the cold wind. The sun in the sky was like a lonely lamp hanging in the corner of a sports field at midnight. A black shadow flew out from the wick of the lamp, growing larger and larger. It was a black dragon. The fierce wind was like a ghost's howl, bringing up fine powder from the snow-covered ground. It sparkled like glass under the afternoon light. "Calixi, there's a fire there." The megalosaurus circled 300 meters above the top of the mountain. Ricardo suddenly pointed at a rock wall halfway up the hill and shouted. With his reminder, Dani, who was in her dragon spirit state, also saw the person holding the torch through Blackie's eyes. On the rock wall halfway up the hill, there was a crevice hidden in the surrounding weirwood trees. A ranger with a tall stature, close to 2 meters tall, stood in front of the crevice, shaking a pine oil torch that burned with orange flames. Yes, that was a ranger. He wore a hood and a scarf around his neck. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his black woolen sweater, black leather armor, and black ringed armor were the standard attire of a ranger of the night watch. Caw, caw, caw. Suddenly, a flock of crows flew out from the weirwood trees on the mountain peak that were as lush as the roof of a football field. They looked like dark clouds covering the sky. Thousands of them. Black feathers, red eyes. Come, come. They weren't afraid of the dragon's might. They surrounded Blackie and cawed. "If you do this, I won't dare to go down," Dani complained. Her voice wasn't loud. Even the Blood Brotherhood behind her didn't hear her clearly. But in an instant, the crows stopped cawing. One of the big crows threw down a cloth bag the size of a pencil box from its claw. When Dani reached out to catch it, all the crows flew back into the weirwood forest. They blinked their scarlet eyes together, staring at the megalosaurus in the sky. Inside the cloth bag was a warm brown baked bread and a small bag of coarse salt. Dani frowned and tore off a piece of bread. She stuck the salt on it and ate it. Then she passed the bread and salt to the knight behind her. When everyone had eaten a mouthful of the salty bread, and Bivos, who was the last to swallow the rest of the bread, Blackie flapped its wings and landed in the pine forest below the crack in the rock wall. Boom crack, his whole body sank into the snow pit. He broke several frozen tree trunks before he could stabilize himself. "Queen, Bivos will go down first to help you scout the way." The fat eunuch, who was wrapped in a thick fur coat, tilted his body, leaving a human-shaped hole in the snow, and disappeared without a trace. The snow was too deep, taller than him. 7 layers of hell. Bivos has never seen such deep snow and such cold weather in his life. At the bottom of the snow pit, the eunuch howled. "Calixi, is this considered a long night? We can barely see the sun in the sky. The ground is covered in snow." Chui Luo shivered. Dani looked at the lonely yellow halo of the sun in the sky and said uncertainly, "Even the deviant ghosts haven't come out. It should be close." As soon as her voice fell, Bevo's immediately howled. Ow, no, there's a dead person pulling my foot. Caw, caw, caw. It was like the scene of a zombie movie. The director shouted action, and then all the actors playing zombies rushed into the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was impossible to count. The corpses were like weightless carrots, jumping out of the snow one by one. There were night watchers in black robes, savages in animal skins, incomplete corpses, and even corpses that had been dead for a long time and whose muscles had rotted, and frozen corpses in tombs. They all had pale skin, pitch-black hands, and eyes that shone like pale blue stars. The corpses floated on the snow. It was as if Newton opened the coffin lid and joined the group of corpses. Newton's laws and whatnot were also turned into corpses. The corpses might not be as good as deviant ghosts, but they did not fall into the snow pit because of their own gravity. The ice and snow environment was too advantageous for deviant ghosts and corpses. Clang, clang, clang. The White Knights and the Blood Guards quickly left the dragon's back, found a place to rest on the tree trunk and protruding rocks, and then pulled out their steel swords. Buzz, like the sound of a cicada's wings rapidly flapping, two huge, milky, white wings of light suddenly popped out from the Dragon Queen's back. The feathers were visible, and the texture was almost real. The shape was like the wings of a white dove magnified 100 times. Oh, the wings of an angel. The armored female knight, who spread her wings, like deviant ghosts, also left no trace on the snow. Chapter 573. Danny wore a silver armor and a blue robe. A pair of angelic wings flapped gently behind her back. Just like the zombie ghosts, she walked slowly on the snow without sinking into the snow pit. The wind howled angrily, bringing with it tiny bits of ice and snow. It blew past her armor and hair. A bunch of trash unworthy of my sword. Her voice was a little muffled by the howling northern wind. But the next scene was clear for everyone to see. The black dragon stepped on the trunk of a pine tree and leaped into the sky. At the same time, a golden-red fireball the size of a pineapple shot out from his mouth and floated in front of Dragon Queen. Blood-colored fire snakes, as thick as chopsticks, shot out from the fireball. It was as if the fireball was made of fire snakes. TSK, TSK, boom, boom, boom. One fire snake after another landed on the ghouls' faces and chests. It was as if the ghouls had been set ablaze with oil. The running ghouls burned like torches, and white steam rose from the snowy ground. However, the place where the black dragon landed was like the epicenter of an earthquake. Rings of tremors spread outwards, awakening the zombie ghosts sleeping in the snow. They were like razor clams that had been sprinkled with a layer of salt on the beach at low tide. They popped their heads out. The razor clams had only popped their heads out, but the appearance of the zombie ghosts was just the beginning. They were like dogs that had smelled fresh dung. They swarmed over. The rangers at the entrance of the cave were prepared to witness the Dragon Queen's massacre. But she suddenly turned around. She held the fireball in her left hand and flapped her wings lightly. Her legs moved quickly. There were only shallow traces of snow under her feet. She was astonishingly fast. She passed by them in a few steps and entered the crack in the stone wall. The rangers were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. There's a magic barrier here that can stop evil spirits. Come over quickly, the Dragon Queen shouted at her knights. Who knew if there were any deviant ghosts hiding in the snow? The thick snow might be able to stop ice swords and javelins, but what if there was a deviant ghost under their feet? If a sword were to stab upwards, then it would be safer to enter the crack protected by the magic barrier as soon as possible. The few knights were only 4 to 5 meters away from the hole. With Dragon Queen's long-range fire snake spell to help clear the monsters, they quickly struggled out of the snow pit and crawled to the Dragon Queen's side. One in front, one behind, one on the left, one on the right. The centaur Ricardo stood guard with his bow in hand, protecting her in the center. I didn't expect the deviant ghost to be real, Garth said with a pale face. Do you think I would lie? Danny glanced at him and said indifferently. At this moment, the angelic wings on her back had already faded and disappeared. Of course we believe your words, but hearing about it is false. It's completely different from seeing it with our own eyes. Big Bear made a fair statement. But the dead aren't as scary as the living. They don't have any weapons or armor, so they'll still die if they're cut by a blade. Just now, the dead man who dragged Beworth's feet only suffered a slash on his shoulder and immediately shattered into several pieces and stopped moving. Beworth said, "If you didn't have the steel scimitar, you probably wouldn't say that," Kue Luo said. "Calixi, why are the dead gathered at the entrance of the cave, but not rushing in?" Ricardo asked with a trembling voice. At this moment, the 2 meters outside the cave was filled with all sorts of corpses. They were like fans at the airport welcoming a superstar. They were dense and dense. In the white snow, the black mass spread out for hundreds of meters. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 corpses. And this wasn't the end. The hill had 4 sides. The deviant ghosts that came over were only those from the nearby hillsides. The dead from other places were continuously rushing over. It was a bit like a zombie siege. There's a demon-suppressing spell set up in the hill, exactly the same as the magic array on the Great Wall. It's hard for evil creatures to enter. Danny looked at the ranger standing with the deviant ghosts at the entrance, deep in thought. At this moment, the ranger had already extinguished his torch. Beside him stood the corpses that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was as if they weren't corpses but wooden sculptures. The ranger turned back and said, "Your Majesty, please enter quickly. When the aura of the living disappears, the corpses will automatically retreat." "What's the matter with you? Why don't you come in? Why won't the dead eat you?" Dexiong asked in a low voice. "He's also a dead man. A night watchman who died a long time ago," a voice said from inside the cave. It was the voice of a little girl and the tone of an adult. It was high and sweet, carrying an unfamiliar rhythm that Danny had never heard before. It also carried a trace of sadness that struck the bottom of her heart. "A child?" Kue Luo, who was guarding the queen, exclaimed in surprise. She did indeed look like a child. She was barely over a meter tall, reaching the waist of a knight. Her limbs were slender, and she wore a cloak woven from leaves. Her bare skin was covered in spots that resembled those of a deer. She had messy brown, red, and gold hair with purple grapevines, tender green pine branches, and withered red chrysanthemums stuck in her hair. It was as if someone had knocked over an autumn landscape painter's plate. At first glance, Danny noticed her eyes. They were large and clear, a mix of gold and green. They were long and narrow like a cat's eyes, like a pair of top-grade gems. This wasn't human. 7 gods above, the child of the forest. Danny murmured, "Child of the forest, squirrel people?" Dexiong was a little dizzy. Had he stepped into Grandma's legend today? The scholar said that the child of the forest was fake. It was made up by the ancestors to deceive people. Garth looked at the little squirrel in amazement. The scholar also said that the other ghosts were a strange tribe beyond the Great Wall that knew magic. But look outside. Do you think it's like that? Danny complained in annoyance. She stepped forward and said to the squirrel, "I'm Danny Liz Targaryen, your Green Prophet. The previous Green Prophet, Blind in Riverwind, invited me here." "Yes, I'm here to welcome you on behalf of Lord Blinden," the squirrel said. "Your Majesty, please wait at the door. I'll scout the way for you," the knights said almost at the same time. This was expected. Danny brought the 5 of them here. Wasn't it for the safety of the guards? But at this moment, Danny changed her mind. "No need. Let's go in together." She stared into the squirrel people's eyes that were as clear as spring water. She didn't trust Blinden, but she suddenly had a lot of confidence in the squirrel people in front of her. She believed that the squirrel people wouldn't lead her into a trap. She couldn't tell why, but after seeing the squirrel people, she felt completely relaxed. The squirrel people seemed to see the doubts in Danny's heart and said, "You have Mother's aura on you." Suddenly, Danny thought of the door god. The Green Prophet was only the priest of the child of the forest. The old weirwood was the mother goddess they believed in. But now, she was singing her own song of wind. This Danny nodded in understanding and looked at the squirrel people more affectionately. There were often ministers who betrayed their lords, but there had never been a devout true believer who betrayed the mother goddess. The path inside the stone wall was narrow and curved. There were black mountain rocks on both sides, and white weirwood roots hung down from above. Under the light of the dragon flame fireball, they looked like ice-cold white snakes that were circling around the top of the cave. Danny felt that they were going down. The cave was gloomy and terrifying, but the deeper they went, the warmer it became. In the quiet cave, there were only the rustling sounds of cloaks rubbing against the stone wall, armor, and iron boots hitting each other. Danny couldn't help but be curious and started talking to the squirrel people. "What's your name?" she asked. The squirrel people hesitated and said, "My real name is too long. You can call me Leaf. I've traveled the continent for hundreds of years and have many names. Leaf is the name given to me by the new three-eyed crow." "Hundreds of years?" Garth exclaimed. "I've seen the Black Death god Balerion and seen the Targaryen dynasty change generation after generation. Now I've seen the Dragon Queen's Big Black and the new Targaryen Queen," Leaf said. "7 gods above, you're practically the living history of the Westeros," the big bear muttered. The centaur and fat eunuch were also shocked. Danny cast a glance at her disgraceful subordinates and said calmly, "Sir Mormont, have you forgotten about the Crab King? That guy has lived for tens of thousands of years."
Ah.
The big bear's cheek muscles twitched, and he was speechless. "Your Majesty has seen the Crab King?" This time, it was Leaf's turn to be shocked. "That bastard dared to steal my steel, so I steamed him." Danny waved her hand carelessly and said calmly. But the squirrel people's big eyes, which were as deep as a lake due to the vicissitudes of life, flickered with shock and disbelief. "But the Crab King controls the Rhone River," he said. "That's old history from tens of thousands of years ago. Also, my Big Black is also a demigod. Didn't you notice?"
Danny said.
Leaf was silent. "What's up with that ranger?" Danny asked again. The new three-eyed crow called him Cold Hands. "You've seen it on your way here. This place is very far from the Great Wall, and the journey is long and dangerous. When Lord Blinden came to this shelter, he had a guard with him. Do you know the Blood Crow Duke's Raven-Tooth Guard?" Leaf asked. "In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei had the White Ears Army, Yuan Shao had the Xiandeng Death Soldiers, Cao Cao had the Ferocious Cavalry, Lu Bu had the Formation Breaker, Gong Sun Zan had the White Horse Cavalry. They were special forces that dominated the world for a time. Their loyalty and strength were among the best in the world. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, there was a similar force. The Duke of Blood Crow formed 300 longbowmen, the Raven-Tooth Guard. Without mentioning anything else, the Raven-Tooth Guard's lowest effective shooting range was more than 400 meters. Don't say that I'm bragging. It's Martin's fault. Snipers were not much better than that." During the first Blackfire Rebellion, Blinden brought his 300 Raven-Tooth Guards to fight against Daimon Blackfire. He managed to kill Daimon and his 2 sons, who were fully equipped with steel armor, from 300 meters away. Even now, Danny still did not understand how the Raven-Tooth Guards managed to do it. Could it be that a soul imprint shot passed through the gaps in the armor and hit the door? She could not do it. None of the centaurs under her command could do it either. She even felt that a sniper would not be able to do it. This was because aside from their steel armor, most knights were also used to carrying iron shields. If one person was shot, the others would definitely raise their shields to protect their heads. Forget 300 meters. Even knights would be immune to arrows from 50 meters away as long as their armor was of good quality. Leaf continued. When the Duke of Blood Crow was exiled to the Great Wall, all the Raven-Tooth Guards who survived hundreds of battles took the initiative to put on black clothes. When Blinden traveled thousands of miles to the last shelter, the last guard captain also followed him. Unfortunately, the shelter was feared by the other ghosts, and countless ghouls kept watch over it. The last guard captain of the Raven-Tooth Guards also died in the hands of the other ghosts. How did he recover his humanity? Danny asked curiously. This question is not easy to answer. You can ask the three-eyed crow, Leaf said. Then, Is the last shelter referring to this cave? Who is it protecting? Danny looked around. She did not realize that they had spent a long time talking. Unknowingly, they had already passed through several forks in the road and arrived at a wide cave. It was as spacious as a basketball court. The ground was densely covered with weirwood roots of different thicknesses. They were soft, pale, sticky, and slippery, like a group of snakes entrenched at the bottom of a pit. Chapter 574. Weirwood was a precious wood with powerful functions. The weirwood god was also a good person, but the image of weirwood was too horrifying. The leaves were like blood-stained palms, the trunk was like the bones of a dead person, and the roots were like entwined sticky snake balls. It was very demonic. At this time, the cave under the weirwood hill did not even need special effects to film a Chinese ghost story. If the squirrel leaf was taller, his eyes would not be so clear, and his expression would be more ferocious. It was a living example of Granny Tree Spirit's cave. But this was not a fairy's cave, but a sacred sanctuary, the last home of the children of the forest. Not only our home, but the giants also live in the cave. This sanctuary belonged to the previous generation of the lost tribe. Once, even unicorns and mammoths would come in for the winter. There is more than one entrance to the sanctuary, but the Green Prophet guards the door of the world and lives closer to the edge of the world. If you follow the fork to the northwest, you may find the Giant's Cave after a few months and a few thousand kilometers. Leaf introduced the cave to everyone as they walked. The others were surprised, but Yura Mormont, a child who grew up listening to the stories of the old nannies in the north, was suddenly touched and exclaimed, "The Gorney Passage. This is the source of the Gorney Passage. So the legend is true." What is the Gorney Passage? The fat eunuch Beworth was puzzled. I remember, I've heard of this rumor too. Garth Hightower said, legend has it that there was a king beyond the Great Wall named Gorney, who found a tunnel connecting the Great Wall and the north. He led the barbarians directly across the Great Wall to the north. It's strange, there was almost no threat to the north. The king of the north seemed to have received the news in advance and was guarding the entrance of the tunnel. Big Bear nodded and said, legend has it that for a cave, a tribe of children of the forest and a family of giants fought endlessly. After that, the two tribes invited free people to be the referee and mediator. They were the future kings of Beyond the Great Wall, the brother kings, Jander and Gorney. The giants and children of the forest were too naive. They were deceived by the brother kings and gave up on the cave. After Jander and Gorney settled down in the cave, they found that the internal tunnel led to a series of almost endless caves. In the end, they discovered a secret passage that led underground through the Great Wall, which was the Gorney Passage. Legend had it that the tunnel was too complicated and only Gurney could tell the direction. In the end, when Gurney came out of the tunnel, he was attacked head-on by Stark and died on the spot. Jander led the rest of the barbarians into the tunnel, planning to return the way they came. However, they could not find the way home. They can't even return to the surface and are completely lost in the tunnels that are more complicated than a spider web. The Centaur and Beavis listened with fascination. Are we in the legendary cave? It's several thousand kilometers from the Great Wall to here. Just how deep is the cave? LaCarlo exclaimed. In fact, even Danny had heard of the story of the Gorney Passage and the King of Brothers. In fact, this legend was too legendary. There were giants, children of the forest, ancient spirits, human heroes, the King of the North, secret passageways, and many mysterious elements. It could be said to be the model of a legendary story. It was made into a ballad and sung by countless people. Was the failure of the barbarians' invasion because of your information? Garth looked at the son of the forest suspiciously. The Gorney brothers deserved it. Leaf did not answer the question directly. Danny was deep in thought. The magic circle of the shelter was exactly the same as the Great Wall. It was the exorcism circle of the city builder Brandon Stark. The son of the forest, or the Green Prophet, had an unimaginably close relationship with Stark. Where does the end of the tunnel lead to? Danny asked curiously. There's no end. There are some deep tunnels that even we, the son of the forest, have never been to. After passing through a tunnel, Danny noticed that the tunnel was wider, and deeper. The black soil and white tree roots almost formed a black and white underground city. However, this city was sparsely populated and backward. Bypassing the giant tree roots that were thicker than Beavis' waist, they entered a long stone hall. Thousands of shrines were dug out from the stone walls on both sides, and there were skulls placed in them. The skulls obviously belonged to different races. There were human skulls as big as pressure cookers, belonging to giants. There were also skulls as big as cantaloupes, belonging to the son of the forest. There were also skulls of direwolves, giant bears, and other animals that Danny could not recognize. Some of the bones had existed for too long and were half buried in the soil. White tree roots grew out of the eyes and mouths of the skulls, and even delicate red palm leaves grew out. It seemed that the squirrel man was not lying. The shelter belonged to everyone, all the survivors of the last era. Caw, caw, caw. There were 7 or 8 big crows perched on the heads of the shrines. They seemed to have woken up from a deep sleep, and their bright black eyes curiously scanned Danny and the other strangers. Yes, curious. These crows were all human and intelligent. They are my compatriots. There was a strange sadness in the voice of the squirrel man, Leaf. Danny heard the emotion in her words, but did not understand the secret that she vaguely revealed. After that, they met other squirrel men. There was a cave larger than a football field, and stone pillars hung down from the top of the cave. Because the air was warm and humid, there was a layer of colorful mushrooms on the surface of the stone pillars. 4 or 5 squirrel men were singing as they picked the mushrooms. The squirrel men only had 4 fingers, and they did not have nails like humans. Instead, they were like the sharp claws of felines, and they could cut the mushroom stems with a light pinch. Their singing was as pure as the winter air, as clear as autumn spring water, as bright as a spring garden, and as intense as the summer sun. Danny and the knights all stopped in their tracks, intoxicated by the squirrel men's singing, unable to extricate themselves. Danny only came to her senses when the squirrel men picking mushrooms noticed the outsiders and stopped what they were doing, stopped singing, and poked their heads out to look around curiously. Another legend has been confirmed: the son of the forest has the most beautiful singing voice in the world, Danny exclaimed. The squirrel men gathered together and chattered, pointing at the dragon queen. What are they talking about? Big Bear frowned. They're saying that the queen is really beautiful, and that human clothes can also be so beautiful, Yezi said. Yep. All the children of the forest wore clothes woven from leaves, and their hair was messy with dried decorative flowers. Even the country bumpkin girls were more fashionable than them. If the squirrel men were close to nature and pursued primitive beauty, they were not. They were dirty, messy, and pitiful like beggars. To put it bluntly, the children of the forest civilization level was too low, so low that it made one's hair stand on end. They hadn't evolved into the textile industry. It was said that the squirrel men had millions of years of history. I thought that the children of the forest spoke the ancient language. I didn't expect you to have your own language, Danny said strangely. She could hear the squirrel men singing and their current conversation, but she couldn't understand them. She also knew the ancient language used by giants, deviants, green prophet, and ancient barbarian tribes. This is the original language, the language that praises the earth. It's very difficult for humans to understand, and even if they understand, they can't pronounce it. The free people call us children, the giants call us squirrel men, and the ancestors named us children of the forest, but that's not accurate. We are people who sing the praises of the earth. But the original language isn't exclusive to us. Many creatures passed down from ancient eras can speak it, such as ravens and your megalosaurus, Leaf explained. Megalosaurus can speak the original language? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the foreign language that Dahe suddenly learned after swallowing the rat chef. She thought that it was the common dragon language in Western fantasy novels because she couldn't understand it, so she specially taught it the Eastern dragon language. Now that Dahe was about to graduate from the Eastern Dragon Language elementary school, Mother Dragon realized that she had made a big mistake. I've traveled in the southern continent for hundreds of years and am proficient in many languages. But my people don't have the same experience. They can only speak the original language. After that, they came across a dark and deep underground river. Two children of the forest were happily fishing by the river. It was almost like they were playing. They threw a net the size of a bed sheet woven from rattan into the river and waited for white blind fish the length of an arm to crash into it. They walked across the narrow stone bridge above the underground river and came face to face with 4 or 5 shepherds who were dozing off on the backs of sheep. Hundreds of sheep were scattered in the cave, nibbling on the fungus on the ground and the tender branches and red leaves growing from the roots of the weirwood. The squirrel man crawled in the fluffy wool and snored. This simple life was too comfortable, too leisurely. One had to know that there were thousands of ghouls outside the cave. Not to mention that the long night was coming. It seemed that the long night had no effect on the shelter's cave. It was already dark outside the cave. The snow was like a cotton blanket, covering the forest. The temperature was 40 to 50 degrees below zero. It was as warm as spring here. There were abundant resources, and life was boundless. Perhaps humans had gone extinct in this era. The children of the forest, who were on the verge of extinction in the last era, could still happily enter the next era. Danny began to think. Should they also dig a cave and build a human underground city? The red purgatory next to Slave Bay had a surface close to the magma layer. If they really dug a cave, it would probably be warmer and more comfortable than here. Auduo. After entering a huge hall filled with weirwood and tree roots, a 3-meter-tall giant stood up and looked over. Auduo. Danny was shocked. He was 7 meters tall, and his body was as wide as a door plank. His shoulders were as thick as Winterfell's city walls. Brown eyes, brown hair. His eyes were wise and curious. He was not Auduo. Auduo was a simple and honest retard. At this moment, no matter how many times the giant at the entrance of the huge cave called out Auduo, he was not Auduo. His gaze, mental waves, and aura were not Auduo's. Bran Stark. Danny stopped in her tracks and frowned. Auduo. In the next moment, Auduo really became Auduo. Auduo. He smiled foolishly at her like a child. You're here. Blinden River, Wen's weak voice came from behind. Auduo. Auduo scratched the back of his head and shrunk his neck to make way. Compared to the other caves, this stone hall was not very spacious. It was about the size of a basketball court. There was a bonfire at the entrance of the cave. Auduo and 2 humans sat beside the fire. In the middle of the hall, a throne was woven out of weirwood. A corpse was growing among the branches. The roots drilled into the withered thighs, passed through the torso, and came out from the shoulders. Dark red leaves grew on his skull, and countless gray mushrooms covered his forehead. What little skin remained stretched across his face, tight and hard like white leather. Here and there, brown or yellow bones protruded from the muscles. This was definitely not a living person. You're also a deviant ghost. Danny was shocked. Chapter 575. Blinden, you're a deviant ghost. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 knights drew their swords warily and protected the dragon queen in the center. Adu was at a loss. Lida and his sister's faces turned pale. Leaf frowned and did not speak. Good eyesight. A look of admiration flashed past Blinden's remaining dim eye. But I'm not a deviant ghost. You should be able to understand this. Danny waved her hand and had her underling sheath his sword. She took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Blinden. She frowned at him and said, "Why can I understand this?" Hee. I saw everything you did in the City of Knowledge's bookseller. I have to say that the Targaryens of dozens of generations are not as clever as you, Blinden said meaningfully. The Blood Crow actually wanted to say treacherous. City of Knowledge's bookseller, Ja Cohen, Death God Scripture, teaching you the method of mutated ghosts. Danny's expression changed. When she taught Death God Scripture to Ja Cohen, she was not in the Westeros. The three-eyed crow could only make a guess based on some clues. He could not be certain. If that was the case, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Danny was at a loss. Of course, she had to play dumb. Even if Brandon did not know about what Blynden knew now, he would definitely know about it in the future. Oh, all right. The Skeleton King looked deeply at her and said, "Deviant ghosts are servants created by the cold god with magic. Magic is just a kind of knowledge. If I can grasp that kind of knowledge, I can naturally use it. It's just like the countless supernatural factions in the world. They all started by imitating the gods. I'm curious. How did you see through my foundation with a single glance? If I didn't have some confidence, would I have come to see you?" The nine-colored vortex in Danny's mind spun quickly. The fire wizard power in her body surged. Anyone who had supernatural powers could sense it. The expressions of Jujian lied, the squirrel man Leaf, and Adu, who had turned into Bran at some point in time, changed drastically. "You're dozens of times stronger than the last time we met." Blynden was also shocked. "How did you do it?" Danny retracted the demonic energy in her body and returned to her normal state. She said indifferently, "Work hard in your cultivation, and you will encounter many fortuitous encounters." The display of strength was not only a show of power, but also a message to Blynden. "My talent is already very strong, and your talent-enhancing treasure may be useful to me, but it is not necessary." This Targaryen ancestor said that he was giving her a gift, but it was more like a transaction. The other party must have something very important to ask her to do. Since they were talking about business, of course, they had to lower the price first. The buyer wanted the seller to think that she wasn't that eager to buy. "Who is Frost God? What does it have to do with the Green Prophet?" Danny asked a question that had been bothering her for a long time. "Let's change the way we communicate. To the current me, my physical body is no longer the armor of my soul. Instead, it has become a burden." Blynden's eyes dimmed as he spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. After saying this, he closed his single eye in front of everyone and fell into a deep sleep. Leaf explained, "Lord Blynden's physical body is on the verge of destruction. Over the years, he has only been awake for less than half a day." "Enter the weirwood?" Danny frowned. "You can do it." The squirrel man looked at the dragon queen with a burning gaze and said affirmatively, "Of course." Danny nodded hesitantly. Whitey and Slave Bay instantly crossed tens of thousands of miles and entered the state of the dragon spirit. It brought along the second soul and merged with the dragon soul. It suddenly left the space of consciousness and rushed into the roots of the weirwood beside it. It was like a car driving into the highway, like a spaceship entering hyperspace, just like when Danny chased after the sixth-form man, Valamir. She shuttled through the blood-red world and came to a huge human face. A tall man with shoulder-length hair knelt on one knee in front of the huge face and prayed devoutly. His bone-white hair covered most of his face. But this was the spiritual space. Danny could still see his pale skin, blood-red eyes, and a wine-red birthmark on his cheek and chin, like a red crow. This was the younger version of the Duke of Blood Crow, Blynden River text. "Why don't you worship God when you meet him?" Blynden said, without raising his head. Danny in the blue and white knight armor stood on the back of the white dragon and said lightly, "If I worship him, what will happen to the thousands of believers of the seven gods in the seven countries?" Blynden stood up and gently shook his elegant long hair, revealing his intact right eye and the red birthmark on his right cheek. He carefully looked at Danny and lowered his head again. His white hair fell down and covered the blood crow birthmark again. His bangs also covered his right eye. He seemed to have forgotten that this was the spiritual space. He could see the person opposite him without shaking his head. Or perhaps the habits from when he was alive were too deeply ingrained in his soul. "Sigh, I never dreamed that such a daring person like you would appear in Targaryen. You even dared to usurp the position of the seven gods and succeeded," he said with a complicated expression.
"Don't say that."
"I'm very timid. I wouldn't dare to kill my own family even if you beat me to death. I wouldn't dare to do the dance of the Blood Dragon or the Blackfire Rebellion. I wouldn't dare to be as muddle-headed as your father or as crazy as my father." I wouldn't dare to follow my brother's example and go against my oath. I wouldn't dare to be as heartless as you. Danny smiled faintly. Blynden shook his head again, revealing a distorted face and widened eyes. He said, "You're really arrogant." Danny lifted her chin slightly and said matter-of-factly, "That's because you haven't seen my humility towards truth, justice, and light. My arrogance is only towards the unrighteous and depraved in humans." Forget it. I can't win against you. Only people like you can achieve great things. Blynden lowered his head, his long hair covering his birthmark as he surrendered helplessly. Danny waved her hand and said loudly, "All right, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let's get down to business. Tell me the secret of the Frost God and the other ghosts first. Tell me about the relationship between the Frost God and the Green Prophet. Why does the Green Prophet's meditation technique have so many similarities with the other ghosts? They can even complement each other. The Frost God is an old god and also an ES god. ES god is literally a god that doesn't belong to this world. A god from another world." Danny was surprised. Another world? Blynden was stunned for a moment before he understood what Danny meant. The term another world is very descriptive, but if there is a different world, then there is a region between our world and the other world. Perhaps ES God was originally born in our world, but belongs to another world. How is that different from the other world? Danny frowned. The difference is huge. For example, you were born in the Westeros and grew up in the Ursos continent. If you want to fight for the Iron Throne, very few people in the Seven Nations will oppose you. But if you are someone else, such as a certain Khal in the Sea of Grass, all the nobles will fight to the death. By the same logic, if ES God comes from another world, he will not be able to integrate into our world, let alone master the song of law of this world. Makes sense? Danny nodded and asked, "He came from another world. So how did he become an old god?" ES God fused with an old god to form the Frost God. He is both ES God and an old god. True gods can fuse?
How?
Danny was confused. You, the seven gods, are the experts in this question? How do the seven gods fuse into one? Blynden laughed. It's not the same. The seven gods split the seven divine roles of a god. Just like you, your identity can also be split into the illegitimate son of Targaryen, the Hand of the King, the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, and the Green Prophet. Blynden shook his head, revealing his eyes. He quickly glanced at her, then lowered his head, his long hair covering the birthmark. There's nothing different. Being able to fuse means that they have a certain degree of commonality. Then, which old god did ES God fuse with? What do they have in common? Danny asked. Blynden repeated the action of shaking his head and lowering his head again. Since you can discover that the fundamental meditation techniques of the Green Prophet and the Deviants are extremely similar and even complement each other, don't you have any connections? I can't imagine, Danny said in disbelief. That's the truth, Blynden said. I've seen the Door God. I've seen the Weirwood God who mastered the Song of Wind. He was kind and gentle, not like an evil god at all, Danny said with difficulty. In your heart, what is considered an evil god? Blynden asked. Almost without any hesitation, Danny blurted out, accepting blood sacrifices and killing humans, such as Lalo the Shadow Demon or the Korhor Black Goat. Blynden shook his head and sighed. Your standard is too exclusive, as if you're saying, those who treat me well are good, and those who treat me badly are bad. In fact, the Mother Goddess, the Weirwood god you mentioned, she never rejected blood sacrifices. She even liked blood more than Lalo. It's simple, which tree doesn't like fertilizer? What's better than the flesh and blood of living beings? Danny was stunned. Blynden's words seemed to make sense. If Danny had a deeper understanding of the customs of the old gods, she would not have such doubts. The worship of the old gods was far more bloody and brutal than that of the Red God. Lalo's followers liked to burn people. The true followers of the old gods, savages and clansmen, would cut open the chest of the sacrifice and hang the organs all over the heart tree. Well, after the Undulls invaded the Westeros, the followers of the old gods in the north changed the bad habit of blood sacrifices. Only a few mountain clans still believed in the old ways. Thinking about the Anami, who taught people to burn, kill, and loot, it understood. That was also an old god. The only difference between the old gods and the new gods was the time of birth. The gods born in the Savage Era, whether they were true gods or demigods, were all considered old gods about 10,000 years before the Second Era. For example, the fire god Lalo. The gods born in the Second Era, which was the beginning of the human era, were called new gods. For example, the seven gods and the light king Lalo. Well, although the seven gods were only 7 wooden stakes, they were still new gods in name. Blackie was also a new god. Lalo was interesting. He existed in the ancient era, so he should be an old god. However, at the beginning of the Second Era, the Sheep Egg Brothers took away the Song of Fire and took away the fire god's divinity. After that, he slowly turned into the Light King. The Light King was born a few thousand years ago, so of course, he was a new god. That was off topic. From the division between the old and new gods, it could be seen that the old gods were more barbaric. The ancients were more bloody and barbaric than the modern people. Was there a problem? Sigh. The weirwood god's nature is not bad. What's bad is the barbaric customs of the Savage Era. At this time, Danny also remembered the 100 royal girls who killed themselves when city builder Brandon took the Door God's branch. Before the 7 kingdoms were formed, anyone with a castle dared to call themselves a king. However, she still could not help but speak up for the Door God. But the weirwood god is already dead. How did he merge with Es God? Danny was confused. The branch that died was the branch, and the one that merged with Es God was the root, Blinden said. Well, it can be so weird. Danny was stunned. Chapter 576. How can branches and roots be separated? Danny was confused. What's wrong with that? Blinden repeated the action of shaking his head and lowering his head. He gave Danny a strange look for a brief moment. In reality, can a tree survive after its trunk and roots are separated? Danny asked. Can a true god be the same as a normal tree? The branches of Mother Goddess bathe in the sun, breathe in the sweet air, and listen to the cheerful song of the wind. Her roots, however, are deeply rooted in the darkest and coldest abyss of the earth. Darkness is her cloak, and she absorbs power from the darkness, growing strong in the darkness. The roots of Mother Goddess are singing the song of darkness. Ah! Danny exclaimed in realization. I see. That makes sense. The Door God has 2 songs. No wonder the Deviant Ghosts and the Green Prophets Meditation Foundation came from the same source. It was because they did come from the same source. No wonder the Green Prophet had an ambiguous relationship with the Deviant Ghosts and the Frost God. It was because they had always been clingy and unclear. No wonder Melisandre claimed from the beginning that the Green Prophet was the servant of the ancient Deviant Gods. It was not wrong. No wonder in the teachings of the Light King, Lalo, and the Frost God were eternal enemies. Were light and darkness not eternal opposites? Sigh. The Door God is a god with no desires, and yet he condensed 2 songs. Lalo is jumping up and down, seeking death for himself and others, but he can't even protect his own song of fire. The difference between gods is so huge. Danny said with a strange expression. Why do you think that Mother Goddess has no desires? Blinden shook his head again, revealing a strange red light in his eyes. Then Danny finally could not help but interrupt him. Why are you being so smug? A few words of the law asterisk 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 law 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 weary communicating telepathically. You can see what I'm willing to show you without using your eyes. Blinden's lowered head froze in midair. Her milky white cheeks flushed red, and her expression was extremely awkward. After a while, he touched the red birthmark on his right cheek and said, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed this habit of mine. Before the first Blackfire Rebellion, and before my left eye went blind, I wasn't like this. At that time, my long hair covered my right cheek and eye, and I was used to seeing the world with my left eye." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Because of a woman, Sheila Yangxing? She thinks the birthmark on your face is ugly?" As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for the man she loves. If a man cared about his appearance, it was most likely because of a woman if the person he loved was a woman. You... Blinden blushed again. He looked at Danny in surprise and whispered, "You're so smart." In fact, Sheila Yangxing had only touched her lover's cheek after holding hands and said in a joking tone, "The blood crow on your face is really ugly and ferocious." She did not dislike Blinden's appearance. Words like this were common between lovers, however. Blinden's mind was more delicate. He kept Sheila's words in mind and tried his best not to show the red crow birthmark in front of her. Therefore, after his left eye went blind, he could only shake his hair. To see his lover's beautiful face and expression, he had to show his right eye. However, showing his right eye would also expose the birthmark on his right cheek. Therefore, he had a habit of shaking his hair when the person he was talking to had a change in tone. He would reveal his right eye to observe the other person's expression. After that, he would lower his head and let his long hair cover his cheek and eye. This was a habit that had been cultivated for decades. Before today, Blinden did not even notice it. Other people would have noticed it long ago. However, that was the blood crow with 1,001 eyes. The wizard blood crow, the kinslayer blood crow, the blood crow that almost caused a white terror in the Seven Nations, it was an existence that could not be called by its name. Other than the daring dragon queen, who would dare to complain that his habit was too shameless? Why didn't Sheila Yangxing marry you? As a matter of fact, the Dragon Queen even dared to stab him in the heart in front of the Duke of the Blood Crow. Why are you asking this? Blinden frowned and asked. I'm concerned about the family history, Danny said seriously. Blinden was cooked by Danny's great-grandfather. He was already 58 years old and had become an old man. Sheila Yangxing was about the same age. Logically speaking, no matter how playful Sheila was, after spending her whole life fooling around, she was almost an old woman. She should have found a spare tire that she liked and settled down. However, the two of them remained unmarried. Even the people of the Seven Nations knew that Blinden had proposed to Sheila multiple times. This was a little abnormal. However, it could also be because of the genes in their bloodline. Targaryens had crazy men and loose women. They were all weirdos. Westeros had 7 kingdoms, one royal territory, and 8 great families. If one were to talk about which family had the most loose women, Targaryen was definitely first, Dorne was second, and the Iron Islands was third. Stark had the blood of the running wolf. There were a few princesses who eloped with wild men. However, they were passionate but not promiscuous. They were very loyal and had the best upbringing among the 8 great families. The so-called good upbringing did not depend on the number of boyfriends she had, but the number of boyfriends she had at the same time. For example, Rhaenys, who started the trend of noble ladies keeping gigolos, had a powerful conqueror husband. She also kept countless men. Another example would be Blindon Riverwind's lover, Sheila Yangshin. How extravagant was Blindon Riverwind? However, his girlfriend still kept several lovers at the same time while dating him. It was said that even Cold Iron Igor Riverwind had an affair with Sheila. I don't want to talk about this with you. Blindon glanced coldly at Dany and said in an emotionless voice, "If you are not interested in the Frost God, let's talk about Jon Snow." All right, continue. How did the Door God become the Frost God? Dany shrugged and chuckled. The Mother Goddess is not without desires. On the contrary, her wish is too great. It is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. What wish? Dany asked curiously. To save this world. It is indeed a little hard to understand. The ones who want to destroy the world are the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts were created by the Frost God. The relationship between the Frost God and her, however, she really sacrificed herself to build the miraculous Great Wall. On one hand, she was the savior of the world, and on the other, she was the great demon who destroyed the world. Could it be that she had schizophrenia? Dany's mouth twitched. Blindon said, "The one who destroyed the world was neither the Frost God nor the Mother Goddess. Our world was falling in the first place. The transition from the high-energy state to the low-energy state of the universe. The long night is just the appearance of the world's calamity." This theory seems... Dany frowned. It seemed that the old man in the river had said something similar. I have the memories of countless generations of Green Prophet. I know how powerful they were. They broke the Dorne Arm and formed the open sea. They caused a flood to flood the continent and cut it in half. Thousands of miles of forest turned into swamps, separating the northern territory and the southern continent. Blindon sighed. In theory, after generations of inheritance, the Green Prophet today is stronger than 10,000 years ago. However, I am powerless to guide the magic tide and use such forbidden magic. How does the Door God plan to save the world? Dany asked. Blindon said, "Yes, God came from the void outside the world. He told the Mother Goddess that the end of the world's fall would be the same as the land of nothingness where he existed cold, dead, and dark. Since that's the case, why don't we use the time when the state of the universe is lowered and the laws of the world are loosened to reforge the world, establish new laws, and establish a new development path for the world? In other words, we will destroy the living beings under the sun and build a cold, dark, and frozen new world. As you think, the long night will be the normal state of the new world, and the other ghosts will be the main living beings of the new era. The Mother Goddess, who draws power from the cold and darkness, agreed with Es God's point of view and chose to merge with him. The ancient Es God became the Frost God, one of the old gods. Is the Frost God crazy? The deviant ghosts can't even reproduce, and their thoughts and actions are controlled by the deviant ghost king. The new humans are the same as the new worlds. They are frozen and have no life or vitality. They can't avoid the end of their lives. Dany's mouth twitched. Who told you that the other ghosts can't reproduce? Haven't you heard of the legend of the Night King? That Night King is just an ordinary night guardian who married a other ghost as his wife. I don't know if he has any children. Even if it's like the legends outside the Great Wall, the other ghosts and humans can give birth to half-human, half-ghost monsters. The human beings have to participate in the process. However, the process of reproduction requires the participation of humans. Deviants are just parasites of humans. How can they create a new world independently? Dany asked. Sigh. 10,000 years ago, There was a green prophet who used God's knowledge to transform himself into an independent other ghost. Now, you study the basis of the other ghost's meditation and create a new meditation method to trap the faceless. 10,000 years later, the meditation method will be upgraded and become perfect, and the other ghosts will become new humans. Why can't they? If that's the case, why are you still struggling? Go and embrace the new world, Danny said. I'm a living being under the sun. Just like the first long night, the green prophet, the son of the forest, saw the future of his race and was unwilling to be eliminated by the new era. He tried to use the other ghosts to eliminate the main characters of the new era humans. I also don't want warm-blooded creatures to be replaced by ice other ghosts. The mother goddess of the wind was born from the wind and sun. She also wants to see the world prosper and last forever. The mother goddess of darkness and the mother goddess of the wind have different methods, but their goal is the same: to save the world. However, the mother goddess of the wind has hope for the future and believes that one day, a savior will be born to stop the world from falling. The mother goddess of darkness believes that as the world falls, the main characters of the era will be weaker with each generation. If even the true gods can't do it, it's useless even if a savior comes. Danny frowned and said, "You schemed against me before. Do you think that the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai can stop the world from falling? Even I don't dare to think about it. Not to mention the son of prophecy, even Lalo can't do anything." In the Dragon Queen's heart, there was a formula: Dragon Queen, Sheep Egg, Lalo, Yasuo, and Ahai, Jon Snow, in order of weakening. Even she, who stood at the top of the food chain, had no idea how to stop the world from falling.
Why?
Everyone knew that Jon Snow knew nothing. If the world's fall is similar to falling from a building, our world will fall from the 10th floor to the 7th floor. It can last for at least another 5 or 6 eras. However, the long night is imminent. If we fail, winter will stay forever, and the sun will disappear forever. In other words, we are facing two enemies. One is the falling world, and the other is the frost god's transformation of the world into a long night. The son of prophecy has a slim chance of stopping the world's fall, but according to the established trajectory, he will definitely be able to end the third long night. Unfortunately, you were the most important link in fate, but you jumped out of fate. The future is chaotic, and no one can see it clearly, Blindin said helplessly. Haha, just like you said, the son of the forest is unwilling to wither in the new era, so he created other ghosts in a vain attempt to change fate. As a warm-blooded living spirit, you don't want other ghosts to replace humans, so you put in so much effort. All of you are unwilling to be manipulated by fate, but you want me to obey fate, and it's the dog's hit fate that you created. Isn't that a joke? Danny sneered. You won, you changed fate. As the three-eyed crow, I am very depressed and angry. However, as Blindin River won, I am very happy for you. Blindin smiled with admiration. Then he frowned and said, I don't have much time left. Let's get to the main topic. Chapter 577. Don't be hasty. I have one last question. Danny waved her hand and said, was the first long night really created by the Green Prophet to destroy the human race? Blindin sighed and said helplessly, the arrival of the long night is a sign of the world's energy level falling. It has nothing to do with the other ghosts or the frost god. I'm sure you've noticed that the other ghosts have never disappeared. They become active with the arrival of the long night, but it's not their activity that brings about the long night. Of course, the long night is not completely unrelated to the other ghosts. The two complement each other. The arrival of the long night makes the other ghosts active. The other ghosts active makes the long night last. If the other ghosts are not destroyed, the long night will continue. In the end, the frost god will successfully modify the world's laws of the new era, and the world will enter an eternal long night. Perhaps our falling world will stop falling and maintain a balance with the surrounding, outside the world. That's the frost god's goal. Perhaps the speed will not change, and it will continue falling. Or perhaps it will fall to the bottom. No one can be sure of the final outcome of the Frost God's plan to change the world. However, no matter what the outcome is, all living beings under the sun will die. However, in the beginning, even the Green Prophet did not know the relationship between the other ghosts and the Long Night. They naively thought that the other ghosts were similar to the animal companions of shapeshifters. They could be controlled and ordered around without affecting the world. In the end, the Frost God is the Mother God that we believe in. The Green Prophet believed in her and obtained new magical knowledge from her. Hence, the first Green Prophet turned himself into a other ghost, and the situation started to spiral out of control. So, the Frost God lied to you? But there are still many ancestors who believe in her, said Danny with a frown. Rather than saying that the Frost God lied to the Green Prophet, it's better to say that the Green Prophet lied to his people. Don't look at how difficult it is to birth a Green Prophet now. Back then, there were several Green Prophets among the ancestors and the children of the forest. The Green Prophet is a talent, while the three-eyed crow is an identity. The difference between the two is huge. For example, Bran and I are different. In the past, I was the three-eyed crow, and Bran was someone who simply activated the talent of the Green Prophet. At that time, Bran was a complete Stark. He had no interest in saving the world or protecting all living beings. If Bran felt that the Frost God's Long Night plan was a good idea, he could become the Frost God's servant. After all, the Frost God was an old god, the Mother Goddess. However, the three-eyed crow would never accept the teachings of the Cold God. The soul imprint that had been passed down for 1,000,000 years had carved the responsibility of protecting all living beings into the three-eyed crow's soul. Let's not talk about kinship. If the Mother Goddess endangers the world, or if sacrificing the Mother Goddess can save the world, we will not hesitate to send the Mother Goddess on her way. Fuck, this is too tyrannical, too rebellious. Even though Danny already understood the brainwashing characteristic of the three-eyed crow's inheritance, she was still dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the three-eyed crow was a man of his word, and he had really sent the gate god on his way in order to build the Great Wall. This Danny suddenly didn't hate Blynden so much for trying to distort her mind. Would you hate a computer program that doesn't have any personal feelings? Hate is useless. Will Bran plot against me like you did in the past? She asked warily. Even if he needs you, he won't attack you for the time being. He hasn't completed the last step of the inheritance, Blynden said. Tell me, what else do you need from me? Danny gritted her teeth and asked. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Can the three-eyed crow's inheritance be ended? Danny asked. It's useless even if you kill Bran and me. The earth and trees have recorded everything. In truth, there was the Green Prophet's empty window that appeared for 100 years before me. I didn't have a teacher, and all my inheritance came from the dark, empty, and cold roots of the earth and trees, Blynden said. Sigh, you're amazing. I admit defeat. She really couldn't stay in this lousy place like the Westeros. In truth, with your current strength and growth speed, there's no one who can plot against you silently anymore. When you get my gift and fully develop your talent. What treasure? Danny asked. A bowl of weirwood seeds, Blynden said. Are weirwood seeds very precious? Can they develop a person's potential? Danny asked doubtfully. Weirwood was considered rare in the south of Neck Lake, but it was just a normal tree in the north. It could be seen everywhere beyond the Great Wall. They're not normal seeds. You'll understand once you eat them. I'm sure that you've guessed it. We need your help. If the seeds are ineffective, you can leave at any time, Blynden said. You want me to save Jon Snow? I'm afraid that you've made the wrong decision. I can't do it. Even though I've revived the Big Sparrow, his situation is too special. Jon Snow doesn't even believe in the seven gods, Danny said as she shook her head. You've guessed correctly. It's for Jon. Blynden shook his head and glanced at Danny with his single eye that shone with a strange light. He lowered his head out of habit, but when his hair covered the right side of his face, his movements suddenly froze. He thought of what the Dragon Queen had said before, shameless. He wasn't shameless, but he was too embarrassed to show his weakness and inferiority, even though he would never admit it. Just like that, his neck stiffened. His red right eye looked straight into the eyes of the person in front of him and said meaningfully, "You didn't revive him completely with your power. If there's no difference between before and after the revival, why do you want him to die?" Danny widened her eyes and said with a trembling voice, "Let him die. You did it? Fate's arrangement is the same as yours. Just like how you escaped from fate, we also plan to change John's fate," Blynden said faintly. "Speak clearly. What exactly is Jon Snow?" Danny asked in a low voice. "Fate has already changed. There's no point in talking about things that will never happen again," Blynden said. "At least I'll understand who's an enemy and who's a friend," Danny said coldly. "There's no love without reason in this world. Those who arrange fate will only make choices that are beneficial to themselves. Your power and talent are destined to be coveted by others. Everyone is your enemy," Blynden said solemnly. "Tell me, the original fate," Danny insisted. Blynden frowned and said nothing. Danny looked at him with a determined expression. Blynden looked away and sighed. "You will fall in love with Jon. For him, for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, you will sacrifice yourself willingly, offering your flesh and soul to activate the Lightbringer. Jon will end the long night with his sword. He will also inherit your dragon, become the new king of the Seven Kingdoms, and start a new Targaryen dynasty. Yes, just as Ymont thought, Jon is also Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, the true child of prophecy." For a while, Blynden did not hear the dragon queen roaring and cursing. She did not ride the white dragon over to fight with him. She only tilted her head and pondered with a strange expression. It was a little abnormal. Blynden was puzzled. After a while, he heard her say, "Why does it sound so similar to the story of Yasuo and Yahai forging swords?" History has been repeating itself. After 8,000 years, the Lightbringer has lost its original divine power and needs to be reactivated. You should be able to understand. Last time in Dark Castle, you already activated it with your magic and soul power. Blynden's expression and tone were careful, for fear of activating a certain someone's ancestral rage of the sleeping dragon. Danny was not angry and could only ask curiously, "There is a soul in that magic sword. Is it Yasuo's, Yahai's, or his wife's?" She was indeed not angry. She would never learn from Nisanisa and give her soul to a scumbag. Nisanisa sounded like, "You're stupid, you're stupid." She was not stupid. Since she and the original owner were two different people, was there a need for her to let other people's matters affect her mood? At most, she would continue to dig a deep hole for Wu in the future. She forgot that poor Wu had already fallen into the hole she had dug and lost his head. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Blynden asked. "Didn't the Asha prophecy always claim that the savior is the reincarnation of Yasuo's, Yahai?" Danny said. If it was in a classical Xianxia world, Danny would take it for granted that there was reincarnation, but Westerners did not like it, and reincarnation was not popular. The reason was simple. Your soul had already seen God, gone to heaven, and was enjoying unparalleled eternal happiness. What was the point of reincarnating? Easterners hoped for a good reincarnation in their next life. Westerners did not ask for an afterlife, only a good life. After death, God would arrange things. Go to hell or go to heaven. Sure enough, Blynden shook his head and said, "There has never been a true reincarnation in the world. The authority of the world of death is controlled by many death gods, just like how Westeros have hundreds of dukes. The Frost God controls the most power of death, like a king on an iron throne. Lalo controls a part of the world of death, like one of the 7 dukes. Perhaps in the future, you can become a stranger and occupy a place in the Death Kingdom, becoming a duke. But none of the death gods can let a dead soul obtain a brand new life imprint. The dead soul can be resurrected and even reincarnated in another body similar to Destiny, but they can't obtain a brand new life imprint. So, if Jon Snow wants to become the reincarnation of Yasuo's, Yahai, he has to die once? When the King of Light revives him, He will use Yasuo's and Yahai's souls to replace Jon's soul. Danny said in shock. Something like that. But it's not like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest, but a fusion of the two. On the surface, Jon will lose some of his memories and emotions and gain some more fetishes. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this is just the aftereffects of his resurrection. They won't think that he is fundamentally different from before. But you, me, and Jon are not ordinary people. We can understand that the two have already undergone a qualitative change. It's even greater than the change between Caitlin Tully and Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart only lost a part of her soul, but Jon will not only lose a part, but also gain a part. The next three-eyed crow, Bran, is the same as us. He doesn't want his family to become another person. Although Jon is my nephew, if Yasuo Yahai takes over his body in order to save the world, it'll be the family's fortune, Danny said unkindly. Blindon's expression twisted. After a long while, he sighed and said, if you don't change fate first, then you will follow the path of the world, Bran, and I will even ensure that Jon becomes the reincarnation of Yasuo Yahai in order to save the world according to the established path. As expected of the heartless, three-eyed crow. How ruthless. Since you don't want to follow Lalo's script, then don't let Jon die. What's the point of going back and forth? Danny complained. Have you ever thought about what Yasuo Yahai's soul can bring to Jon? Blindon said meaningfully. The life of a savior. Providence? Danny mocked. Providence? Blindon chewed on this word for a long while before he understood it. Maybe there really is providence. He nodded and said sternly, we looked for you to help Jon seize Yasuo Yahai's mandate of heaven. How will you do it? Danny asked in surprise. You once used a wizard spell to erase my soul. Do you still remember? Blindon's red eyes flickered with a dazzling scarlet radiance, which showed his intense mental ripples. Both of them were just soul projections, but he still took several steps forward, closed the distance between them, and lowered his voice. It was as if he was afraid that a third person would eavesdrop on them. The three-eyed crow's soul's strength and tenacity are far greater than Yasuo Yahai's remnant soul. Even Lalo is inferior to us. Since you can erase my soul and take the green prophet meditation technique for my soul, you can also easily erase Yasuo Yahai's remnant soul's consciousness and leave the mandate of heaven to Jon. Do you want to trap Lalo? Danny was shocked by Blindon's audacity and ambition. Is the green prophet close to the Light King? Blindon sneered coldly. Chapter 578. The King of Light, Ar-Hlo, viewed all other gods and churches as enemies. The red-robed lady burned the heart tree and the forest of divine trees. The red-robed lady burned the statues of the seven gods. The red-robed lady burned the statues of the Anami. The red-robed lady burned the barbarians who believed in the old gods. The red-robed lady burned. The King of Light, Lawler, was extremely arrogant. In the teachings of the Red God Church, other than Lawler, all other believers were heretics. The red-robed lady and the Red God believers under Erlu burned everything along the way. They burned everything that was related to ES God. Moreover, the Red God Church preached the theory of good and evil. Ololalo was the god of light and life, a good god. His mortal enemy, the Frost God, was the god of darkness, ice, and death, the source of evil. The Frost God was the old god, and the Green Prophet was the priest of the old god. That was why the red-robed Lady Melisandre had always treated the three-eyed crow as the proxy of the Frost God. That was why Blindon had a reason to trick Lalo. Jon was originally a believer of the old god, and he was even blessed by the Mother Goddess. He was given the green spring water, and he had the best transfiguration talent. But once he was revived by Lalo, he would immediately become the son of the Red God. If fate had arranged it this way, we could have endured it for the sake of the big picture. But you have already broken the prophecy, so why don't we change it? Blindon asked. That's reasonable, but the problem is that you still need the Light King's help to revive Jon Snow, right? borrowing other people's divine power to revive John while seizing other people's savior.
That's not fair, Danny said.
Blindon looked at the righteous dragon queen and sneered. I hope that when Yesor Yahai stabs the light messenger into your heart, you will still remember what you said today. What do you mean? Didn't you say that fate has changed? Danny asked with a frown. Blindon showed a mocking smile and said, Your power is beyond the three-eyed crow's control, so you naturally jumped out of the future that the three-eyed crow chose. But when you asked me who is your enemy, I told you clearly that everyone is your enemy. Only you can hatch dragons, only you have awakened the legendary Valeglia's top-notch bloodline, and only you are the Holy Spirit at the end of this era. Your bloodline, soul, and talent, and even your future is what everyone is afraid of and coveted. You are the Dragon Queen of the Gods. If I wasn't a Targaryen as well, if I hadn't recovered my will, I wouldn't have left this opportunity to you. Dragon King. I lies Dragon King God was Dragon King. Valia people, song of Valia people, and he was song was sealed people for several thousand years. I have 5 dragons, and I will soon become a demigod. I also have 5,000 iron soldiers. I don't even fear the Alliance army and Balerion, so why should I fear him? Danny would still be on guard against Lalo, regardless of Blindon's warning. In other words, she would be on guard against anyone who is strong enough to hurt her. For example, the three-eyed crow swore in the name of the old god and the door god that he would not violate the guest's rights and harm her. So, will you do it or not? Blindon asked straightforwardly. Of course, Danny said straightforwardly. I have nothing to do with Lalo. If the price you pay is appropriate, why wouldn't I do it? At the end of the day, you're just bargaining with me like a street vendor? Brynden was speechless. You want me to cooperate with you to trick a true god? Can I not be more careful? Danny said confidently. Brynden sighed and said helplessly, Only the Green Prophet has the right to enjoy weirwood seeds. Giving you a share is already a sign that I'm taking into account that we are both Targaryens. What else do you want? Trust me, the three-eyed crow and the children of the forest are very poor. There is nothing else worth your concern. Hee. Where do the weirwood seeds come from? Do you have the door god's true god's body? Danny said with a chuckle. The ginseng fruit was sweet and fragrant, but the ginseng fruit tree was the root, right? A cold red light flashed in Blindon's single eye. Do you think it's possible? There really is? I remember that after the door god fused with a tender branch and Brandon plucked it, the tree trunk withered, Danny said in surprise. You? Blindon looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. There was deep resentment in his eyes as he said, Why do you not believe in the mother goddess when she dotes on you so much?
Why?
Danny was puzzled. The mother goddess sang the song of wind to you and brought you back to 8,000 years ago, didn't she? Blindon widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to eat her. What's wrong with that? You are not a follower of the old god. Blindon said heavily. Do you think that the door god needs followers? Do you think that everything of the old god belongs to you because you believe in the old god? Don't think too highly of yourself. You can't use your feelings to kidnap the true god. Danny sneered. Think too highly of myself? Blindon seemed like he was greatly insulted. He roared angrily, You are insulting the Green Prophet, insulting the followers of the First Citizens, and insulting the old god. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. If you really want to know the reason, you can ask the door god yourself. Danny waved her hand. She did not want to argue with a fanatic on the issue of faith. I don't expect the door god to have a body. I'm just curious. I want to see where the weirwood seeds grow. She gave her condition. She did not even know the location of the peach garden. How could she steal the peach? When Blindon died, Bran would go south to participate in the Seven Kingdoms tour. Wouldn't the shelter be empty? If the weirwood seeds were effective enough for her to take the risk, then they followed the squirrel person Yezi through many twists and turns. They passed by several dark and rapid underground rivers and avoided 30 to 40 dark bottomless pits and mysterious shafts. After walking for more than 2 hours in this cave that was forgotten by the world and frozen in time, they finally saw the weirwood seeds.
It was a stone room that was as big as a single bedroom.
The walls were covered with white weirwood roots, which looked like pale veins that grew on the rocks. The roots were decorated with clusters of bright red and delicate blood-hand leaves. Between the vines, there were sparse fruits that shone with red light. They were crystal clear and the size of a thumb. There were dark blood patterns on the surface, like blood tumors. In the dark stone cave, they glowed with a demonic red light, like the evil stars in the dome of hell. Weirwood seeds look like this? Danny looked at Deshiong. Deshiong stepped forward and put his eyes in front of a fruit. He looked at it carefully for a moment and even touched it with his hand. Other than being a little bigger, the color has changed from milky white to dark red, and it's glowing. It's no different from ordinary weirwood seeds. Do ordinary weirwood seeds have the effect of activating talents? Danny turned to Yezi. Have you seen weirwood seeds before? The squirrel person asked.
No.
Danny shook her head. Weirwood seeds are very rich. I've lived for so long, but I've only seen my heart tree bear fruit once. There are many weirwood trees growing on Bear Island, but only the heart tree bears fruit. The number is very small, only 30, but no one eats them. They're all scattered on the hills to grow new weirwood. Deshiong said. 30 is already quite a lot. Yezi pointed to the vines on the wall. Count them. Are there 30? 19. Chui Luo blurted out. Yezi said softly, the world is balanced. The gods gave us a long life, but they didn't allow us to have the fertility of humans in order to prevent us from overbreeding like deer in the jungle without the threat of wolves. But compared with weirwood, the life of the children of the forest is as short as a mayfly by the water. If the eternal weirwood only bears seeds once a year like ordinary trees, there would be no space left for other plants to grow in the world after millions of years. In this way, weirwood shouldn't have seeds. I know that weirwood can multiply by layering, and a tree can multiply a forest. For example, the forest above our heads with a radius of several kilometers probably originated from the same tree. Also, look at how tenacious the weirwood is. It can even sprout and grow branches in rock pits hundreds of meters underground. Danny exclaimed, no matter how strong the weirwood is, it's a fact that it's almost extinct in the south of Neck Lake, Yezi said sadly. Sigh, the Undulls shouldn't have burned weirwood. Even if they don't believe in the old gods, weirwood furniture can be passed down for tens of thousands of years. If the weirwood business is developed, the Westeros will have an inexhaustible gold mine. Danny sighed. Please don't blaspheme the gods on the altar, Squirrel said angrily. Do you know what the plant that rules the world is?
Wheat.
Because humans can't live without it. If one day, humans rely on weirwood like wheat, believe it or not, the whole world will be covered by weirwood. Any existence can only continue to survive if it shows its value to the mainstream society. Weirwood is like this, and so are giants and children of the forest. Danny looked at Squirrel meaningfully. Squirrel had traveled the 7 countries for hundreds of years, and he wasn't a simple flower. He immediately replied, if they lose their characteristics, what's the difference between that and death? Danny smiled and shook her head, saying, even the world is changing, but the creatures living in the world are delusional to think that they will never change. Squirrel's clear cat eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but it only lasted for a moment before he said indifferently, everyone has the right to choose. This is the altar.
You've seen what you wanted to see.
Let's go back. How many fruits are you planning to give me? Danny asked. Squirrel rummaged through the cave and found a wooden bowl. He plucked all 19 red fruits and placed them in the bowl. All for you. So generous? Danny said in surprise. When the fruits were plucked, the light on the surface disappeared. Instead, it turned from blood red to milky white. It was very magical. There was even a blood-red liquid that flowed out of the fruit. Leaf held the bowl and received all the dripping blood. It was like drizzling red sugar on the surface of milk jelly. emitting a bitter walnut-like taste. Bran has already eaten it. Leaf's cat eyes flashed with a strange light. Also, Lord Blinden said that thieves don't care. The next time the weirwood seeds ripen, it will be at least 100 years. Dany was so thick-skinned. Did he want to embarrass her with these words? No way. That makes sense. The caves here extend in all directions and connect to the entire area beyond the Great Wall. What if a free person or a giant sneaks in and steals the fruits? You might as well give them all to me. Dragon Queen agreed with Squirrel's words naturally. Let's go, Squirrel said with a wooden face. Dany stood still. The dragon's soul entered her body, and her round pupils elongated into vertical slits. Her gaze swept over every cluster of leaves and vine. Suddenly, her face lit up. She took a few steps forward and pointed at a tree trunk, saying, "Give this to me too." Chapter 579. Megalosaurus could see many things that humans couldn't. Dany's eyes were still her eyes, but it was indeed Dahe's point of view. Dahe was using her eyes to see the world. What do you want it for? Leaf's cat eyes flashed with confusion. It was a white tree trunk as thick as an arm. It seemed that the top of the tree had been cut off a long time ago. It was only about 1.5 meters long, and there was a lump at the top. The trunk was like white bones, and there were 4 or 5 small and delicate, bloody hand leaves growing on the surface. It was like a sweet potato bought from the supermarket and left aside for a long time. Spore would grow on it. All the trunks grew from the roots, except for this one. The roots seemed to be inside the rock and were not exposed. But it could also be imagined that the roots must be very thick. The vine-like trunks here were very slender. The thin ones were as thick as chopsticks, and the thick ones were as thick as a thumb. This tree trunk was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the stone room. I can feel the huge magic power in it. I can wrap the hilt with skin, draw the core out to make a wand, and use the outer shell to make a scabbard, Dany said. She didn't hide her thoughts. Except for her little brother, no one here was a magic idiot. Weirwood grew slowly, and this trunk was so thick that it must have a long history. The Green Prophet and the Squirrel Man would not ignore its value. Seeing the Squirrel Man's unhappy face, Dany immediately added, "I know that cutting and burning weirwood is taboo for you, but it is traditional to use weirwood branches as weapons. This is the altar." "It's different," Leaf said. "Weirwood from other places is not good enough for me." Dany shook her head and entered the state of Song of Wind. She used the wind to send her voice into the Squirrel Man's ears and said meaningfully, "You should understand what this means, right? Only I am qualified to use it as a weapon." Leaf looked up at Dany, and her cat eyes were full of shock. After a while, she stepped back and said, "Okay, you can take it away, but you can't use a sharp weapon. Break it with my hand? I have the strength, but it may cause the branch to split." Dany frowned and asked, "No, you put your hand on the trunk and sing to it," Leaf said. "What song? Song of Wind?" "I won't," Dany said. "It's not the Song of Wind." Leaf shook his head and said a song in the ancient language. Dany was moved. This was not a song, but a sacrificial speech. She had heard it before. In Menshin's body, he had heard city builder Brandon Stark chant. After he chanted this sacrificial speech, the weirwood mother goddess fused with a twig and detached itself from the tree trunk, falling into Brandon's hand. In the northern region, the old gods had no priests, no pious prayers, no hymns, and even no worship ceremonies. His daily prayers were just like Eid Stark's, where he sat under the heart tree wiping his sword and recited his thoughts. But the children of the forest are people who sing praises to the earth. At this moment, Dany was immersed in the wind song state. She closed her eyes and also began to sing. Although the centaurs and white knights did not understand, they felt that the Dragon Queen's voice was mellow and her tone was bleak, with a heavy sense of history. She sang really well. Dany herself ascended in the song. Her spiritual power entered the tree trunk, then into the roots, and spread out in the depths of the earth. It was cold, dark, and full of vitality. She went deep into the dark underground river and into the vast and boundless underground ocean. Suddenly, she came to a shaft. She went down, 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 and down, never reaching the bottom. She also went through an ancient passage. She did not know how deep it was, nor how far it was. There was a stone cave where there were a few skeletons lying on the stone wall. Crack, a crisp sound pulled her back to reality. Looking down, the tree trunk had fallen off from the stone wall and landed heavily in her hand. I just followed the roots and went deep into the ground. I can travel 1,000 miles with a single thought, but there seems to be no end. Up, down, left, right, in all directions, there is no end. How big is this shelter? On the way back, Danny curiously asked the squirrel man beside her. The river is deep and turbulent, flowing all the way down to the underground ocean where the sun can't reach. The tunnels are long and rugged, never ending. The bottomless pits and mysterious shafts lead straight to the center of the earth. Leaf shook his head and sighed. No one knows how big this place is. We have lived here for millions of years, but there are still many places that we have not explored. Millions of years? Were there humans back then? Beavos, who was carrying the weirwood tree trunk, mumbled. Westeros only have giants and children of the forest. I don't know about the situation on the other side of the narrow sea, the squirrel man said. Why not go to the warm and sunny south? This place is dark, cold, and damp. It's very uncomfortable to live here, Ursa said. That's such a lousy question. Danny glanced at Ursa and said in annoyance, they definitely want to go to the south, but will the Undulls and the king of the ancestors allow it? On the way back, they met dozens of squirrel men with big eyes, big ears, and deer skin. Most of them sat around the fire, holding wooden bowls and spoons as they ate dinner. It was very simple. Stewed mushrooms, grilled fish, and blood-colored soup with the aroma of onions and barley. Gulp, gulp. In the quiet cave, the fat eunuch's belly made an awkward sound. 4 or 5 squirrel men looked over with wide eyes. The bonfire reflected a curious light on the surface of their eyeballs. You still have barley and onions here? Danny coughed softly. We stored a lot of oats, barley, and dried fruits in the summer, but the onions are grown in the cave, Leaf said. How many children of the forest are left in the shelter? Is there enough food to get through the night? Danny asked. There are only about 60 of our people left. There's never been a shortage of food. The squirrel man sighed. After a few words, they had already returned to Blindon's cave. There were also squirrel men eating with the Lee siblings and Adu. When Danny and the others looked for tree roots to sit down by the fire, a white-haired squirrel man spoke Origin language and brought them a large wooden bowl carved from weirwood. The bowl was also blood-colored soup boiled with barley, onions, and pieces of meat. Danny smiled and thanked him. She took the bowl and spoon and held the bowl while waiting for Beavos to eat first. It tastes good. It's fresh and refreshing, the fat eunuch said. Although Beavos wasn't poisoned, Danny still didn't eat it. The broth was bright red and looked like blood. Even if Leaf explained that it was weirwood sap, she still felt nauseous. She gave the soup bowl to the fat eunuch. She took out her wineskin and drank while eating the grilled fish. Do you drink? They didn't come empty-handed. They brought jerky, sakama, and fruit wine with them. It's sakama. It was a deep-fried compressed biscuit with sugar and sesame seeds. It was high in sugar and oil. It could be boiled as soup during the march. Dragon Queen, can you give me a cup? When Danny personally carried the wineskin and poured wine for the children of the forest who surrounded them, a short and thin girl came over. Brown hair, a pair of bright green eyes, like a summer lake, pale cheeks, slightly rough skin, and relatively ordinary facial features. She was less than 1.5 meters tall, but very slim. Of course, the places that should be perky were also very flat. Dry fried string beans. She looked at Danny's eyes and explained, My brother is sick. A cup of wine may make him feel better. Drinking wine is not good for the illness at all, Danny said, but still filled her wooden bowl with orange fruit wine. He's very uncomfortable, the green-eyed thin girl said. What's your name? Danny asked curiously. Mara lied. Daughter of Lord Holland lied of Greywater Hope. My brother is called Jujian. Green-eyed Mara walked to the campfire and put the bowl to the lips of the small boy wrapped in thick fur. The boy was even thinner than Mara. If not for the maturity in his light green eyes, Danny would have thought he was a child. I'll do it myself. Jujian took the bowl and said weakly. What illness? Danny asked curiously.
I'm not sick, Jujian said.
But your sister said you're sick, Danny said. My body is weak. No, there's a problem with your soul. Danny sensed that Jujian's spirit was very weak, and his soul fire was about to be extinguished. I'm fine, Jujian said softly. Danny smiled faintly. You're weak and listless. Have you been attacked recently? This was the sanctuary. Who could attack a guest of the Green Prophet? No one attacked me. Jujian put down the empty bowl and collapsed on the haystack with drunken eyes. What's wrong with your brother? Danny looked at the sad string beans. He wants to go home, but he's stupid and doesn't want to go against fate, Mara said with red eyes. What fate? My brother has the green vision. He can enter the green dream. The green vision was similar to the dragon dream. It could make prophetic dreams. Those dreams were also called green dreams. Dreamwalker Danny's ability was similar to Jujian's. The Dreamwalker was a castrated version of the dragon spirit, while the green vision was a castrated version of the green prophet. Jujian could not find animal companions like the green prophet, nor could he communicate with trees. However, his prophetic abilities were stronger than the green prophet's. Just like Danny, she was not a dragon spirit, but her prophetic abilities were unparalleled in Valeglia. She directly predicted the great cataclysm in Valeglia. The green dream will come true. Jujian dreamed of his own death. The time of his death is right after he helped the brand to come here. He's about to die, sob. The swamp person Mara started crying. Adu, Adu. The brand, who was wearing Adu's skin, had an anxious expression as he called out. Danny felt that he wanted to hug the swamp girl. What did the three-eyed crow say? She asked. He didn't say anything. I came all the way here because I thought that the three-eyed crow could help him. Mara shook her head sadly. Your brother is sick, Danny said with certainty. What sickness? Mara was confused. Idiot. If his death is predicted, he should try his best to avoid it. However, he's waiting for his death with a dejected expression. He's not facing his fate calmly. He's following the script and trying his best to create his own death. Danny mocked her. The green dream will come true. Fate cannot be changed, Mara muttered. Let's not talk about the others. It's easy for your brother to change his fate. How can he change it? Mara's wide green eyes shone with hope. The squirrel person Leaf, who was drinking, looked over curiously with his brown cheeks flushed red. Jujian was the only one who seemed to have given up. He laid on the grass and did not even open his eyes. If you predict that you'll die in a certain way in the future, but you don't have the courage to fight against fate, you might as well be a coward and slap fate in the face. You'll kill yourself in another way in advance. Danny said calmly. Ha ha ha. Beworth likes the queen. That's what you should do. Slap fate in the face, huh? The fat eunuch hugged the big wooden bowl and laughed happily. Danny, eat the weirwood seeds while they're still fresh. Once you're done, go to the Great Wall immediately. Blinden's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. This guy, Danny had a thought. She looked at Jujian with a solemn gaze. What did Jujian see in the green dream? Why do I have a feeling that Blinden doesn't want me to investigate this matter? What's the secret behind this? Perhaps Jujian didn't die of grief. Chapter 580. The crescent moon was like a knife, and a cold light appeared on the snow. Winter had arrived. The days shortened, the nights lengthened. The sunlight was hazy, and the moonlight was quiet. The shelter did not follow the natural laws of the world above ground, so time flowed like water, one after another. Day and night alternated, winter and summer alternated, and time and space seemed to be frozen here. The empty and lonely underground world was like this a million years ago, and it was still like this a million years later. Everything was like an insect trapped in amber, eternal and unchanging. At noon, there was a fire in the cave. At midnight after dinner, it was still the dim red light of the bonfire that lit up the small world. In the corner of the cave, on a bed made of dried leaves and hay, there were more than a dozen squirrel people lying crookedly. Some were snoring, some were singing in a messy tone, and some were talking nonsense. All of them were breathing with the smell of alcohol. The children of the forest drank, but their civilization was too primitive. The winemaking technology was easy to learn, but the social productivity of winemaking was not up to par. Winemaking wasted food, and the extreme north beyond the Great Wall was too bitter and cold. In the dead of night, the squirrel person Leaf brought a weirwood bowl for the dragon queen. 12 faces were carved on the bone-like wall of the bowl, like the faces on the heart tree. The bowl was filled with a sticky and pungent white paste with strands of red silk. The dark red silk should be weirwood sap, but under the light of the fire, it looked like blood. It was like a bowl of fresh brain flowers. In this stone hall, which looked like the cave of Granny Tree Demon, Danny had the illusion that she was holding a human meat banquet. The smell is so strong, and it looks so disgusting. Danny frowned and said, "This is a magic potion. Aren't all magic potions like this? Even a moon tea made by the witches of the forest is not refreshing and delicious, and the color is charming." Leaf said, "Your Majesty, let be worth try it," the fat eunuch said. Danny looked at the squirrel people. Leaf frowned and said, "I don't object to you testing the poison, but this bowl of weirwood paste has a very high magic energy level, and it has a miraculous effect on people with special talents. Ordinary people who eat it may really be no different from poison. I think I have a special talent." Blood Alliance guard Carlo patted his chest and said, "What talent do you have? Why don't I know about it?" Danny asked curiously. The centaur opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Calixi, did you forget?" "Kala, sorry. I activated the Pegasus scar first. You even asked me to recite the Pegasus Bible and said that when I'm older, I'll go to the Pegasus City to become the high priest of the Pegasus religion." Danny's mouth twitched, but she did not refute. In terms of blade techniques, Ricardo was better than normal centaurs, but worse than his two Blood Alliance brothers. In terms of intelligence and strategy, he was far from Kue Luo. In terms of ability to command the Kos tribe, he was inferior to Jogo and Ag. Before this, Ricardo was only tall and sturdy, with two small mustaches by his lips. He looked a little taller than the other centaurs and stayed by Danny's side to keep up appearances. Perhaps he was even better off than Cheetah. Her centaur maids, Jichi and Iri, both liked this donkey shit guy. The relationship between the young centaurs was complicated. All right, it's not complicated. It's just messy and rotten. However, after Danny launched the Pegasus religion, a modified version of the horse god religion, among the centaurs, Ricardo had the highest level of devotion. Danny joked that when he was older and retired, he could help her manage the Pegasus religion in the Pegasus religion. She did not expect Ricardo to remember this and even set this as his goal. "Does being a priest count as a talent?" Danny asked Blinden. "Let this centaur take a bite. We'll know after we try," Blood Crow said casually. From his tone and gaze, it was clear that centaurs were not much different from horses in his heart. "Ricardo is my blood. How can I just try?" Danny said angrily. "Then don't try. This bowl of paste is harmless to you. The Green Prophet's vow to the Mother Goddess will never be broken," Blinden said impatiently. "These words have no credibility coming from your mouth. Have you forgotten how you put on your black clothes?" Danny sneered. 70 years ago, the Iron Throne lost its rightful heir after the mediocre king, Blackfire, Bright Flame Aaron, and many other Targaryen kings and princes. To avoid civil war, Blinden, who was the hand of the king at the time, decided to convene a great council to select a king. The selection of a king by the Great Council would not reduce the sanctity of the Iron Throne. Instead, it would increase the unity of the country. This was because the Iron Throne's royal power was inferior to that of the Emperor under the centralized system of the Great Celestial Dynasty. On the other side of the Narrow Sea, Demon Blackfire's son Ares received the news and wrote a letter to the Iron Throne, requesting to be one of the candidates. Blood Crow agreed and swore to ensure his safety. Ares Blackfire had the right to be a candidate because his bloodline was too noble. His grandparents, the mediocre king and defiant Diana, the elder sister of Saint Baylor, who was imprisoned in the Virgin House, were all direct descendants of the Targaryens. In the end, the moment the unlucky bastard stepped into the city gates of the King's Landing, Blood Crow caught up to him, arrested him, and beheaded him in public. Because Blood Crow had broken his oath, Dany's great-grandfather Aegon V, banished him to the Great Wall. At this moment, hearing the Dragon Queen's disdain, Blynden smiled bitterly and said, "I served my country with sincerity, sacrificing my honor in exchange for the peace of the Westeros. Yet, your great-grandfather, even if there is no me in the world, the Targaryen dynasty would have been destroyed in the chaos of the Black Fire. The Seven Kingdoms would have been plagued by wars that would last for at least 100 years. Millions of people would have died, and you would not have been able to claim the throne today." No one knows how terrified Igor was when Ares Blackfire wrote a letter to the Great Council before the start of the king's selection. He secretly came to me and told me about the fear in his heart and his worries about the future. There is also Ymont. He is the smartest of camel sons. I and all the other vassals were prepared to choose him as the king. However, Igor, who seemed to be the most naive and the most powerless, immediately went to look for his elder brother. Not long after, Ymont gave up the throne himself. That fool deserved to suffer in the Great Wall for half a century. Dany, your great-grandfather Aegon V is the one with the least honor. The two white knights looked at each other. The centaur and the eunuch were confused. The cave fell into a dead silence. Dany had already guessed that the cheapskate great-grandfather, who was also known as the king who should not have become a king, must have had some tricks up his sleeves when he ascended the Iron Throne. However, she did not expect that fellow to be so similar to the style of the Celestial Empire. "This thing cannot be kept for long," said the Squirrel Man as he pointed at the wooden bowl placed in front of the Dragon Queen. "Let me do it. If something were to happen to you, Calixi, the Blood Brotherhood would not live for long," said Ricardo solemnly. Dany hesitated for a moment before she scooped up a small spoonful of paste and passed it to the centaur. The centaur opened his mouth wide and sucked the handle of the spoon into his mouth. "How is it?" asked Dany nervously. The Blood Brotherhood narrowed his eyes and sucked on the spoon for a while before saying, "It's a little bitter. It'll be better if you add some white sugar." The knights who were staring at him nervously almost fell over when they heard this. Big Bear asked with a dark expression, "Do you feel unwell?"
No.
The centaur shook his head. Dany found another wooden spoon and scooped up a small spoonful before stuffing it into her mouth. Ricardo was right. It was a little bitter and hard to swallow. However, the bitter taste quickly turned into a strange sweetness, like a smoothie mixed with honey. Then it turned into other sweet tastes. In an instant, Dany recalled all the wonderful tastes she had experienced in her life. Is this thing really the seed of a weirwood tree? Why does it look so similar to the Undying's night shadow water? She had drunk the night shadow water that Haya had prepared before. It was also sticky, but the color was dark blue. The smell and taste in the mouth were also disgusting, like the combination of ink and rotten meat. After swallowing, the aftertaste was like the combination of all the tastes the drinker had tasted before. It was like the food in the God of Cookery anime that could stimulate the emotions of illusions after eating XXX. One would immediately feel like they were in love, something like that. "Is the night shadow water effective?" asked the Squirrel Man. "It's effective. It can produce the most beautiful illusions and make one addicted," said Dany as she ate the paste. The Squirrel Man said, "Activating one's innate talent is the process of raising one's thoughts and willpower to a higher level. It's like a fish jumping out of the river. Of course, one would see the colorful scenery beyond the river. The night shadow water can also activate extraordinary innate talents. Different potions activate different innate talents. The Night Shadow Water activates the innate talents of male sorcerers, while the Weirwood Tree Paste is thousands of times more powerful. It can activate the power of holy spirits or sub-holy spirits in one's bloodline. Then the Squirrel Man asked, "Do you know what holy spirits are?" It's the innate talent of listening to the Song of Laws. I've heard someone say something similar. Tell me again, and see what's the difference. Danny nodded. Leaf said, sub-holy spirits can only master the song of the world. Only real holy spirits can sing their own songs. What's a three-eyed crow? Danny asked. It's at least a sub-holy spirit. I don't seem to have changed. At this moment, the paste in the bowl was almost finished by Danny, and even the illusions were suppressed by her powerful mental power. The Weirwood Tree Paste can't give you power, and it won't change your bloodline. It only awakens your innate talent. No one knows if you don't try it. It's like a genius swordsman. If he doesn't practice the sword, who knows if he has the innate talent to become a great knight? Leaf's words made sense. Danny decided to rest in the cave for the night and set off early the next morning. Blinden was dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing he could do. Only 10 minutes later, Danny woke up from her cultivation and started looking for the wooden bowl. After she found it, she looked around, and while no one was paying attention, she quietly stuck out her tongue and used the spoon to lick the white and red paste on the bowl's walls. The three-eyed crow and Leaf didn't lie to her. The Weirwood Tree Paste really had a miraculous effect. First of all, her meditation foundation started operating more easily. It was like a top-notch computer in 2020 could play a AAA game in 2010. Secondly, her soul, which was originally full, started absorbing spiritual essence without limit. Finally, and most importantly, her second soul ring began to split. In Danny's soul space, the Great Wizard Meditation Technique's 9-colored vortex was at the center, and it was surrounded by the Green Prophet Meditation Technique. When the Megalosaurus was young, including the hatching stage, Danny had shared a dragon spirit with every dragon. But as the Megalosaurus grew up and formed its own consciousness, Danny couldn't take the initiative to share a dragon spirit with them. If the Megalosaurus ran into a fatal danger, it would ask its mother to save it. There was a dragon spirit soul channel between Danny and the Megalosaurus, but the channel was sealed when the Megalosaurus grew up. Now, Danny could once again sense the 3 sealed channels. She had a feeling that as long as she wanted to, her second soul could split into 4 parts. Danny understood what this meant. She had been looking forward to this for a long time, and it was also the main reason why she took the risk to come to the area beyond the Great Wall. The era of the 5 dragon spirits was about to begin. Chapter 581. After eating the Weirwood Paste, Danny felt the connection with Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red in the depths of her soul. Deep into her soul, she wanted to strengthen this connection. She wanted to become a dragon spirit with the 5 dragons. As she thought of this, the space of her consciousness immediately changed. In the center of her mind, the 9-colored vortex erupted like a volcano, spewing out a large amount of bright red soul matter. At the edge of her mind, the ring of the second soul shattered into countless green prophet runes. The green prophet runes were the steel framework, and the bright red soul matter was like bricks and tiles. In an instant, 4 houses were built. From the outside to the inside, they formed 4 rings around the 9-colored meditation foundation, which were 4 separate souls. The outermost layer was light green in color with the Green Prophet technique as the foundation. The second, third, and fourth layers were blank pink rings. The 9-colored meditation foundation was like a star, and the outer 4 rings were like 4 rings. Just like Saturn's rings, the rings could be divided into several layers according to the color. At this time, in Danny's consciousness, Hiss, the 3rd dragon, Little Green, turned its head and looked left and right. Hiss, the 4th dragon, Little Gold, had a blank expression. It stretched its neck and howled at Mother Dragon. Hiss, the 5th dragon, Little Red, imitated its fourth brother, and howled like a goose. "They're all here." The second dragon, White Dragon, was slightly more intelligent and understood the current situation. The eldest dragon, Black Dragon, was calm and composed. He had the demeanor of a big brother. "Sigh. The family is finally reunited." Mother Dragon, who said this, had completely forgotten about a certain cheap son in the sea of grass. Hiss, the 5 dragons surrounded her and howled together. "Come, let's evolve into magic dragons first." Danny had experienced the process of copying the meditation foundation twice. This time, she was familiar with it. Starting from Big Black, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red all entered the 9-colored vortex and copied Dragon Queen's Grand Wizard Meditation Foundation version 2.0. That's right, the 9-colored vortex of the 2 magic dragons, Little White and Big Black, was also reforged. Any meditation technique had the possibility of being upgraded. However, after 8,000 years of development, the Grand Sorcerer meditation technique was almost perfect. Mortals had limited wisdom and could not improve it further. But the Song of Wind changed that. In the process of listening to the world and the wind, Danny was slowly but surely modifying the Grand Wizard meditation. It made it more compatible with the laws of the world. It was the meditation technique of the Fire Sorcerer Danny, which allowed it to break away from the category of Sheep Egg's Song of Fire and become the true foundation of her power. To put it simply, the world was changing. Danny followed suit and upgraded Grand Wizard Valeglia's meditation. Not to mention Danny, even the Sheep Egg's Meditation Foundation was not only different from 8,000 years ago, but it was also different from the meditation method that Danny first obtained in Orlos. The Sheep Egg was never stupid. He was also evolving and changing. When the 5 dragons had cast the latest version of the 9-colored Vortex Magic Foundation, Danny immediately dismissed them and ended the status of the 5 dragon spirits. The 5 dragon spirits were great and powerful. It gave her the impulse to use a soul-destroying attack on the 3-eyed crow. But now is not the time to study the dragon spirits. She had eaten the weirwood seed paste. There were other new talents waiting to be discovered. The trees would teach the green prophet. The trees remembered everything. Blinden and Leaf had said this before. This was also one of the green prophet's abilities. Danny might not have drunk the green spring of the door god. In fact, she had stolen the green spring of the old god's believers through the method of spiritual bestowment. But the green prophet meditation technique in her mind was not fake. In theory, she was also a green prophet. But she could not travel through the timeline. She could not silently distort the will of others. She could not read the memories of the trees. After eating the weirwood seed paste, Danny felt that her green prophet's second soul had become much more agile. It was a feeling similar to martial arts cultivation. She could control every inch of her skin, every muscle, and every bone in her body. She could control the split of her second soul. She could also make her 4 split souls fuse together. She even had a premonition that she could split another soul from her second soul. Like the 3-eyed crow, she could enter a tree or an animal companion's body. Hence, she ended the 5 dragon spirits and could not wait to start experimenting. Danny closed her eyes. Darkness surged toward her like a tide. She left her body and fused with the roots. This time it was different from the past. The weirwood was no longer a simple tunnel. The weirwood had become a part of her. She did not enter the weirwood's roots. Instead, she fused with it. She became the weirwood itself. She saw the dark cave. She saw Beavis chewing on the blood-red sour grass. He narrowed his sparkling eyes and looked around cautiously. Cora and the other 3 put on their armor and went to sleep. Beavis was on duty to guard the queen. She heard the surging river below her and sensed the extreme darkness and loneliness deep underground. But she did not feel any fear. She was like a tree that had taken root in the earth. The tree's roots were born to enjoy the earth. They used the darkness as a shield and absorbed power from the darkness. Yes, Danny was not used to the dark cave in the shelter. But now, She was enjoying the darker and colder earth abyss. She had become a tree root. This feeling was like a tree spirit. A shapeshifter who found a direwolf as an animal companion was called a wolf spirit. Danny and the great wizard Valeglia were dragon spirits. Then, the relationship between the Green Prophet and the weirwood, other than faith, could it be called a tree spirit? Danny wandered among the tree roots. Then, she returned to the cave. Are you willing to accept this fate? The skeleton king on the weirwood throne sighed. If I wasn't willing, I wouldn't have come here. Beside the tree roots, Zhou Jian sat cross-legged. The bright red torch cast a determined and resolute light on his face. This is our fate. Blindon closed his only eye. Zhou Jian stood up and left. Mara covered her mouth and cried. Danny followed behind Zhou Jian and entered another cave. He came to a white-haired squirrel man and lifted his sleeve, revealing his wrist. The white-haired squirrel man took out a small dragon crystal dagger from his waist. Dragon crystal weapons were the standard equipment of the children of the forest, and slid it lightly across the swamp man's wrist. The squirrel man chanted a mysterious sacrificial song in the origin language. Zhou Jian's blood was dyed with a green line and fell into the wooden bowl. Danny was shocked to see that the swamp man's face turned pale in an instant. It was as if the color of a living person was flowing out from the wound on his wrist. If a person was made of vivid colors, then at this moment, the color that belonged to Zhou Jian had completely disappeared, leaving only the cold black and white. He had lost a certain characteristic. Danny looked at the wooden bowl solemnly. It was a weirwood bowl that looked like a white bone. The small half of the blood in the bowl had a demonic green color. The squirrel man leaf appeared. She held a wooden tray in her hands. On it was a milky white fruit. Danny was very familiar with it, weirwood seeds. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. The squirrel man used Zhou Jian's blood and weirwood seeds to make a paste. Zhou Jian was like a toy doll that had run out of battery. He slumped weakly on the stone bench. Mara ran over and hugged him, crying. The white-haired squirrel man looked at the siblings with a complicated expression. He took the wooden bowl and left the stone room. He came to Blindon's weirwood throne. A 10-year-old boy appeared in front of Blindon. Brandon Stark. This was the first time Danny saw Bran. After seeing him in person, her feelings were very complicated. He had chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a pale-sized oval face. His handsome cheeks were dotted with a few lively pockmarks. He sat timidly on the fur like a pitiful little girl.
He was really just a child.
This thing will turn me into a green prophet? Bran held the bowl with an anxious expression. Blindon's eyes turned in another direction. Behind Bran, he looked into Danny's eyes and said faintly, "It's your bloodline that made you a green prophet. This thing will only help you awaken your talents and allow you to combine with trees." "I don't want to combine with trees. I want to," Bran argued. His blue eyes were like a table lamp that had been unplugged. They quickly dimmed. "I don't want to combine with trees, but no one wants to combine with a cripple like me," he murmured sadly. He picked up the spoon and ate the weirwood paste. He frowned at the first spoonful. It seemed difficult to swallow. After the second spoonful, he began to wolf it down. "Mother!" Bran's eyes were misty. Tears flowed down his cheeks and rolled down his face. "What's the taste?" Blindon asked. "It's very sweet. It's like the last kiss that Mother gave me before she left Winterfell. It's like Mara smiling at me," Bran said unconsciously. "Change your form. It's like entering summer," Bran's direwolf. "Try to merge with the roots. First follow them into the ground, then enter the trees on the mountain. You can see what the trees have seen. The trees have recorded everything." Blindon stared at Danny and instructed Bran earnestly. Bran suddenly turned his head and looked at Danny expressionlessly. He roared, "You shouldn't have come. This is our kingdom. Kingdom, kingdom, kingdom." At first, only Bran's young voice was heard. Soon, Blindon's old and deep voice was heard. In the next moment, countless voices chanted, "Kingdom, our kingdom." The powerful green prophets will came crashing down. It was as if it was in the mental world. It released a Super Shinra Tensei on Danny. The invisible repulsive force sent her flying into the boundless darkness. She returned to the roots again and returned to reality from the past. The green prophets will frighten her. In front of the heritage crown that had been forged by the green prophet for millions of years, she was suppressed to the point of suffocation. Leave, leave. This is our kingdom. Leave. But in just a moment, that will chased after her again, as if it was determined to chase Dany away. I'm not leaving. Chase after me. Anyway, she was only a soul fragment of the green prophet's second soul. It wouldn't be a pity to lose her. Dany didn't care. She plunged into the roots again. She randomly chose a direction and went down endlessly. Then, according to what Blynden had taught Bran, she jumped into the trees on the surface like a fish out of water. She came to a grand and majestic palace. Under the seven-pointed mosaic of colored leaded glass, there was a chair made of countless iron swords. On it sat a king with messy hair and a twisted face. Burnt them all. Burn the hell all, shit. This is... Dany was shocked. The King's Landing. The Red Fortress. The Mad King? Although this was the first time she saw the Mad King, he was too recognizable. Greasy silver hair, a crown, a mien, thin face full of suspicion, vigilance, and viciousness. There was a maniacal smile at the corner of his mouth. His arm on the back of the chair exerted force. The veins on the back of his skinny hand bulged. There were also long and curly fingernails like the devil's. Of course, the most distinctive thing was that crazy, burn the hell all. It was unique in the Westeros. Could it be that she had returned to 18 years ago, the day the Mad King died? Chapter 582. Haraha, Scholar Villis. Guess what the king said to me? The ancient gray-cold castle. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell from the sky. The green leaves of the trees in the courtyard were dotted with clusters of white snow. The ground was soaked in snow, and black mud stuck to the feet. Ricard laughed as he took off his sword belt and black cloak and handed them to a servant. Then, he walked towards the tall stone door with a young scholar. Dany had transmigrated again. She didn't really transmigrate. Instead, she saw what happened decades ago through the trees. Was she reading the memories of the trees? Previously, she was in the Red Castle 19 years ago. Now, she was in Winterfell. She met Ricard again. The Duke of Winterfell, who was 20 years younger. For some reason, Dany felt that Ricard had the same temperament as his eldest son, Brandon. It wasn't a slutty blood-stained long sword. It was more like Stark's running wolf blood? She wasn't sure. The rumors are correct. Our king. The young Ricard nodded his furry head and chuckled. He has a problem here. What strange theory did he come up with again? The scholar named Villis didn't correct the Lord's rudeness. Instead, he teased the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Perhaps because they were both young, the Duke and the scholar were very close. They spoke and acted like friends. The king wants to build another Great Wall. Ricard laughed loudly. He said that if another Great Wall was built 500 kilometers north of the Great Wall, the land between the two Great Walls would be included in the kingdom's territory. The Seven Kingdoms would gain at least 300,000 square kilometers of land. Haha, the king has crazy ideas from time to time. We should get used to it. When he was still the crown prince, he discussed with Duke Tywin to dig a canal to transport the water from the Trident River and the Blackwater River to Dorne. This way, the desert of Dorne could become fertile land. Dorne, which is almost unaffected by winter, could continuously grow rice and wheat, enough to feed the entire Westeros. Scholar Villis laughed as he shook his head. He continued, last year, when he ascended the throne, he wanted to gather the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. He planned to occupy the Stone Steps archipelago and collect taxes from the ships in the Narrow Sea. If it wasn't for Duke Tywin's advice, I don't know how things would have turned out. Ricard stopped laughing and sighed. King Aerys's goal is very good. He wants to expand the territory of the Seven Kingdoms. Unfortunately, all his plans were so unrealistic. Why did the city builder Brandon build the Great Wall at this location? Wasn't it because it was the narrowest place on the continent, only 500 kilometers wide? Another 500 kilometers to the north would increase the amount of work by almost 10 times. But now there wasn't even a tenth of the city builder Brandon. There was also the canal that connected the northern and southern continents. Even with the power of the entire nation, it would be difficult to complete it in 100 years. Everyone wants to occupy the Stone Steppes archipelago and control the narrow sea, but which city-state has succeeded? Every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin to decide whether he is great or mad. There was no doubt that Aerys was the crazy side. Your Excellency, this is an opportunity for you. What opportunities? Rickard was puzzled. The northern region is vast, but it is hardly worthy of your talent and ambition. Stark is the king of the northern region, but he can also go further. You should shift your gaze and cross the next swamp, the riverlands, the valleys, and reach the heart of the Westeros, the King's Landing. Duke Tywin became the hand of a king at the age of 20. Your talent doesn't lose to his at all. Perhaps you can surpass him, Varys said faintly. What the fuck? What is this scholar trying to do? Dany was stunned. She didn't care about the conversation between the two northerners at first. Even if they were laughing at her cheap father's wonderful ideas, she didn't care. Even the awe-inspiring Dragon Queen, the Eternal Emperor, couldn't avoid being gossiped about behind her back. What did the Mad King do to deserve the sincere love of all his subjects? She had only intended to stay here for a while and slowly familiarize herself with the ability to travel through time, but now she seemed to have eaten a shocking melon. This wasn't the first time the honest and simple Duke of the Northern region in Dany's heart had heard such words. There was no doubt or incredulity on his face. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought and eager to give it a try. This is our kingdom. Leave. Just as Dany was concentrating and trying to fast-forward to see if Rickard had any ambitions, the annoying three-eyed crow came over again. Swoosh, swoosh, ah. Dany's figure disappeared from the Winterfell Duke's study in an instant. She teleported to the bottom of a huge weirwood tree. Under the cover of the weirwood tree, beside a dark pool, Dany saw Bran. Bran looked at the middle-aged man who was sitting under the tree and wiping a black greatsword with a sheepskin handkerchief with admiration. Dany suddenly appeared beside Bran. In the next moment, the sadness and desire on Bran's face disappeared, replaced by a blank and empty expression. He only glanced at Dany before she left the tree trunk and roots and returned to the dark cave filled with weirwood roots. You shouldn't have done that, Blynden said with a sigh. Why? Dany was dumbfounded for a moment before she recovered from the jet lag caused by the space-time disorder. When she returned to the cave, her head was dizzy. I want to take away your dragon and your throne. Are you willing to do that? You are violating the Green Prophet's rights, Blynden said. Isn't that too overbearing? Dany said with dissatisfaction. The land is there, and the trees are there. Why are you the only ones who can use them? For millions of years, only the Green Prophet who obtained the legacy could travel freely at the edge of the River of Time. Ordinary Green Prophets would get lost easily. You don't have the ability to travel through time. Previously, you were following another person's path. It's like he walked on the river and left behind traces. You just happened to forget it. Even if I explain, you won't understand. You just need to understand that we are protecting this power and ensuring that it won't be abused by others, Blynden said with a sigh. Dany raised her chin and sneered. Isn't it just where I went? Bran stopped at. Why can't you understand? Also, I am the queen. Only the power in my hands can be considered not to be abused. I suspect that you are using the ability to travel through time and space in the trees to carry out illegal activities that endanger humans. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Now, hand over the tools and let the Queen, who represents the country and all humans, keep them. Brandon closed his eyes and sighed. You can go. Leaf. Send the guest away. The squirrel person Leaf came to Dany, without saying a word. He just looked at her with his big cat eyes. No matter how thick-skinned Danny was, she couldn't take it anymore. "Let's go," she stood up and said to her 5 underlings gloomily. "It's about 2 in the morning. It's obvious how dark it is outside. If there's an ambush by deviant ghosts, Beworth and the Queen will be in trouble," Beworth mumbled loudly as he lit a torch. "There are only corpse ghosts nearby. Deviant ghosts won't come," Leaf said. "Are you sure?" "I think it's safer to wait for daytime," De Xiong said doubtfully. "This is a shelter. Just like how deviant ghosts can't pass through the Great Wall, they can't come here," the squirrel person emphasized. Adieu. Their movements were loud, and the sound of armor clashing and talking was not soft. The squirrel person, Lida, and Adieu in the corner were all woken up. "Do you want to leave together?" At the entrance of Blinden's cave, Danny stopped and looked at the Lida siblings. No, we will leave with Bran." Hearing that, the swamp girl's face lit up with anticipation. But after looking at her silent brother, she hesitated and refused. "You're dead if you don't leave," Danny said to Jiujian. "This is my fate." Jiujian's voice was softer than a goose feather and weaker than the summer snow. "If you leave with me, you can immediately change your fate," Danny said. "When I was 6 years old, I knew that helping Bran become the Green Prophet was my mission. I don't intend to change this fate," Jiujian said. 6 years old. Danny frowned. "When I was 6 years old, I got gray water fever, a disease of the neck. When I was about to die, the 3-eyed crow saved me and gave me the green vision as a gift," Jiujian said with a sigh. Danny seemed to be deep in thought. It was highly possible that Jiujian was a great gift that the 3-eyed crow had prepared for Bran. In the past, the 3-eyed crow had given him the green spring. Now, Jiujian's green dream talent was returned to the new 3-eyed crow. If the Green Prophet was compared to the Dragon King, the Green Prophet was the dragon spirit, while the Green Dream was the dragon dream. The Green Dream wasn't Danny's dragon spirit, but Danny's prophecy dream. The Green Prophet was the same as the dragon spirit, and it had a certain prophecy ability. However, it was far inferior to the professional Green Dream and Dragon Dream. This could be seen from the fact that Danny managed to escape the Great Calamity, while the Great Wizard's clan was exterminated. Perhaps the simple Green Prophet also had a flaw. Just like what Blinden had said before, ordinary Green Prophets might get lost in communicating with trees. Perhaps the 3-eyed crow was a Green Prophet whose Green Dream was completed. Jiujian was Bran's sacrifice. The complete Bran would have the Green Dream's ability, and it would come from Jiujian. As Danny thought of this, she looked at Jiujian with a sympathetic gaze. "What about you? Do you want to leave with me? Perhaps we can return to Grey Water Town the day after tomorrow," she asked Jiujian's elder sister, Mara. Will stay. Jiujian and Bran need me," the swamp girl said. Danny rolled her eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Bran, who was piloting the Gundam. She said, "Your brother is dead. Bran will ascend to the Weirwood throne, just like Blinden. He will fuse with the tree and stay here forever." Duo. Fear flashed in Duo's eyes. At this moment, Bran had not completely turned into the 3-eyed crow, and he still had human emotions, although they were slowly fading away. Mara cast a sorrowful glance at her younger brother. Her tone was firm, and she said without hesitation, "I will always be by Bran's side." Duo. Duo's large eyes were misty. He was so touched that he almost cried. Danny cast a strange look at the two of them for a while before she asked, "Do you like Bran?" I don't." Mara's thin and sallow face turned red. "I don't know," the swamp girl said with her head lowered. "Wow. When Beworth comes back in a few years, he might be able to see a few little 3-eyed crows." Beworth clapped his hands and laughed loudly. The big bear cast a glance at the sworn brothers, shook his head, and said, "Bran broke his spine, just like you. He can't make it, so how can he have children?" Sigh, he's in a worse state than Beworth. "At least Beworth can still become a white knight," the fat eunuch said as he looked at the swamp girl pitifully. "Actually, it's not like there's no way," Danny said. "That's right, he can still pray to the Holy Mother." Beworth was enlightened. You want the three-eyed crow to pray to the seven gods? The big bear's expression was distorted. You used to believe in the old gods, but didn't you change your belief to the seven gods now? Beworth said disapprovingly. The three-eyed crow is the archbishop of the old gods. Garth bared his teeth and said. Danny looked at Auduo and said meaningfully, if your body can't make it, you can ask someone who can. Chapter 583. Danny was wrong. She didn't go back to 18 years ago. Instead, she transmigrated to 19 years ago. Your Majesty, Prince Liga kidnapped Lyanna. Many nobles in Helen Castle were witnesses. Not only did you protect and harbor the prince, but you also imprisoned Brandon and a group of nobles who made a normal complaint to you. You even wanted to burn us to death. What kind of logic is this? Below the Iron Throne, there was a black-haired, long-faced man in black plate armor. His hair and beard were all spread out, and his eyes were scarlet red. He puffed out his chest and roared. Rickard Stark, you are the worst bastard. Eris leaned forward, pointed at the Duke of the Northern Territory, and cursed loudly. I saw through your conspiracy. You are trying to overthrow my rule and steal my throne. So crazy. Danny face-bombed. Everyone knew how honest Stark was. It was more reasonable to accuse him of great disrespect or roaring at the king than to accuse Stark of usurping the throne. As expected, Rickard, who was as strong as a black bear, glared angrily and shouted, Your Majesty, I just want my son and daughter back. Why do I have to overthrow your rule? There was no news of my son Liga after he left Helen Castle. It must be you. You arranged for your whore children to seduce him and bring him to some place to kill him. If you want the Iron Throne, you have to get rid of the brave Liga first. Then, you can use the matter of losing your daughter to attack me. You call me the Mad King behind my back. Do you think I don't know? Am I crazy? No matter how crazy I am not as crazy as you bunch of rebels. You actually want to overthrow the real Dragon King dynasty established by Conqueror Aegon. The Mad King's thin lips moved quickly. His beard that reached his lower abdomen trembled violently. His eyes were filled with anger and madness. The Mad King's imagination, Danny was stunned. Although the Mad King's delusions were acting up, this idea of wicked people plotting against me seemed to be quite logical. Your Majesty, don't slander me. My daughter Lyanna is engaged to Theon Bella. Everyone knows that. Why would I ruin the honor of the House of Stark and let her seduce? The word seduce was too irritating for an old father who loved his daughter. Rickard almost pulled out his sword in anger. He had already put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Honor? When you wanted to betray the monarch, Stark had already lost his honor. Eris sneered. Your Majesty, once I receive your order, I immediately set off from Winterfell. I traveled day and night, crossing thousands of kilometers to King's Landing. Other than a few guards, I was alone. I didn't even bring a single vassal of the northern region. Isn't this enough to prove my loyalty? Rickard said angrily. Then, he argued, Prince Liga has White Bull, Daybreak Swordsman, and several other White Knights by his side. How can we murder him silently? I'm in the Northern Territory, and I heard that someone saw His Highness in the Dornbliss Tower. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to Dorne to investigate. Of course, the Mad King knew that Liga was not dead. He just wanted to accuse someone of a crime. Well, he really had no excuse, so he came up with such a lousy excuse. Your son, Brandon, rode into the Red Castle, drew his sword and shouted, Liga, come out and die. You can't deny this, right? I arrested him in the name of conspiring to murder the Crown Prince. What's wrong with that? The Mad King said coldly. This was a normal accusation. It was much more reasonable than using his daughter to seduce and murder Liga. Rickard could only admit his mistake helplessly. Your Majesty, Brandon was impulsive. He was just too worried about his sister. He didn't really intend to murder His Highness. Humph. Since you admit that he made a mistake, I have no problem punishing him. The Mad King sneered. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with him? Rickard suppressed his anger and asked in a muffled voice. Conspiring to murder the crown prince is a crime that can't be redeemed with 10,000 deaths. Ha ha ha. The Mad King didn't have any subtlety. He laughed proudly. Brandon was also a scoundrel. Aerys Targaryen Madbloods had been fully awakened. The Mad King's name had been renowned internationally for more than 10 years. Despite knowing that the Mad King was crazy, he still rode into the Red Castle, drew his sword, and roared, "Liga, come out and die." Did he think that the Mad King was a liar who didn't dare to go crazy? According to the official statement, Brandon had awakened the House of Stark's running wolf's blood. Just like Lyanna, he lost his rationality and became hot-blooded and impulsive. Your Majesty, my son is guilty. But he only drew his sword and roared at his Majesty.
He didn't do anything.
Isn't it too much to sentence him to death? Rickard said angrily. The Mad King's lips curled into a malicious smile. I can be lenient and allow him to wear black clothes. Anyway, the Great Wall is just next to Winterfell. He can be considered home. Dany carefully sized up the Mad King on the Iron Throne. She suddenly had a feeling that the Mad King's original goal was to kill Brandon. Something about Lyanna seducing Liga, something about Liga being dead. He was leading Stark to admit that his son drew his sword to harm the prince. He didn't intend to kill Brandon even though he had convicted him. Instead, he wanted him to wear black clothes. Why did he want Brandon to wear black clothes? Dany wasn't sure. She wasn't sure if the Mad King was purely crazy or if it was because of political considerations. Brandon was the heir to the Duke of the Northern Territory, and the core of the alliance between the Northern Territory and the River planned the marriage between Brandon and Catelyn. If Brandon wore black clothes in a dishonorable way, the marriage between Stark and Tully could not continue. It was impossible to replace Brandon, and Luddite replace him. If the alliance between the wolf and fish failed, the iron triangle of the fish, the eagle, Aaron, and the wolf could not be formed. The anger on the Duke of the Northern Territory's face slowly disappeared. His voice was calm but unusually firm. Your Majesty, I request a trial by martial arts for my son Brandon Stark's crime. The twisted smile on the Mad King's skinny old face froze like rotten milk. Rickard, letting him wear black clothes is the greatest gift I can give you. It's also the best ending for you. Aerys feared, the veins on his hands, and his skinny body were all trembling. It was as if a ferocious beast was rampaging in his heart and was about to break out of its cage. Your Majesty, Brandon is not guilty. We don't plead guilty. We have the right to request a trial by martial arts. Dying in battle is better than losing honor, Rickard said with a cold gaze. Aerys held his forehead and chuckled. You must think that you have a chance of winning because Arthur Dayne is not in the Red Fort, right? Someone, go to the dungeon and bring Brandon here. Soon, Dany saw his blood-soaked sword Brandon. Black hair, black eyes, a square face, a straight nose, a tall figure, heroic, masculine, and full of vitality. Although his face was dirty and his clothes were sloppy, he had a dignified bearing. He walked into the court with his head held high and his chest puffed out. There was no trace of fear on his face. He was a very masculine man. No wonder Ashera fell in love with him. Compared to the steady and somewhat lethargic Barristan, this young man was too suitable to be her boyfriend. Yes, honest people like Old Ba and Ide, who could live their lives, were suitable to be her husband. Brandon was tied to a marble pillar inlaid with bronze megalosaurus reliefs in front of the imperial palace. His legs were tied together by hemp rope. His hands were unchained, a belt was around his neck, and he was chained to the pillar. Cling under the confused gazes of Brandon and Rickard, the Mad King turned around and pulled out the long sword at White Knight Jaime's waist. He threw it under the royal stairs. The long sword rolled on the ground and finally stopped 2 steps away from Brandon. Then, 4 guards rushed in and tied Rickard up without any explanation. They hung him on another pillar. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Ricard had a bad premonition and said angrily, "Didn't you want to have a trial by martial arts?" The Mad King asked, puzzled. "You tied my hands and feet and hung me in the air. How can I compete?" Ricard said, "Oh, you might not understand. The representative I chose wasn't the White Knight, but the more representative of the true dragon fire." The Mad King slapped his forehead and laughed maniacally. Fire? Soon, everyone understood what the Mad King was going to do. The alchemist brought a few cans of green liquid, wildfire, and lit them under Ricard. "Ricard, if you don't die from the wildfire, I lose. Everyone will be acquitted. If you're guilty, the wildfire will punish you on my behalf." The Mad King laughed. No, Brandon's expression changed drastically. He struggled frantically and howled, "Your Majesty, kill me. My father had nothing to do with the murder of Lei Jia. Let him go, sigh, my benevolent heart." The Mad King sighed helplessly and said nonsense in a serious tone. "Brandon, the sword is under your feet. If you have filial piety, you can pick it up, cut the rope, and save Duke Ricard." Boom flames dyed the court hall green and the faces of everyone in the hall. Ouch! Ricard, who was on the flames, let out an inhuman cry of pain. For the martial arts competition, he had specially changed into a full set of steel helmet and armor. Therefore, the flames didn't directly burn his body. Instead, it was like roasting meat on a metal plate. No. Father Brandon's eyes were red, and his face was purple. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. His father was struggling in the wildfire, and he was struggling in the belt that locked his throat. Brandon struggled forward, his arms stretched out, hoping to reach the long sword on the floor. Even if his neck was broken, it was always a long way away. The smell of burnt meat filled the hall, and the sizzling sound of the oil seemed to be particularly loud. Ricard was cooked, and the oil was fried. Brandon's eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting like a demon. But he still struggled forward, toward the sword on the ground. Then he strangled himself to death. The Mad King watched the whole process with great interest. The guards also had a curious look, and they enjoyed watching the show. Only the White Knight, Jaime Lannister, looked very conflicted. He was even in pain and anger. He took a few steps forward, but in the end, he retreated to the Mad King's side. The Mad King noticed the White Knight's struggle. He seemed to be stimulated 3 times, and he laughed even more proudly. Ricard lost. "I won the trial." The Mad King tilted his head and looked at the young White Knight. He smiled viciously and said, "Brandon still has accomplices, Kaler, Albert, and Joffrey. Jaime, go and bring them here. I want to burn them all." That day, the 4 companions who came with Brandon to the King's Landing to settle the score with Rhaegar were all nobles. Among them, Albert Arryn was the nephew of Jon Arryn, the first foster father of power, and the heir of the Eagle Nest. The death of the direct bloodline also led to the marriage between Jon Arryn and Lisa Tully. The Mad King only once killed the heirs of 2 of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros. This kind of magical power, Dany was sure that the Mad King had developed Targaryen's mad blood to an unprecedented level. Then, she started to worry about herself. She was his direct bloodline. After eating the fishwood paste, her talent was completely developed. Did that include mad blood? It was so scary. "This is our kingdom. Leave, leave." While she was letting her imagination run wild, the 3-eyed crows chased after her. When Dany looked up, she saw Bran beside Brandon, who had a sad expression. She saw Blynden, who was staring at her. She saw countless people. They had all witnessed the Mad King's masterpiece, like her. At this moment, they all looked over. The powerful will instantly sent Dany flying out of this moment. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.